7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bringing war to the map. Hollow heart, but my hands stay true. I break bones for the passion, not just for the view. Tekken floors, MK, blood stains my scene. I'm the echo in the fight when the world goes mean. Steel in my jaw, fate in my veins. I dance with the pain like it knows my name. No mercy, no pause, no turning around. If you step to the hollow, you're hitting the ground. We are the deadly alliance, born from the fire and molded in defiance. For the love of the game we rise and strike. Mortal Kombat souls with Tekken might. When the bell rings out and the screen goes black, know it's fate and hollow bringing war to the map. Fatality flows in the way that I move. One step, one shot, got nothing to prove. I'm the prophecy whispered in warriors' dreams. The last thing you hear is my silent scream. I'm the rage unleashed in the final frame. The hollow king who don't play no game. Backdash, fate, no, face it head on. I'm the reason the weak are already gone. Tag team, God's controllers tied in hand. Legends born, not just in the land. We bleed pixels, breathe in lore. Two warriors walking through destiny's door. We are the deadly alliance, engraved in code, forged in reliance. For the love of the game we rise and fight. In Mortal Kombat shadows with Tekken light. Let the fanfare roar, let the rivals fall. Fate and Mike Hollow, we answer the call. Game over? Nah, we just press continue.
Game over? No, we just pressed continue.
cursed your name with every breath. I swore you'd follow me into death. Built my world on your defeat, but hate makes hollow what it eats. Still through the ruin, I saw the cost. Too much blood, too many lost. And when the smoke began to clear, I found your strength and lost my fear. We were forged in fire, born to clash. Scars etched deep in the aftermath. But through the chaos, through the pain, a silent truth began to reign. From ashes of the rift we rise. No more hate, no more disguise. Bound by fate, not by chains. Two once broken now remain. Side by side we shift the tide. No more wrath we need to hide. Stronger now as one we stand. A lions born from shattered land. Born from shattered land. We were storms in different skies, lightning clashing, truth and lies. But even night has dawn's decree, and what we fought could set us free. A pact not of mercy, but of might. Two kings reborn in endless night. Enemy turned brother, rival to shield. The battlefield bends and the future yields. Our power is balanced, chaos refined. Once divided, now aligned. Side by side we shift the tide. No more wrath we need to hide. Stronger now as one we stand. A lions born from shattered land. A lions born from shattered land. We were storms in different skies, lightning clashing, truth and lies. But even night has dawn's decree, and what we fought could set us free. A pact not of mercy, but of might. Two kings reborn in endless night.
Various fighting and the fighting. Put our differences aside. Wait, how you doing?
There you go, man.
Oh, we can't hear you, dude. You're muted.
Oh, one sec. There we go. How's that?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. How you doing?
Sorry, man. I was just had to do my DJ thing, so yeah.
Yeah. What were you demoing a new track today?
Yeah, two made two new ones
Oh.
just for this stream. So yeah.
Yeah, I do like that you gave me the gay Andrew tape. That was pretty funny.
Oh shit! Thank you so much for having me on, man. Sorry I couldn't be here the other day.
No, it's fine, man. Family comes first. Yeah, I guess we'll just jump straight into it. We'll tell everyone why we're here. Obviously, we spoke yesterday.
Yep.
And we was brief because I was going to bed because I had work in the morning. But we basically essentially agreed that we've both made a lot of mistakes along the way. Tensions were running high, Some people got dragged into it that shouldn't have been dragged into it. So I guess today is, I don't want it to be a repeat of what we've done before, where we start off okay and it devolves into madness. Kind of just like focus on the fact that we both recognize we've made mistakes and
Yeah.
that we dragged our communities into nonsense, and to not repeat that again.
Yeah, I 100% agree. If it's okay, I'd like to be the one to apologize first, if that's all right.
Yeah, go.
I 100% agree. It's you know, I am older. I should have known better. You know, I should have tried harder to try and make sure that everything was cool. Back in, you know, when it all sort of started happening, and coming to you if I had an issue, and that's on me, right? Because I remember back then you said, you know, hey, if there's, you know, something you want to talk about, go to you. Headstrong, stupid. I get that. That's on me, man. So
Yeah.
yeah.
No, that's okay. And I'll say sorry as well for being so condescending. Like I told you yesterday, I know when I'm being a prick, and I know when I'm doing things on purpose. And we've gone back and forth long enough for me to know, like, I kind of understand what pushes your buttons, and I'm guessing you probably know at this point as well. So
Yeah.
I apologize for doing that. I apologize for calling Dragoon so many names.
He can handle it.
Yeah,
He can handle it.
he
He's
can
all
handle
right.
it, but I probably shouldn't have done that. You know, like it's the nature in the way he messaged me. It felt like my dad was messaging me almost, and I was like, I'm not having this. But I
Yeah.
should have been more
Yeah.
mature. And the thing is, like, I understand and I do it as well, and I tell people not to do it. You read everything in your angry voice,
Yeah, true.
and I read it in Twitter voice. So obviously I shouldn't have ripped into him like that.
Yeah.
And I spoke to him earlier. He pointed out that I missed one video. So for people that were asking me, yes, I've taken all but one of the videos down, which was yesterday's video because it wasn't about fighting. So all of the videos on you, I removed them. And the reason I removed them was that some of the other content I've done on other content creators, I refused to remove them, even if we've like made up, because I didn't ever feel like it was so insulting. It was usually just about gameplay. But like I told you, I was driving to work the other day and I was listening to my video back, and I was listening to myself speak, and I was like, damn, I sound like a prick. So I was like, let me take it down. Let me try to smooth this out. So I hope you appreciate that I did that for that reason.
I do. Yeah. I mean, you know, I've done the same. Also, to anyone that's in your community or mine, if you come across any videos in like my library that I haven't taken down yet, please let me know. You know, because this is the right way to do things. You know, like I to be honest, should have done a long time ago myself. But you know, if anyone sees anything, please, you know, let me know. So
Yeah, I won't take offense if anything's up, but yeah, it's all good with me. What I do want to start off with, because if we're gonna mend bridges here, I think we should outline a couple of things just so we don't end up screaming at each other again.
of course.
One thing that I really want to make clear to everyone, my community and yours, is I can't be there to defend everyone at all times. So there's going to be people after this podcast that still say fuck Michael, fuck Fate.
Yep.
And it might be from your community, it might be from my community, it might be from someone watching outside, and they come at you. If someone in your community comes at me, I'm not going to expect you to police them. You can if you want, but I don't expect you to, and I won't be upset. And I don't want to be held to that standard either. Obviously, if it's really messed up and it's getting out of hand, obviously I'll say something. But if it's like jabs back and forth, for me, I'm like, we're all grown men. Everyone can cuss each other. I don't really want to get involved.
Yeah, I completely agree. The thing is though, like, I want to make sure that like things don't escalate from my side. I'm responsible for my part, and therefore, if people are still gonna sort of run in with pitchforks towards you, I do take accountability for that, right? So, you know, I want to make that very clear to people. Do not like make any sort of like threats outside of possibly the type of shampoo this man might use. Because like, you know, at the end of the day, and you said it yourself in your own stream, we're all people behind the camera. We got lives, we got families, and some of us may not care if it comes at us, but it might come at them, you know, and it's not fair.
Yeah.
They don't ask for that, you know, so
Yeah, and I think one of the other reasons, and I told you yesterday that it was important for me to squash this, is because I was watching other people that we're associated to get dragged into things, and names were being thrown around, and obviously the main one that was thrown around was obviously Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Um, I don't feel like, I'll just tell you honestly that, the way I told you yesterday.
Yep.
I don't feel like Tom deserved any of that. If it was all about me, I would have said, fair enough, Like I said, I acted very condescendingly and rude in that video. But
Yep.
Tom has always championed you, and he's always been polite. And Tom's very kind. He's not confrontational in the way that I am. And I don't feel like he deserved what happened the other day.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. Yeah. Can I add some backstory to that? I know I told you in private, but if it's all right, I can explain kind of why I went so hard with Tom. So, and a guest that you had on your show the other day kind of like actually accurately described the way I am. I'm a carpet bomber. So I kind of am not like, I don't discriminate between like bad behaviors, whether it be, either friends of mine or whatever. If I think something's gone too far, I'll call it out, right? And I like Tom, I do. But there was in recent years, I can't go into full detail, but I'm happy to tell Tom with this in private if he so wishes to talk. But first and foremost, Tom, I do apologize. I really do. It's just that I definitely got into some of my history fields. I have a big issue with people taking advantage of people, whether it be for money or conning or that sort of thing. And I'm not pointing fingers right now with that. I'm just saying that's where my headspace was. And I can't stand people like, that happening to people. That's on me though, for taking it too far. I should have come to you, and I'm sorry. So if you want to have a chat one day, that's up to you, man. I can explain it more in detail, but yeah, that's on me, man. Yeah, that's on me. So
Yeah, I don't know where Tom is right now. I have no idea. But if he did show up and he wants to talk to you on stream, would you be okay with that?
if he so wishes, yeah, sure. Yeah.
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 Alright,
If
cool.
you've got the time, I know it's late for you, man. So yeah.
No, it's fine. I'm not working tomorrow, so I've got time.
Okay.
The other thing that I obviously wanted to apologize for was apologize to some people in your community. I don't remember names, but some people had messaged me saying, "Oh, can you?" Over time, saying, "Lay off Fate," and they said it to me politely.
Yep.
And there were times where I was polite back, but there were times where I was definitely acting like a prick. So to those, I don't remember who it was. I couldn't give you a name. It wasn't anyone that's like appeared on your streams. Actually, no, there is one person that I can remember the name of, and that is TW Booty Hunter. he he definitely didn't deserve the amount of vitriol I gave him. Obviously, he came at me first, I believe.
I love Booty.
And,
yeah, he's cool. He's cool. Yeah.
He came at me first, but
Yeah.
I was never like mad at him, but
Yeah.
I definitely saw an opportunity to clown on him because
Yeah.
of him saying what he said.
Yeah.
Can you hear that? What is that sound?
Oh, that's an alarm clock. So yeah,
Oh,
that's in
okay.
the background. Yeah, don't worry. You're not getting a tumor. I promise. So
Okay, all right. So yeah, with Booty Hunter, there was a point where people in my community were like, "All right, Michael, you made your point. You can leave him alone."
yeah,
And it kept escalating with him as well. And I never felt real anger towards him. But again, I know that I came off condescending. So
yeah,
if Booty Hunter is listening, I apologize for acting like an arsehole at times.
yeah,
But it is, tensions were running high, I guess, at that point. I can't remember what even kicked it off to begin with, but I could have handled that a little bit better.
yeah. I think like it's sort of funny. Like there's a couple other things I want to get to as well. There are other people I definitely need to apologize to, but I was thinking about it yesterday. It's kind of like, we're kind of like two we're two train tracks. You've got your track, I've got my track, and we're both lifting up relatively the same type of talking points and whatnot. But for some reason, there's been this issue, and I know we spoke yesterday, testosterone, pig-headedness, definitely on my part. And again, like I said, I should have done a better job. I absolutely should have done a better job because we're all in this community together. So
Yeah. I think one thing that I like yesterday I put up a video of Main Man where I was disagreeing with one of his points. And I think one of the things that I do, it's not something that I really want to change about myself, but
yep,
I know it winds people up, is I nitpick on how people say things
yeah,
and how they put messages across. And basically the long and short of it is Main Man was saying that Tekken 8 is harder to defend in than Tekken 7.
yep,
And I felt like he was being dismissive of the real reason why. And
yep,
I don't know if I got that point across as well as I could have. And there were people in the comment section that thought that I was having a go at Main Man, like I was angry at him. So I had to
yeah,
specify in my comment section. I have a lot of respect for Main Man. You know, he's
yeah,
basically pioneered YouTube Tekken. It's nothing like that. It's just a respectful disagreement.
yep.
But that's probably something I can work on again because I didn't hear what people heard, but a lot of people were
Mm.
saying, "Why are you going at Main Man?" That's not how I heard it though. So maybe I did that to you as well.
Yeah, I mean, you are a picky man to a degree, but listen, that's fine, man, because everyone's different, right? Like we're all coming from different, experiences and interpreting stuff in certain ways. I interpreted things, I did with you, for example, my carpet bombing effect of going, well, if one behavior is bad here, it's all bad. We all should call it out. Whereas you tackle things like on a more personal level. You're like, well, if they're my friends, I'll do it. I'll do it privately, like obviously with Sikander and Tom. I guess he's not as close as he used to be, but back in the PS3 days, when my channel was growing, he went to a big YouTuber at the time and tried to get him to knock me down a peg or two because he didn't like the fact that I was outpacing him. Again, we're not talking massive numbers here. It was just only like 1,000 or two, right? And in subscribers. And this was a guy I knew for 20 years in real life. And he went to this dude. This dude sent me the DMs. And I think my video reaction is up on another channel somewhere out there. I can find it for you. And I was pissed, so and that's the thing, right? Like, and this was a guy that I knew. Sure, could I have gone to it in private? But at the same time, it was like, nah, this is not acceptable, right? Trying to undercut other people like that. And I hate it. And I know I have said things obviously about you. I have questioned your growth and I apologize. I do. I take full accountability for people bringing that up and going, mustache twirling perhaps. But that's on me, because I think sometimes when you're warring with people, sometimes you kind of feel like, depending on which side's pushing harder or not, you sometimes feel backed into a corner. It doesn't make it right. I'm not excusing it. I'm just saying that the possible process was that I'm like, ooh, like there's got to be something more nefarious here. There's got to be something worse to explain why this is happening, because I can talk to pretty much anyone. Which is why I always found it strange. I promise you though, I don't have a Christmas card with your name on it yet. I might still be vying for the fact I'd like to be your friend, but we'll see. We'll see. No, but seriously though,
I'm coming to Australia in 2026, so we'll see in it.
You're more than welcome to visit. Hey, listen, if you want to visit, man, you're more than welcome to come meet the Fate family if you so wish. So I don't know where you're going in Australia, but regardless, that's there you go.
I'm going to Melbourne and then I'm going to the Gold Coast. I don't know what that is.
Oh, the Gold Coast is like probably 40 minutes away, give or take. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll drive over. We'll do a live stream. I'll have people raising eyebrows.
Yeah, it'd be like, you can put me in a headlock or something like that. That could be the thumbnail or some shit like that. But yeah, I and it's probably because like my defense mechanism when I get attacked is very much like all the guns go up, and that's on me, man. Like I definitely I couldn't figure out why, like, with Foxy, right? Like Foxy, geez, he's like a hammer, right? He's like, he's just bang, bang, like he's a really good troll. He's so funny, like at the same time while he's insulting the absolute shit out of you. But for some reason, like, it's like, yeah, me and Foxy would say go onto these Halo stream at the end of 2023, or I'll show up in his chat and nothing ever bad happened. Nobody ever said anything. And I thought, okay, so something's up with Mike. Like what exactly I was trying to figure out with that. And it could be just as simple as the fact that you've got two figureheads that, you know, possibly whether we both believe we're right or we're wrong, read each other wrong. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I'm wrong or right, but I'm just saying that like sometimes in that space with these slices, these vertical slices that we see of people, it's easy. We used to do back in the day, man, with the PS3. You know, we'd war at each other. Like honestly, like the shit we used to say was just frightening. It was like COD lobby, but on YouTube. And then we get into the chat room, and it's like, "Hey man, how you going?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, good dude, yeah, it's cool." And we talk about games, and we walk away, and it's like, and then people from their community would come over and go, "Yeah, he said he liked you," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, he was cool dude." And then we just delete all the content on each other because we realize that, like, when you get behind the scenes, everything's cool, like everything's fine, and. Yeah, but I should have done a better job. That's on me. Definitely should have done a better job with
that's
that.
fine. Ellie also said that she's sorry. She's sorry for coming on camera and making fun of you, and she said that she said she wanted me to tell you that she only did it because she saw someone warring with me, and she was like, she's obviously the kind of person where even if I punch a baby, if I'm like, Ellie, that baby did me wrong first, she'll punch it with me. So. She's one of those people where she's like ride or die. So she said, I apologize for like attacking you as well in the video.
Shit, listen, I said this to you yesterday. I actually don't need apologies. I just want everything to be cool. But I was actually going to make a joke and say, well, since she said that I'm probably going to be soon divorced, like you could just tell her, oh yeah, he, you know, she watched your video and yeah, he's single now. Like, just don't do that. But like, she doesn't have to.
I think she's watching. She's watching right now. She's in the room watching.
She doesn't have to apologize because I get that. Like my loyalty is absolute with people, and so you know if people are like in my friend circle or family, you know something happens to them, yeah, you know I'm absolutely gonna stand up for them. I don't care what they've done, you know. So I get that. I really do. That's definitely not something to ever be worried about or apologize for, you know, 100%. So
yeah, I think I could obviously do a much better job of how I talk to people, but I know that when I looked at this situation, oh sorry, I just missed something. Thank you for the 4 months. Kudos to you both. The true enemy is the developers. Yeah, we'll get to NRS in a little bit, but thank you for the 4 months.
True.
What I was saying was that the reason that this situation started to bother me and that I wanted to make amends was I told you yesterday that even if you left your videos up, I didn't mind because on my end I saw it as amusing, and that's also wrong of me because I kind of make a joke out of things that are supposed to be serious. Well, at least with this.
Yeah.
And for me, it was more like I'm witnessing what's happening in the melee scene right now, and how certain players are being treated. Obviously, you know, rest in peace, Hacks. He was essentially bullied by the melee scene, and even though me and you have disagreements, I understand that. And I told you yesterday, this beef between us had gone beyond the FGC. And it had reached other communities that like I'm friendly with, and even reached, funnily enough, like I won't say which rapper it is in the UK, but as a rapper that I know that goes to one of my local gyms. And he came up to me and he was like, "Oh, Wagwan, hello, blah, blah. I saw you beefing with the bald guy on the internet again." And I was like, "Oh man, this is going too far." And I was like, "Yeah," I said this is going too far because this, I don't want it to reach. I don't want it to reach these guys, and then it pops up on their YouTube channel because they're making a joke out of it. And then I'm thinking about the whole melee situation and the bullying, and that's gonna go to a different level because the FGC is quite small in comparison to like who this guy is. So I don't want to ever be someone that is bullying somebody. Obviously, there's people that I'll continue to call out. I think that there's some really twisted people within this scene that need to be spoken about. But I told these guys the other day on stream, I don't think that you're that. I just think that we couldn't see eye to eye, and it turned into like playground insults.
And I know, like, I mean, if you ever talk to my boys, and you know, I would say to them multiple times over the last year or so, I say I don't really understand why like we're beefing. You know, like I understand like the way that we do things, you know, is different. I am definitely very abrasive, obviously, but I also, I don't know if that's just because Australians are minus a few chromosomes or something. God bless, I love us all, but like, you know, we just have this level of like fucking shit talking and just poking fun and stirring shit up, you know, and it's just kind of in our DNA. Doesn't make it like healthy or right, but it's just kind of part of it. And you guys over there across the pond, you do it in a much more eloquent way, right? I've always loved British humor ever since I was a little kid. So, you know, but you do it nicer, right? You're definitely like a lot less abrasive than I am. But you know, I agree. Like, it's something. I know there's a video out there by a fellow with 4 legs, and it's a big video that was done on me many years ago. And the reason why like that was done was because at the time, you know, there was a bunch of us, you know, saw this particular thing looking like they were attacking smaller creators, right? And I can't stand that shit. I fucking hate bullying. I know what it's like myself growing up, and so I got again, it's the carpet bomb effect. It's like, no, I'm not tolerating that. I'm gonna call it out. But I was like a tiny YouTuber with like a couple of thousand subs versus, well, I think you know who I'm talking about, and there's a few more zeros on the end of that. And yeah, like, you know, I said the stupidest thing. I said, you know, maybe people, you know, some people shouldn't have freedom of speech, which as an Australian, we don't champion it as much as the Americans, because that stuff is literally ingrained into their DNA from birth. But over here, naturally, we know what we can say it. But what I meant to say was that maybe some people who are going to abuse their platform possibly shouldn't have it. You know, that's what I should have said. And if it's okay, I would like to actually apologize to my Muslim brothers and sisters out there, actually, because my tweet from a while ago was definitely done with, it was lack of tact and taste. There was a couple of people I'd known in the scene for a while, Minzy and Nappa. Minzy definitely a lot more, because back in the day when I started my channel, he was the one that came to me and told me about Joe, who was possibly working on the Mortal Kombat Trilogy remake. And I eventually got an interview with Joe. There was a petition, I think, still going around about, you know, possibly getting enough signatures to try and get Warner Brothers and NetherRealm to make the game. But I want to apologize, because I definitely could have done that a lot better. You know, again, we're all people, you know, and that's on me. So yeah, I apologize to them and anyone else that found that in poor taste. So
Yeah, that's cool, man. I think like you said, people should practice forgiveness on some level, and I know a lot of people are like, some people, like, they enjoy the beef and they just want the beef to go on forever. One of my closest friends was like, I hope you and Fate fight forever because it's so entertaining. But I said to him that, like, it's funny. I think like, I struggle to remember that my voice reaches quite far now. And when you're a smaller creator, like when I was coming up, when I started feuding with Booty Hunter,
yeah,
it was like, it was whatever, because I was like, no one really cares, like it's whatever. But now it's gotten to the point where, like I said, I've met other people in scenes and my videos are getting out there, and I don't want to be the center of a dogpiling, especially because the other day I literally called out people in the melee scene for dogpiling Mewtwo King, and essentially trying to bully him. So I have to look at that and be like, okay, well, I'm being a bit of a hypocrite, because I'm also growing, but I'm continuing this feud when I can just nip it in the bud. So yeah, it's definitely something that I'll work on, and I'll definitely try to focus my energy on people that I think are genuinely bad people, like what we were covering in Smash and Strive and all that stuff. I never thought that you were genuinely a bad person.
Oh, I
My
know.
thing with
I
you
know, man.
was like, it was like, you know, you meet that kid on the playground and you don't really know why you hate each other, or you know, but you're just like, I'm just gonna start a fight with this guy.
I remember there's an old movie, Tango and Cash, with Sylvester Stallone and Kurt Russell, and like pretty much the whole movie is them just basically sort of trying to one up each other, you know. And there was this one line where they're like, "Oh, I heard you were the second best cop in LA," and he's like, "Oh, funny, I heard the same thing about you." And I always think about that, because, like, you know, one of the great things about those old movies is that you put these two very conflicting worlds or people together, and eventually, you know, they find out they are actually heading in the same direction. You know, their delivery is different, but you know, and speaking with you yesterday, like I was talking to, you know, my son, because my son's 20 now. He knows who you are, and he's going to be a fan of you now, right? He maybe wasn't, right? You know what it's like, you know, family's backing up family, right? Like,
Yeah.
but you know, he's but you know, it's just one of those things. It's like, you know, I'd even talk to him. It's like, I don't understand why this is happening, because you know, he's actually got very good morals. You know, I was listening to some of your dating advice, you know, that you were giving the guy. You said something which I really liked, which was, you know, you don't believe in that MGTOW movement. And I absolutely 100% agree. People need people. You know, there's meant to be, you know, we're meant to be with someone out there. And that's good of someone, you know, of your age bracket saying that, and not following down the Andrew Tate line of, you know, chicks and guns and cars and, you know, all the muscles and stuff like that. Like all of that can be taken away, right? If you lose all of that, you know, are they still going to love you? That's what I tell my son. You know, if you went to the gym, became a brick shithouse, right? What if you stopped? What if you stopped? Would the woman that fell in love with you because you looked a certain way still be with you? Or if you became paraplegic, would she still be with you, right? So I try and say to him, don't, you know, that's all superficial shit. Just, you know, what matters is in here. You know, find the common ground when it comes to things like faith and, you know, belief systems when it comes to things like family, because then everything else is pretty much going to be easy. You know, it's going to be pretty easy for him. So, yeah. But I love hearing that. So, yeah.
I want to ask you something really off topic before I forget.
No, that's fine.
Because
that's
I'm coming to Australia.
Yes.
And I see you still in tank tops. And I don't know if it's just because I've been watching too much shit on the internet, but I am planning on like wearing Iron Man armor out there, because I've seen your spiders and I'm just like, what? Like, is it that bad? Are they that big?
So, okay. So you're going to be visiting the suburban parts of, you know, like the civilized parts of Australia, so you should be fine. We do, however, have big huntsman spiders that, I don't know, they can be like about that big, right? Maybe my face size, perhaps, you know. But they're harmless. However, I fucking hate spiders. So, you know, like, I'm looking for the flamethrower every time I see one on the wall. Or the cats, they'll suddenly look up above me and I'm like, shit, there's gonna be a fucking spider up there, isn't there? You know, so you'll be fine, right? Just avoid the ones with health bars, right? No, I'm just kidding. No, you'll be.
I've heard the smaller
fine,
spiders in Australia, the more dangerous they are.
So, it depends where you are. So in the cooler states, so New South Wales or Melbourne, particularly, yeah, you'll get the funnel web, which you've probably heard about, that the black spider.
Yeah.
They generally aren't up in Queensland. The redback spiders, you generally only find them. That's the tiny ones with the redback. You generally only find them, say, like outside, perhaps, like maybe under some, you know, some logs, like rotten logs or whatnot. You generally don't find them in the house. So yeah, you'll be fine, man. Like, yeah. So
is it true that in the morning most Australians wake up and check their shoes before they put them on?
Not well. If I was leaving my shoes outside, I would. But we don't leave our shoes outside. If you're living in the outback, so for example, if you worked, you know, anything like construction or somewhere where your boots are going to get dirty, and you just leave that shit outside, yeah, I'd be checking. Like, I'd be checking regardless. But if you're taking your shoes off inside, you'll be fine, man. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah, because I'm a little bit panicked coming to because my friend sent me a picture of a tiger snake that he killed on his front.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, what the fuck is a tiger snake, bro? Like he took an axe to it, and I was like, fuck this. Now I started thinking maybe fate's tougher than me, you know, because I don't think I could survive it.
No, it's I mean, look, when Crocodile Dundee came out, you know, and then the internet happened, and I'd be talking to like Americans and Canadians, and they're like, do you have cities? It's like, yeah, of course we have fucking cities, man. Like, what are you talking about? You know, because Crocodile Dundee, kind of great movie, but yeah, it kind of made us live like we lived out in the sticks, you know. But No, in the suburbs it'd be no different to where you're at, probably, in the UK. Um, but yeah, there's some big ones. Yeah, there's some big ones. So, but they're not poisonous. It's just they're fucking huge and hairy and have 6 more legs than something should. And yeah, but we have 3 cats. So, I'm waiting until they can finally be deployed. So if there is a spider in the house, I'm just going to point them in the direction and point, and that's it. They can just deal with it, because they'll have a field day, man. They will have so much fun chasing that little bastard around the house. So, yeah.
I've got two more Australian questions to ask.
Yeah, no,
you.
you're right, man. You're good.
Is it true that kangaroos are pests out there and you guys kill them?
Not that I've heard. I mean, I've never heard that. So
that's what my friend told me the other day, that where he is, the kangaroos basically destroy everything.
Yeah.
Or they'll run up on people and try to fight them, and people have had enough and they'll just kill them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've seen the videos of people boxing, and like that's just fucking crazy. No, I don't. My entire life I've never heard of a kangaroo being associated as being a pest. The cane toads are pests. And they were introduced to fix the cane beetle problem, and the fucking cane toads went crazy and like bred everywhere. And then the game of golf was invented in Australia, because when I was younger, we used to literally take out like the 3-wood or the 5-iron and just play golf with these suckers, because they're just awful. They can like kill small animals, because they spit. So if if your dog or cat, like a small dog or cat, goes outside, they can spit on them and actually kill them. So, but yeah, no, I've never heard that about kangaroos. But when we went to the zoo, so I'm assuming you're probably going to go to a zoo, right? You might go to maybe Taronga Zoo, maybe in New South Wales on the way through, or whatever the Melbourne Zoo is, perhaps.
I don't think we will, because it's my friend's getting married, so we're going for a stag on the Gold Coast. So
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't
okay.
think everyone's probably going to be too hungover to do any of that stuff.
Yeah, you'd be too horizontal for that. Yeah. Well, if you ever do, like, I know when we went to the Australia Zoo, like the Steve Irwin one, they had kangaroos there, and when you feed a kangaroo, you're supposed to have your hand out flat with the food on it, because if you crunch your hand up, they might bite accidentally, but you don't pull your hand away, right? So there were these kids there that were like, they were teasing the kangaroo, and we took our son when he was 3 to there. And so afterwards, this one roo was being pissed off, by these kids, because they kept teasing it, taking their hand away. So anyway, so my son, he's only 3, and this kangaroo's fucking huge, right? And he walks up to it, and he held his hand out, and then obviously as the kangaroo goes down, he flinches, right? Because he's a kid. And the kangaroo just went, nut, bang, and just like whacked him,
Shit.
and the claws like bounced over his eye socket. So he had like this little like scar going down for a bit. And so yeah, they can
Became Brian Fury.
yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, we need Roger back, bro. I don't understand that. This
No, fuck that. I don't want to see Roger ever again. That character gave me nightmares in Tag 2. Stupid. It basically had a hell suit with his tail. Like, it was so dumb. Him and Alex.
I used to troll people. Was it? Is it Gen? Gone? Was it Gone? Was it
Gone,
Tekken
yeah.
3 Gone? Yeah, because he's so small and he can't fucking hit me. Just like kill my friends with him. But yeah, no. All right, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, next question. Yeah, another.
Yeah, the last Australia-based question I have is, I watched a film called Wolf Creek, and that scared the fuck out of me, because I was planning on coming to Australia a long time ago with some friends,
Yeah.
and like go into the outback or whatever. And then I watched Wolf Creek, and I was like, is this how they're moving out there? So are people scared of Wolf Creek in Australia as well? Is that guy still alive?
I don't know. I remember watching the movie, and yeah, it's actually pretty full on. Like, yeah, like that dude was out of his fucking trolley. No, I get. Look, I mean, I have the same feeling when I watch that movie. The same feeling when I watch like forest, wrong turn, redneck, inbred shit movies like based in America. It's like I'm just gonna avoid it. Like I'm just, just in case there's some crazy fucker out there in the bush, having sex with all of his sisters or brothers or some shit, and his face is half melted. Nah, I'll just stay away. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know, because was that actually based on a true story? I don't even know actually. The
Yeah, it
history
was.
of that.
It was. Apparently, they never found him.
Oh,
He,
okay.
he terrorized a bunch of people. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know, honestly. Like, but you should be fine. So, yeah, you should be fine. My dogs, I know my volume keeps going up and down, and I think it's because, for some reason, there must be some type of... No, I don't... That. There we go. That should be fine. All right. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, people are coming home. They're little terriers. They're just... Yeah. If you ever visit, man, yeah, you'll see. So, yeah.
All right. Well, whilst the dogs are kicking off, you know, I made this edit in the event that there was a resolution here between us. So I'll let the dogs calm down. And I'll play this. I'm gonna play this for C4 because C4 was really banging on about this. It was like, Mike, I need this. I need the Steady Alliance. So I was like, okay, C4, I'll give you what you want. So I'll play this and then we'll come back. And I think Tom wants to jump in and say a word if that's all right.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, man.
All right, awesome.
All right, cool.
Mortal Kombat has always been and always will be. For millennia, the forces of good and evil have been locked in eternal battle over the control of Earthrealm. Some seek to use the tournament to destroy all that is good. Others seek vengeance, power, or eternal life. Time after time, each individual threat has been vanquished, and Earthrealm has enjoyed relative peace for many years. But there is concern that Earth is once again in peril. And this time, the threat of evil has two faces. It is now known that the sorcerer Quan Chi has escaped from the Netherrealm. Since his escape, Quan Chi has unlocked the secret of the ancient runestone, discovered the ancient undefeatable army of the long-forgotten Dragon King, and most disturbing of all, formed an alliance with one of our deadliest enemies, Shang Tsung. With their combined strength, they plotted to overpower the only two beings who could prevent their total domination of the two realms. The first was the Emperor of Outworld, Shao Kahn. In a false show of allegiance, they sprung their attack. They then traveled to Earthrealm by way of a mystical portal known only to sorcerers and deities. There, they confronted Earth's mightiest warrior and champion of Mortal Kombat, Liu Kang. It has been Shang Tsung's desire to consume the soul of Earthrealm's greatest warrior. With Quan Chi's assistance, he achieved this goal. Liu Kang is dead. They have since returned to Outworld and are using the souls of conquered warriors to resurrect the Dragon King's undefeatable army. Should they succeed, they will have the means to conquer Outworld and eventually Earthrealm. They will be unstoppable. I can no longer stand idly by and watch this evil consume the world. I have relinquished my status as Elder God to return to Earth and lead you all to battle against our old adversaries. We must act now. We must stop this deadly alliance.
It's fun making that one.
Fucking great, man. I love that shit. That's so funny. I love
Yeah,
it.
I know that you're against 3D Mortal Kombat, but we definitely need 3D Mortal Kombat back, man. We need the vibes back.
The vibes, yeah. That's great,
All right,
man.
let me send this over to Tom. Let me. He'll probably pop in here at some point
All right.
whenever he's ready. But yeah. So I mean, you know how the streams usually work here. Like we'll normally get people on that want to talk or whatever. I
Yeah.
don't know how much time you've got. I think
I
at the
got yeah.
moment.
I'm fine today, man. Yeah. So
Yeah. Also, before Tom gets there, I do actually want to apologize for something else. I
okay.
know that you spoke about it openly on stream, but I know that you said that sometimes like you suffer with anxiety, and I shouldn't have been making light of that stuff. So
Oh,
that definitely wanted to apologize for that because that should have been something that I shouldn't have gone to that in my moment of anger. So
it's all
I
right.
apologize.
No, it's all right, man. Like, I get it. Like, because I remember, I think you said like, there's a lot of people that lie on the internet, and we don't have a rapport. We don't have at least initially, we didn't have a positive history. So, why would you believe like what I'm saying? But I can, yeah, like that's fine, man. Like, that's okay. I just, it is what it is. It's definitely something I can prove. I absolutely have, literal receipts of that sort of thing because it's just sort of what happened. I think that's probably what shapes a lot of the way I am online because of how like what happened to me as a kid. Like I actually wasn't supposed to be here. I was nearly killed because family member. And that was one of the sort of like locked away memories that I didn't realize that I had. And it's just one of those things, man, that one of the best things I suppose about it is knowing why I am the way I am, why I'm, the anxiety levels are so great, things like the panic disorder, shit like that. I envy you guys. I envy people that can go to work. I envy it, because I can't do it. So the best thing I could do was just be a dad at home. But it was the best job. I love being a dad at home, man. It was the best thing ever because I didn't have a dad growing up. So, that was something that, yeah, that was just, it was perfect. It was perfect for me. But yeah. And, yeah, the missus, she loves working, right? She's definitely a go-getter. So she's not one of these women that wanted to be at home, raising the kids actually. So it kind of, it actually worked out, in that respect. But yeah, it's the best job in the world, being a dad. Yeah. Loved it. So
Well, hopefully one day I get to experience it. But
so what happens, Mike, is that when you've got like a woman and a man, right? And
you give me the birds and the bees.
yeah, well, it's just you will,
No,
man. Of course, you'll get there, man. You'll get there
I've
one day.
unfortunately I've not had the best luck with women lately. I was telling these guys on stream the other day, like I've been on loads of dates and they've always gone south.
Yeah.
For one reason or another. Just
Yep.
to clarify, not because of my figurines. The girls tend to like my cool toys. Not for those reasons, but yeah, hopefully one day I get to experience being a dad. Especially because I think in my friendship group, none of us really ever foresaw it for each other because we're all like, oh, we're gonna go and do this, and we're gonna go here, and blah blah blah. And now, like, how was it? 3 of them are dads now.
Yeah.
So there's like 3 more of us in the immediate group that are like childless.
Yep.
So I'm like, I can't be lost. I can't finish last place.
Yeah, I mean, I not to get all like soppy about it, but it does change. It changes life perspectives. It absolutely does. But I still remember holding my son like when he came out. Like I was the first person to hold him, and I'm just telling you, man, there's nothing like it. There is absolutely nothing like looking at another human being that you helped create, and it's the best feeling in the world. And you'll do everything to protect them, everything that you can think of to make sure that they'll have a good life. And I love that. It's yeah. So you'll get there one day, man. Yeah, I have faith.
Yeah.
So.
I hope so.
But nice. Again, like what you've got to do, mate, is you gotta find a woman. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like these are the important things to get there. So.
Yeah. No, 100%. I've definitely been. I mean, I've kind of come off dating apps now, and I'm like trying to be a lot more picky with who I welcome into my space.
Yep.
But 100%, man. Like I would like to do it at some point, like maybe in the next 2 to 3 years, I think.
Yeah,
Which would kind of fall in line with a lot of things that I've got going on right now. But
yeah,
yeah, man, you for being a dad, because I watched my mom struggle when she was raising us, because we didn't grow up with much,
yeah,
and my mom really broke her back like looking after us, and
yeah,
now obviously she's not in the best of health, but luckily, me and my brothers here, we all like make a decent living so we can support her now. So
yeah,
I feel for me like it's important for me to get her back to Cyprus, because
yeah,
obviously I'm half Greek, so my family's out there,
yeah,
and because I think being in the sun as well in the UK, it's always cold. It's not good for
yeah.
bones. So get back to Cyprus will be the goal, and then I can kind of do whatever I want to do.
Yeah, we had a family member that like it was like they moved to the coast, like down sort of like northern New South Wales on the coast, because like the mother-in-law was not, she had a lot of breathing problems, and as soon as she went closer to the coast, fresher air just cleared right up, man. It's
Yeah.
amazing, absolutely made literal change of location. So yeah, I'll pray that that'll happen, man. Yeah, all the best, and commending taking care of family, really. So
Yeah,
it's a
I gotta
job.
say, she did so much for us growing up. I couldn't like just be like, oh, I've got my shit together now, I'm leaving.
Yep,
So she left at one point and she went and did her thing.
yep,
But in Cyprus, they don't really make much money. Lifestyle is amazing out there if you like doing nothing.
yep,
And we do this thing in Cyprus where like it gets to about 12 o'clock, and Greek people are just like, oh, I don't feel like working anymore, and they literally leave their stores and they go to the beachfront or they'll go get drunk. And
yep,
I remember going to I've got an auntie called Nadia,
yep.
and she owns a sweet shop, and I knocked on the window. I was like, "Where's my auntie?" And she's like across the road with like the person that owns the Greek version of Greg's, just drinking wine. I'm like, don't you guys work out here? So
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to if you're trying to build something, it's hard. It's
yeah,
nice to retire in Cyprus though.
yeah, yeah. That's I think the Europeans and that region, they definitely have it. They've definitely figured out the best way to take care of themselves. And it's not breaking your back all the time. But
Yeah.
I hope she gets there, man. I really do. Because you got to you got to take care of those that need it. So
Yeah. No, definitely. I'm just gonna read out a few super chats if
yeah,
that's
go for
okay.
it. No, yeah, it's your show, bro.
Magic, thank you for the $10. This reminds me of when Vegeta joined the Sea Fighters. Which one of us is Vegeta? Need to clarify, fam. But
Yeah.
thank you for the $10. Daniel, thank you for the $5. Byron Bay in Australia got some wonderful spiders and snakes. Well, thank you. I'll be staying away from there.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And shout out to Links in the chat. Thank you for the $5. I'm gonna. Obviously I know that Links, and she does all those amazing figurines.
She does.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna be getting a Ghost Rider and Byakuya figurine from her. So
Nice.
if
Man.
you guys
Yeah.
are not aware of Links, go and subscribe to her channel or follow her on Twitch. She does obviously I collect a lot of figurines, as Fate pointed out at one point. I love my toys, and Fate Links does some amazing ones.
Yeah.
And yeah, I apologize for making fun of your toys the other day as well.
No, I don't care.
It was on.
Actually, you know what? You said something. You said you apologized for calling me a dancing monkey, and I turned to my son. I'm like, "The fuck is a dancing monkey? Like, what's offensive about that?" Right? And he goes, "Oh, I think it means like you're a clown." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, I bet that's kind of accurate."
Well, it was also obviously watching a lot of Dragon Ball Z. Every time Frieza would see Goku with Vegeta, he would call them monkeys.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's kind of like, I mean, when Frieza says it, it's almost racist because he's like, he's all white. He's an emperor. He conquers planets, and the Saiyans. Well, in school, they used to make jokes at some of the black kids.
Yeah.
Okay. They would call us Uzarus because the Saiyans turn into monkeys.
Yep.
So I think when people hear Frieza calling them monkeys, it sounds racist. But obviously, I wasn't doing it in a racist way towards it. It was more like, like those monkeys you see at the circus that are like they've got their hats on and sort of dancing around.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's fine, man. That's fine. Yeah, that's all cool. Yeah, so
Yeah, but I don't know where Tom Brady is. I sent him the link. I imagine he's probably getting ready or something.
I actually,
Um,
on the topic of anime, actually, I wanted to ask you, what was the first anime you ever watched? Like, what was the first ones you ever remember going, yep, this is it. This is the genre I want to get into.
the first one that made me go, yeah, this is what I want to get into is Dragon Ball.
Okay.
Like 100%. I saw Dragon Ball. I remember I was in year 3, so I was about year 3. You're like 8 or 9 years
Yep.
old,
Yeah.
and I saw Dragon Ball Z, and I actually caught it late. I missed the first. No, sorry, my friend caught it late. I caught the first episode. I didn't even know it was on.
Yep.
I switched it on, and obviously, like, I got into episode 3, and my friend was like, "Oh, what's this shit that you're watching? You're always talking about." I was like, "It's Dragon Ball Z," and then I remember we would watch it and
Yep.
come into school, and everyone would pretend to be Goku and Vegeta, and after that, like, I got introduced to Fist of the North Star,
Nice. Yep.
Saint
Yep.
Seiya,
Yep.
um, City Hunter was one of my favorites. City Hunter's still one of my favorites.
Really?
Yeah, I love City
Wow.
Hunter. It's like my favorite opening.
Wow. That's
Ninja
cool.
Scroll was great.
Movie or the
Great.
series? The movie or the
Look,
series?
I never saw the movie.
Oh, so you've only watched the series.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah,
Um,
you need to watch the movie and the uncut version of Ninja Scroll. Yeah. It got banned
Yeah,
in
I'll
Australia at
definitely
one
check
point
it out.
for it. So, yeah.
I'll definitely check it out. But there was Violence Jack. There was Akira. Obviously, everyone watched Akira.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Pokemon. I know, like, at the time, I didn't really even associate Pokemon with anime because it was just like its own entity. But there was Pokemon. There was Yu-Gi-Oh, Digimon. What was that? What was that game called? It was like Bakugan or something like that.
Oh, yeah, Bakugan. Yeah, I think it is. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah.
Yeah. There were so many that I watched growing up. They're great. Did I say great teacher on Izuka? I absolutely love that show.
Yep.
There's too many to, like. I would be here all day.
No, that's
rattling
all
off,
right.
But Dragon Ball was the one that I was really like, yeah, this is the kind of shit I want to get into, because before that, I had loads of Spider-Man comics and Superman.
Oh, yeah. Cool.
Superman was always my favorite hero when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Before, like, but when I got to a teenager, when I got to a bit older, it turned to Black Adam because it was a bit more edgy. But Superman and Spider-Man were always my guys, because Spider-Man was like, there's no other big teenage superheroes, and
Yeah.
his struggles, like, teenage boys can kind of relate to them. So
Yeah.
yeah, those were always my guys growing up.
Yep. Yeah. It's yeah, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't mind the Black Adam movie with The Rock. I actually liked it. I didn't think it was that bad. But then again, you know, I'm not into the comic book side of things. Like, you obviously bought comics, but I never did. So
Yeah.
you might say, yeah, it was absolute shit, but I didn't mind it. And it was kind of shitty though, because it would have been great to see him go up against, like, you know, Henry Cavill. I think that would have been pretty great, but
It would have been cool, but I think the way the Rock went about it was the complete wrong way, because obviously Black Adam's main villain is Captain Marvel, Shazam,
yeah.
and he didn't want to appear in the film to promote it. He just wanted to go straight to Superman. And even though Black Adam does fight Superman in the cartoons and the comics,
Yep.
he should have let it build. But in the Black Adam film, he was too much of a hero. Black Adam became an anti-hero, but he was definitely more on the villainous side when you first see him. Like, one of the first things he did as, like, a hero when he was trying to be a good guy is he went and found a politician who was not looking after his city. And in his mind, he was just like, well, I'll just kill him. And he pulled him out of his office and he just fried him in front of everyone. And in his mind, it was like, I've done a good thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I was like, the way the Rock portrayed him, it wasn't accurate enough. Like,
Yeah.
Black Adam becomes an anti-hero. He doesn't start off as one.
Yeah. 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 That's a fair point. Yeah. Yeah. How many people are on your channel watching right now? Because I really want to traumatize them with an anime I watched when I was younger.
There's 406 right now.
Oh,
between
excellent.
Twitter and-
Oh,
and
good.
YouTube.
Excellent. I can't wait to do this. All right. So there's an anime movie that came out called Mad Bull. Was it Mad Bull 34? Right. And it's about this little Japanese cop that gets paired up with this big, burly American cop. Because you know what the anime is like? They always portray Americans as, like, the big gung-ho tough guys, right? There's this one scene on a water tower, I believe. And they're on top of it. They're surrounded. And the Japanese guy pulls down the pants of the American. And strapped to the American's pubic hair are grenades. So imagine, if you will, this little Japanese guy is tearing these grenades off this man's short and curlies and just throwing them around to destroy the bad guys, right? God bless the Japanese. I swear to God, nobody could ever come up with that shit except for the Japanese, right? It's just the funniest shit I'd ever seen. I'm just sitting there going, like, and I just picture like 12 men in business suits sitting around a table, deadpan serious, right? Just, you know, like, and I'm just thinking, how the fuck did they come up with this shit, bro? Like, it's just crazy, man.
I think the Japanese, they just don't have any limits. Like, they'll just do whatever and put pen to paper. I think that's what's always made anime great. Like, you never know what you're gonna get from a lot of these shows.
True. Yeah, it is true. Yeah. No, that's cool.
Yeah, I've seen some shows that are like, I've been sitting there thinking that I know where it's gonna go, and then suddenly it just takes a complete left turn.
Yeah.
I remember I was watching Devilman Crybaby, and I didn't know what it was at first. And then obviously you get introduced to that whole scene in the club, and I was just like, okay, I need to shut my door because if like Elliot Chelsea, you're gonna think I'm watching hentai. And Urban Boy's already gotten me cooked by the chat several times because he's edited a video to make it sound like I enjoyed Bible Black. So,
yeah.
Thanks for that, Urban Boy.
Yeah, I haven't watched that yet. I don't know. Am I supposed to watch? Should I watch it? I don't know. So.
No, don't watch Bible Black. Your wife will 100% slap you if she sees that.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. All right. That's good then.
Definitely not worth watching. It's not worth talking about. He's gonna fucking clip this as well and try to make it like I endorsed it.
Yeah. There's that's the guy that does those really cool edits, right? On Twitter. I think there was that recent one he did. Was it? Is that his urban? Yeah. Very talented. Yeah. Excellent work. Yeah. For the elderly folk in the chat, my first anime was Astro Boy. Because there was a period of time when like obviously like the Americans and stuff were trying to bring over some of these Japanese shows, along with Gatchaman, which got renamed to Battle of the Planets. The original Gatchaman was actually like really violent, like it was really violent, blood, death, everything. So they had to kind of like clip it up and repurpose it as Battle of the Planets. Obviously Voltron, as well. So yeah, like that, and I was a kid, like this was our Saturday morning, amongst He-Man and stuff, but that was kind of cool. So
yeah, I mean, what they did to He-Man recently is a bit of a travesty. He-Man was cool when I was growing up, and then they did.
Oh, you like He-Man? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I thought He-Man was sick when I was growing up. I liked He-Man.
Yeah.
But I was always more invested in like Japanese media. So I remember first being introduced to Kamen Rider, and Kamen Rider is the sickest shit I've ever seen. Like my friends, I think my boy Dwayne introduced me to it.
Yep.
And I just never turned back. Even when I went to Japan, we found the Kamen Rider cafe.
Oh, nice.
And food in there was the food was not good. It was clearly like you were there to look at the history of Kamen Rider, not really eat. But yeah, I've even got Kamen Rider figurines on my arcade over there. Like it was my favorite stuff growing up. So, and Super Sentai as well, which obviously Power Rangers is affiliated to.
Yeah.
So yeah, all of that stuff, like I think Henshin Impact, that was all like my favorite stuff now. I mean, it's still my favorite stuff now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I think like the first adult. What was the first adult anime that you saw? So obviously, like for me, it was Akira, and then Wicked City, which almost scared me off women. Have you seen Wicked City?
Wicked City was
you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah.
We don't need to talk about that. That scene traumatized me.
And then you've got Yuratsuki Doji, which is Legend of the Overfiend. Do you know that one?
No, I don't know that one.
Oh, that's great. Yep. So basically, by the end of the movie, you've got like skyscraper-sized monsters with like 3 penises blasting buildings to pieces in penis-like fashion, right? And I'm just sitting there and I'm looking at my mate going, "What the fuck are you making me watch, bro? Like this is, I grew up with He-Man, and now I'm seeing like giant cock monsters on my television, so." I'm just
they didn't hold back with old animes. Like they didn't have any sort of like boundaries with violence or like nudity back in the day.
True.
I think the first one that like maybe I don't know. Would Fist of the North Star be considered an adult anime?
Probably on the violence, yeah, because of, you know, obviously it hits them, you know, like the gore, perhaps, but adult, like in terms of like, you know, hentai wise, was there any boobage? I can't remember. I can't remember.
Yeah, Fist of the North Star was definitely more just. It was more just pure violence.
Yeah,
I mean, I remember watching Gantz, but that was a little bit late. I was in secondary school by that point,
yeah,
and Gantz had like I think 2 sex scenes in it, and they were super random. So I wasn't expecting it.
yeah,
I remember, I don't know if you've ever seen Gantz, but it's about some boy that accidentally like dies at the beginning of the show, and he gets transported somewhere else to this place where they can fight for their freedom almost.
yeah.
And there's just one scene randomly where he just can't get laid, and he walks around the corner and he goes to the girl. I just can't get laid, and she's like, oh, I'll help you out with that. And then he just starts raw dogging, and I was like, okay. I wish I had some warning in the lead up to this, because I'm watching this in like the kitchen.
Yeah, man, that's the shit you don't open on your phone in the bus. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just wild, some of the shit they come up with. There was, I can't remember the name of it. There was some anime, something harem, World's Harem, I think it was called.
That sounds very familiar.
Yeah, where like all the men died except for like a couple, and so there was only women left. And then like they get, I think what happens is like the main character, I think he was diagnosed with leukemia or something, so they froze him, and then thawed him out like later, like once the sort of like the apocalypse happened, and like I guess it's kind of almost like every man's dream, I suppose, that they're like, you know, it's like suddenly like all these women are trying to breed with him to keep basically the human race afloat, you know.
Yeah.
And it's just like, wow, that's, yeah, they, you know, they're so repressed, the Japanese, when you see, like, they're obviously not super repressed, but like they're all polite and kind, you know, very formal, very, you know. And then you see
when I went out there, they were really, really polite.
yeah, and then you see this shit, and it's like, man, they just let their hair down, don't they? They just don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna read out this one super chat, and Tom's in the back, so I'll let him jump in if that's all right.
No, yeah, that's right.
Magic, thank you for the $10. In this case, fate would be Vegeta, even though he's your favorite. Taking Vegeta away from me, Magic. That's a cardinal sin.
I got one super chat on my end, if that's okay, man. It's from Loso Tension for $1.99. Thank you so much, brother. He says, you guys consider the MK Legends movies anime? You can answer that if you like.
Nah, they're not anime.
Yeah, I agree, 100%.
That would be like considering Justice League Unlimited anime.
Yeah,
you know, it's great. Like I think they're good. Justice League Unlimited is amazing, but it's not anime.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I agree, 100%.
All right. Well, let's shelf the conversation for 2 minutes and get Tom in here.
Okay.
Tom, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you guys. Of course, I got kids running around, so I can't sit on the PC here. But
That's all right.
yeah, I wanted to come in because, many people have always said, Tom, why don't you say this about fate? Why don't you say this about fate? And I've always said, people just don't understand his talking point, because it's very difficult sometimes for a casual to see things through the eyes of a pro. And of course, as fate knows, the pros almost never see things through the eyes of, and it's kind of like both parties. The goal is we all want a good game to have fun with, right? Whatever it is that you want to have fun with. And both, not only has NRS, I think, split the scene between eras, they've also divided the casual and the competitive player. Almost like a divide and conquer. Hey, we're never held to blame because they're too busy fighting each other, you know? And when I first heard your thing with Foxy, I said, well, no one is actually explaining anything. They're just saying, oh, you don't know this or you don't know that. And it was like a conversation where two people were more on the defensive as opposed to an actual conversation, which I think happens a lot when you have ultimately, I understood Fate's point of view because we're both old, we're all old men here.
Thanks.
And I understand, like, what happens when you don't compete, but you play for fun, and the game you love no longer resembles the game you fell in love with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think it's very safe to say Mortal Kombat doesn't resemble Mortal Kombat at all.
Mm.
So when it doesn't resemble the game you love, all the flaws are glaring because you're already not having a good time. And then it's like, well, this is not even, it's Mortal Kombat in title, but it doesn't feel like Mortal Kombat in any way. And as a paying consumer, I feel like the pro player glosses over that. Let's say, well, what about this gameplay? What about that gameplay? Okay, that's good for you that you can go in ranked and go to your tournaments. But I mean, for me, I paid the same $110 you did, and I'm not having a good time. And then, of course, what do they always say? Well, you're salty because you're not winning. It's like, it's got nothing to do with that. It doesn't feel like that game. I'm coming online. There's nothing for me to do except for going ranked. There's been a lot of stuff that NRS has done that, and I will say this: the experience of the casual player has been shoved so far to the back that, you know, even like look at MK11. MK11 came out, and we were used to NRS like, hey, MKX came out, and you could do an all unlock with the crypt. Injustice 2 came out, you could buy your source crystals and buy whatever skins you want. MK11 comes out, the first thing you see is buy these time crystals, and you're like, oh well, there's a crap ton of skins, right? I want to dress my character up nice, I want to customize it. You know, we all have our own taste. So you buy a crap ton of these, and you realize, well, I can't do anything with these, and except for buy the 3 outfits that you give me that alter that on a daily basis. So I've just paid money for a bunch of in-game customization currency, but I can't buy what I want. I can only buy what you sell me in that specific day. So it's automatically just a very bad practice for a casual player. Also, the final patch of the game, if you're a casual player and you paid your money for Ultimate Edition, and you're like, okay, well, now I'm playing Melina. I just bought these characters. And it's, well, you didn't give me a real custom variation system. You just, because if you're a casual player, you can play, you know, day one custom variations. You don't need to go by tournament rules. You don't give a shit what the pros are doing. You can play with your friends, make a crap ton of variations. Then you buy this final version of the game, and what they give you is the ability to do it in a pro mode, in pro competitions. And you're like, well, I've been doing this since the first game. I mean, you gave me Melina and these other characters, but you just slapped her together. I can't do things like high sci, low sci, air sci. Like, this is not even a complete game. But you got, and if somebody brings that up, oh, but look at the tournaments are hype. And okay, but what is that to do with you guys who are just playing for fun? So I feel like the casual experience is different from the pro experience. More times than not, it is the casual experience that is made out to be irrelevant so long as the tournament scene is good. But you're alienating millions of paying customers. And I can tell you, for me, like MK Deception, you know what Conquest was for me? A means to an end to get all the characters. I didn't really pay much attention to it. Even though I love the lore, I just wanted to get in and get into the gameplay.
Yep.
But for a casual player who says, man, that was awesome, why can't they give me stuff like this? What am I paying $100 for day one? Like, what am I getting for my money? I feel like that kind of stuff gets glanced over by the pro player. Like, they don't care. I don't care that you don't have that because you can just go online and play, blah, blah, blah. But that's not why you're playing, right? I mean, let's be honest, right? You don't care about that. Also, though, for a casual player, and no one should ever tell you how to play for fun. You should be able to play. You paid the same $110 everybody else did. So however you play for fun, you play for fun. But I feel like when you were talking about the combos and everything, instead of belittling you, what the player should have done was had a conversation with you. And because I was watching, you're a very aggressive player, which is like when you say I know how to scrap. People confuse it. That you means you know how to play, you want to take the fight to them, so on and so forth. I totally understand what you're saying. And then when you talk about the combo breakers, and I understand you don't want to go to university. I mean, who does? If you're playing the game for fun, why do you care about the properties and the frames of every move in the game? Like, let's be honest with you, right? But when you mention defensive mechanics, and I'm like, why doesn't a pro player just ever said, Well, part of defensive mechanics, there has to be a little bit of university in there.
Yeah.
Because even if there are a bunch of defensive mechanics, they don't help you if you're going to swing at heavy negative frames, if you're going to be unsafe, and if you're going to be overly aggressive sometimes. The defensive mechanics aren't going to help you there, right? But instead of saying that, they just say, oh, you don't know anything, which of course is going to make you have a defensive and be like, well, I mean, clearly I don't know something. Otherwise, you wouldn't beat anybody, right? Like if you were helpless, right?
Yeah.
So there's a level of balance where the game can be fun for the casual and still good in a competitive way. But if there's no dialogue and it's just going to be insults and insulting people's intelligence, I mean, it never gets anywhere. And I think for you, you do represent a lot of the people who get glossed over by pro players who are like, well, good for you in your tournament scene, but I mean, I paid $110. What if I have invasions? Nobody likes that. What else do I have? You know, you can't get skins unless they sell it to you. So you're like, I have to pay money every single month for a skin.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no modes for me to play. All I can do is go online and play a game that doesn't even resemble Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I want to apologize for being an ass to you, man. Can I explain a little bit, if that's okay? Have you got the time?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
it's just, I mean, obviously, like, you know, I came from, like, there's a couple of perspectives. I look at sort of, you know, obviously because you guys are friends, you know, and like me and Mike have talked about this, where the way that Mike handles, you know, business with his friends is obviously in a private fashion. I come from an old school line of YouTube where even with, like, I even had like a best friend, you know, that, you know, was trying to do the dirty on me back in the day. And then, you know, like back then everyone got exposed. Like it was just like open season because we were trying to root out, you know, any sort of bad actors. And in my history, like, I know like me and Mike spoke about this. I don't know if you want to, you know, mention it on your side, dude, but like, I've had people, like I had a family member, you know, sort of nearly, and I use the word scam. I'm not saying you are, I'm just using the word, but like, or try and like defraud our family. I've had friends in the past that have done it with certain pyramid schemes. I'm assuming you know what Amway is over in America.
Oh man, that is such a scam. Man,
yeah,
I'm
so
with you on that.
yeah,
man.
so
Yes.
so we had stuff like that, and I'm so sorry, man. You know, I you know, I'm a fighter, but sometimes like my sword swing is just either way too hard or way too big, you know. And I've never had a personal issue with you. You were actually the one that came to me and wanted to talk to me about this sort of stuff, about my perspective.
That you were treated very unfairly. I felt like you were very
and Mike told me, I hope it's okay to say, Mike, apparently behind the scenes you were telling Mike to leave me alone. So thank you, my son. I appreciate that. I really do. I had no idea, right? And unfortunately, though, because the optics is, I'm only going by what I see. And that's on me. You know, part of that is making sure that I do a better job. And I'm sorry. You know, if I upset you or anything like that, I really am. You know, I am sorry. I just thought I just got too much up in that, you know, that crusade mentality. You know, it's like right, fucking, you know, like I can't stand this thing. It's just there's no gray area, there's no middle ground. You know, I got to call it out and stuff like that. And that's on me, dude. Yeah, so I am really sorry about that.
And thank you for that. And yeah, people, not just Mike, but people coming to me and say, what are you doing? We got to take the piss out of Fade. And I'm like, why? The guy's only saying I paid $110 for this shit. I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, like, he's not wrong. You know, we're not on opposite sides here. I was like, I always thought it was dumb to make people about opposite sides. You know, for me, that situation, honestly, that saved my life. You know, I hate to say that something that I did wrong saved my life, but man, I was in my 40s, still trying to lead the stupid FGC dream that I'm going to do this and stream whatever. And I got 2 kids. And when that happened, the first thing I did was like, what am I going to do without the FGC? Right. So of course, what I did was very dishonest and deceitful, but truthfully, it made me realize like I can't be a victim here. I've just got to own it. It's my fault, and it changed everything. I would not be in the situation I am now without that situation. So
Yeah, that's
it was a
good.
blessing
Yeah,
and a curse at the same time.
yeah,
And it changed my life. And I didn't like how, again, when you do something wrong, you don't get to choose your punishment. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
if you then you know that's not in my control. What's in my control was not to do what I did.
yeah,
And while it wasn't a scam, I said, hey, whose fault is it that it looked like one? Mine. So I just had to own that.
yeah,
What I didn't like was the community. After 2019, they didn't realize I didn't die. So my story kept going, and it was like in prison, no parole. Nobody cares about the good you're doing now. Nobody cares have you changed, you're done.
yeah,
So I was like, well, I always felt like, well, why? Like, you know, it is what it is.
yeah,
But yeah, I don't hold anything against you for that. Most people don't know the ins and outs of the situation, but it really did. It changed my life for the better. I mean, it as far as like it made me a much better person.
yeah,
And that's why I speak so much about pro players. And Mike knows that there are several of them out there who are people, friends of theirs, that come to me for money and tell me the truth. There are several pro players who don't admit it. And Mike has seen those screenshots that have followed the dream. They won a little bit of money once. Now they're in their 30s. They have no money, no retirement, nothing. So that's why I speak so much to kids like, hey, let's not forget why we play these games.
yeah,
For fun. Even if you're a pro player, at the end of the day, all you're ever going to have is the fun of it, right? You're not going to get rich. You're not going to have big money. We're all, if you call yourself a quote unquote pro, you're playing the game for fun. Never forget. So that's why, because I fell into that, and there are so many that have. That's why so many younger players like, nope, you've got to work. It's for fun. Enjoy the fun while you have, but don't do it at the mistakes that I made.
I mean,
getting into your 40s.
I mean, like, people obviously love you, and there's I love you, right? But like,
Thank you.
I was just thinking though, like you said something like about like they don't explain things, dude. I mean, why don't you do that? Like, why don't you like be the one, the pioneer to do that, right? Be the one that's leading that particular thing, and that way other people will go, oh shit, yeah, Tom's over here actually helping people, you know, speaking with them, that sort of thing.
But they know that. The thing is, they know that, and Mike has heard them say nobody cares many times. They say nobody cares.
I care. I care, and I back you on
ultimately,
that. So
ultimately, I think the main reason why I don't explain things or be that guy that explains the games to people or whatever is something that really, when I made a few of my videos, but especially the last one, when I said, listen, here's, because I've worked at NetherRealm as a guest tester, I understand their procedure and I know where all the faults are. So that was, and I said, and I had several big content creators reach out to me and say, man, you know, these are videos that really start the fire.
Yep.
Like when the tech community went, you know, scorched earth on Harada. He said, the problem is nobody can draw attention to it because it's you that's in the stigma around you. I can't react to it. Button Check can't react to it. So for me, I'm just shouting into a black hole. If it was anybody else that had the same MK pedigree that made that video, it would be everywhere. It would be on event hubs. Ernesto would cover it. Super would talk about it. Maximilian would talk about it.
yeah,
But it's me. So I'm like, I can't help. I am, you know, persona non grata, unfortunately. And MK community, I don't think, and I've had many people in the MK community come to me and say, hey, it's in the past. You've changed for the better. Like, why don't you come back? It's because they didn't realize it was going to get so big. It's beyond their control now. 1 million people saw that. If they told one other person, that's 2 million people. The MK community just is a small part. And it went beyond fighting games. It went beyond the FGC. It went to the overall gaming community. And those people will never know and never care. So for the MK community to say, oh, well, it's us. You know, who are these people who aren't in our community? There are just too many of them. They'll say, why you have that guy in there? What would that mean? So there's no way. So it blew up to something that can never be put back in the bottle. I'm not saying I should ever run from what I did, but keep in mind, I didn't even hide from it. I went live the next day and I said, I'm just going to take my beatings because I was wrong, right? I said, if I hide from it, it's not going to help. If I hide and come back 6 months later, it'll be like, oh, this guy thought he was going to get away scot-free. You just have to take the flogging. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you do something wrong. But now nothing I do can help. I do have a lot of insight to all the dumb stuff. And you talk about a lot of this stuff too. Ed Boon, the programmer. The real brain behind Mortal Kombat was John Tobias. MK9 was successful because Ed Boon said, why don't we just retell John's story? You know, I mean, that's, and then when it was up to Ed Boon, oh, we'll do MKX. Oh, I'll reboot it. The timeline. We'll do MK11. Oh, we'll change the timeline. He doesn't know what he's doing. Because unfortunately, Mortal Kombat came from the brain of John Tobias, and it was programmed by Ed Boon. But the moves, the characters, the soul was always John Tobias.
My annoyance with Ed Boon goes back to the 3D era, and again, like the 3D era has the vibe of MK. It's just that, like, as soon as John Tobias was out of the picture, like it was immediate. Like, we got Deadly Alliance, right? One of my boys from the Discord, Flaming Strike, he is just still traumatized by his mum and dad buying him Deadly Alliance, and his favorite character literally being killed within the opening few minutes, right? Like he's never getting over that shit, right? So but with Ed Boon, like, oh man, I have memes before memes became a thing of when I was like posting shit on forums and just taking the piss out of it because I was just like, I was so annoyed. I knew that when John Tobias stepped away, I knew something was like, there was going to be this hole that was missing. And those two guys together, made what I consider one of the best MK fighting game franchises of all time. But going back to what you said, fuck everyone else. Do it. You want to help people? You want to teach people? Use your platform to do it? Do it. I will back you. 100%.
It just never gets, And also, I was like, when I see commentators, I'm like, look, I don't even want money. I've been blessed. So I would commentate these bigger tournaments and don't even give me any money. I'll pay for my own travel. Why don't you pay for someone else who can't afford to come out, who can't afford the flight, who can't afford their hotel? I don't want any money from it. I don't want a hotel from it. I don't want to be paid to do it. Pay for someone else's flight, give them a little stipend to live off of for those 2 days, and pay for their entry fee. So someone who will never get to see at a tournament from maybe the African region or anywhere that we may never see. Think about how many of these Brazilians we go down there and we're like, oh my God, look at all these killers here that will never be able to afford to go somewhere else, right? So I don't know. There's a lot of good I would love to do, but it's just the hands-off thing is just look, we all make mistakes, and I'm not one to justify mine. But I mean, I don't know. I think I could do a lot of good if I'm allowed to.
Do it, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Listen, as a fucking aggravator in the community, like, I don't give a shit. Speak your mind, put your content out. Like, I guess the real question is, like, do you want to attend real events, or is it something that you can become almost like the how do I put this without sounding like I'm sucking you off? Like the Gandalf of the MK community, like where you're putting out content. Well, you're actually like, you're teaching people. The thing you said before is just like a splinter in my head right now. Teaching the people, getting them to understand both sides and with tutorials, all sorts of shit like that. Fuck the rest of them. Just do it yourself. Like, do what you want to do because you have the background, right? Fuck events and all this other shit. And if they don't want you a part of it, so be it, man. They probably got my face probably next to Mike's and yours in Netherrealm throwing darts at it. I don't give a shit.
That's true.
Forge your own path.
I just really, like I said, I made a video that should have been like the match that lights the fuse of no more Netherrealm. We're not going to take it anymore. And sure, 25,000 people saw it. But if it was anybody else, it wouldn't. I'm not even saying views on my video. Imagine Maximilian reacts to that. I mean, like, it would blow up everywhere. And I'm sure he would, because it's content, right? It's someone who has a deep knowledge of Mortal Kombat, a deep knowledge of Ed Boon, a deep knowledge of the problems, and they can't. You know, it never. And because of that, Ed Boon gets to live another day, because it's like, it never catches fire to where Ed Boon can say, like, Harada did everything to put the fire out. It just kept growing. And then not only did the Tekken community found out about it, it became a whole FGC thing where they knew exactly what was going on. And it just became so big and so loud. You know, I hate when people say, oh, well, they don't care about money, yada, yada, yada. It's not true. You know, power is always with the people. Power is always with the consumer, always. And when people tell you things like, oh, well, they don't care about you, whatever, they care about the money, they do care if you make them care. We have all the power, you know, at the end of the day, to dictate the game that we want. When we get rid of that power and just say, oh, what? So I mean, I guess I could keep doing it, but I really wish that it would catch fire to a point where somebody over there actually cares about would give their take, so it could be a bigger FGC issue. Because the FGC acts like, oh, Mortal Kombat, you know, we don't care, you know, nobody cares, whatever. If everyone knew the real problem with the game, it's not that it's this shit game little stepchild. It's the people who develop it are using a terrible formula to try to pump out this game. And
But
it's
Tom,
just
Tom,
not, no.
I think that you should just do it anyway, because persistence beats resistance, and you should do it for the people that And I think that the more you put yourself out there, and the more you do something, the more it opens up the chance for good things to happen. Obviously, it opens up the door for bad things to happen as well. But I think you need to take the chance and just go full, because you have a lot of knowledge that you can share with people. I don't think you should worry about the people that have a lot of shit to say, because normally those people are not really going to say anything to you on a live stream, or they're not going to say anything to you. It's just people on the internet chatting shit. And I think you could be a force for good in the scene. And like I said, I mean, look, me and Fate are cool now. If we did it, if Fate had decided to walk away from the internet when he originally said that he's going to take a break and not come back, then this wouldn't have happened. If I, you know, didn't continue, if I didn't make that 2.5 hour video that I did, I wouldn't have been sitting in my car watching it going, do you know what, this was a mistake. So I think you should just keep doing stuff and see what happens. That's the adventure of life, right?
Maybe I will, actually.
You said, oh, you know, what about the Maximilians and shit like that? Fucking be the next one, bro. Like, don't worry about their exposure.
Maximilian's the Omega.
Well, you know, I don't know.
What I mean is, if someone like that, or even Button Check, or someone like that reacts to this kind of stuff and gives validity to it, it no longer comes off to NetherRealm. The MK community, for all the good I try to do, the MK community literally was like, oh, that crybaby, that whiner. Brother, I'm trying to help you get a better game. I understand the game and the problems far greater than someone trying to pay for 20,000, you know, pay for, you know, their meal, playing for that. I mean, like, the problems are just going to keep repeating. And so the community labels me one way. So NRS says, oh, yeah, isn't that guy that's always crying, never been happy with the blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. And then, of course, because of the stigma, someone would need to do something to where it gets seen finally from NetherRealm as it's not thus the guy that the MK community says is crying over nothing. These are legitimate issues that everyone who knows fighting games recognizes as an issue. And then it makes it hard for it to ignore. Because once you change the stigma from, and they do it with you too, Fade, you know, like you'll say something and they'll say, oh, you know, like I said in my video, when somebody says, I don't like the game, what do they say? Oh, you're salty because you're not winning. No, someone says they don't like the game. They don't like the fucking game, you know, and it gets swept under the rug of another salty player crying because they're not winning. This is just stupid talk to tell someone who says, it It's no longer the game I fell in love with. That that you actually do like the game. It's just so stupid. I'm like, how did we get here?
Yeah, but Tom, don't forget that when I did that, I did a series of Mortal Kombat videos, and like they were seen by a lot of people. And initially, I got the crybaby comments as well. I remember I did a video, and I basically outlined. It was in like October, I think, or yeah, October 2023, and I outlined what I hated about MK1, and I got a bunch of hate comments. Like, because the game was brand new, right? Nobody was trying to hear it, and I got a bunch of hate comments. I just did a follow up and I basically told them why they were wrong. And then I've got people going back to that video from October 2023 saying, oh, Mike was right about this, Mike was right about that. So don't worry about what they're saying in the present. They will come to realize the truth eventually, because at the end of the day, they're the ones reaching into their pockets and giving NRS their money. And at some point, they're going to have to admit that we got ripped off. MK1 might be in a better state now. It is in a better state now, but we paid a certain amount of money for it. We shouldn't be the beta testers, like we said 100 times. So I just push through the noise, just because there's a lot of people that could benefit from your wisdom. You're, like you said, you're one of the only people, if not the only one, that played MK at a high level through every single era, right? So that has to mean something. If I was you, I would worry about your own people, whether it's new people that you've been introduced to or people that used to support you, and just do that. And eventually, because you're not wrong, the truth will push through and they will have to accept it. Or they could sit on Twitter and Reddit and just say dumb shit. Like those voices are not going to make a difference, because they're not telling you why you're wrong. They're just saying you're wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was because, like, the reason why I was doing it is because I saw with you, they would just say, oh, he's not always an MK guy. And even though you do have an MK pedigree, they just ignore it. Well, who's Mike Hollow? He wasn't around in the just, whatever days, whatever. And so when I do it, nobody can nobody can shut down any of it. Like, I'm not speaking from, oh, you weren't there. Most of the time, I can tell these players, you have no idea what you're talking about. Have you ever talked to Ed Boon? Have you ever got another realm? Have you ever worked here? They have no idea how things happen. So it's very, and by the way, Faith, to answer your question, I actually had the question to the Condiment Twins, what actually happens. And this is, again, what makes it so difficult for us as testers, right?
Yeah.
So let me tell you what the conversation probably happened. So they shoved them in probably the Sub-Zero conference room. Every guest tester gets shoved in the Sub-Zero conference room. And you're not connected to the internet. In MKX, we were connected for a short while. So they tested the online by having us play the guy next to me.
Yep.
On a local server.
Yep. Yeah, that's what
it feels great, right?
Yeah.
And then it goes worldwide and it's shit. But what probably a conversation that would happen is Ketchup and Mustard would probably ask someone there, hey, crossplay, I saw you guys took it out. When is it going to be in? It's a big deal. Here's what you get. Oh, yeah, it'll be in within the first month. Oh, okay. So they don't ever give you the right answer, right?
Yeah.
Because if they would have said, look, we may not have it in for a year, certainly they would have said, that's catastrophic. A whole year and people can't play each other? So they just, again, they bring people in and don't even give them enough information to really give the right feedback on the product, which is another problem.
Yeah. And that's
you're going to ask it.
Yeah, and that's on me for swinging the hammer at it too, because like when MK9 got banned in Australia, like there was no, like I wasn't sort of critiquing or even looking at the content creators, maybe outside of Total MK. But essentially, like when MK9 was coming out, I was covering it, and then when it got banned, it switched to like trying to get it unbanned. But there was never any there was never talking to any other creators. I honestly can't even remember if there were any, because back then a lot of the big news and stuff would still hit websites, like MK Online, that sort of thing, or MK Secrets. And so when I came back into covering it in this time, right, I'm looking at like all these like shill type channels, the Glazers, everything, and everyone, again, it just got the fake carpet bomb, right? And I question everything and everyone, because I'm like, why can't fucking people just be honest? And if people had information, outside of obviously NDA, that sort of information, like crossplay, is such a selling point now, because otherwise they can go, yeah, we're not going to put crossplay in there because we'll get more sales. It means that this guy over here is going to have to buy a different copy, or a different console for that copy to play his friend. that's why crossplay is such a big thing. And of course, like I've never spoken to them, and again, that's on me. You know, I am a pretty fucking big hammer, and I don't often see where I'm hitting, but that's on me
Wait,
for
do you
not
know what
being.
you remind me of? You ever seen that meme of I think it's from only is it Sunny in Philadelphia or something like that? And the he's at a big
Yes.
board and he's just connecting the dots everywhere, and he turns to his friends. He looks really crazy because he's trying to connect the dots to everything. And he's like, no, this means that and this means that. Whenever I see you talking, I'm like, you remind me of that meme.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Fate's not wrong in this because and another big problem is if you are a paid tester from NRS. So NRS has some testers that work directly for NRS, and some that a lot of them get subcontracted through a third-party company. The problem is they can't speak freely, which is a terrible fucking way to build a product when the people that are paying there can't speak freely. All the times I've been there as a guest tester, MK9, Injustice 1, MKX, so on and so forth, the guest testers had infinite more power to change anything over the people that worked there. So people would come to us and say, hey, don't forget to bring this up. Don't forget to bring this up. Because they couldn't say anything. And we could say, Ed, this is a terrible idea. We got an audience with Ed where he actually cared what we thought, and we could speak freely without any worry of like, oh, because we're just guest testers. But honestly, we got more change than the regular testers. And even Blood Cow confirmed we had more power as an outside guest tester than the people that work there. And it's a terrible when your paid testers cannot speak freely to this is bad, this is not going to work for fear of their job, or they do speak freely and you just blow them off, then either you need to change your formula there or bring in more guest testers. I mean, to me, if you have that many testers there, maybe you should listen to them. Otherwise, what are you paying them for?
Yeah,
and that's
true.
a big flaw in the system. They can't speak freely. Big flaw in the system. Anyway, guys, I got to go. My kids or whatever. I want to thanks for having me on. Fate, it was great to clear the air. Look,
Yeah.
we're both old men, you know, like we're both old men. We're all on the same side. We just want them to
Listen,
give us-
relax. Listen. Just relax with the old shit, bro. Like, come on, man. Like, you know, like.
Oh, well, I'm only 48. I mean, what I mean is like we're in a world where you got people that are 16 winning tournaments, right? So they see us and they think we're boomers, even though we're Gen Xers, because they don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Everyone's a boomer when you're a new player. I mean, at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. Just give us a game that we want to get into and play for fun and just come home from work or whatever and lose ourselves in it for a couple of hours and say, man, that was awesome.
Yeah.
That's all we want, you know, and they gave it to us. Mortal Kombat was such a good game for so long that we don't care that we're disappointed. We keep buying the next one because we know what it can be.
Yeah, it's the hope.
It just kills us when it's not. It just kills us when it's not. Thanks for having me on, though, Mike. Fate, always good to talk to you, my friend.
You too, brother.
No worries, bro. Take care.
All right.
I'm just gonna quickly read out these super chats. Didn't mean to neglect you guys.
Hey, hang on. Listen, hang on a sec. Do you have a fridge in your room?
Yeah, I've got a fridge right here. It's mainly filled up of barbecue sauce, water, and orange juice. Milk. I've got a kettle up here as well. Basically,
Okay.
I used to own a bakery with my ex-girlfriend, and I used to have a freezer up here and my fridge.
Yeah.
And we would keep everything up here because her treats were they were so good that we just couldn't trust my family to not eat them. So I was like, we need to buy a freezer and we need to keep this shit in my room because we're not going to be able to get away with keeping it in the kitchen because we got orders to send that in the morning and you know people are eating our shit. So so I put the freezer downstairs because I was like, I'll let the family use it now. But the fridge, nice little fridge. I can put my figurines on top of it as well. So
nice. Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I know you're doing the super chat. So
no, it's fine. No worries, man. John Diaz, thank you for the $5, bro. Given the recent string of videos released this week, this was the most unexpected outcome ever. Cheers, everyone. Glad to see it. Yeah, I like to think I take people that come to the channel on a bit of a roller coaster. One day they'll be watching a Tekken video, the next day they'll be listening to some shit that happened in Melee scene, and today me and Faye have made up, so
Yeah.
you never know what you're gonna get over here. And Loso Tension, thank you for the $5. Tom, the real ones will watch you. Your voice is more important than you think for both competitive and casual sides. Yeah, it really is. I think Tom focuses way too much on the negative comments, because I wake up every day and I see negative comments. Like I've had like more than one death threat at this point now, and I'm just like, it's whatever, man. It's not a big deal.
I actually haven't had a death threat yet, so I'm kind of feeling a bit neglected, to be perfectly honest. Like, you know, this is just unacceptable, right? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, for whatever reason, Tom cares too much about people. Like, half the time, like, I don't know about you, man, but I'll get like email comments, right, from YouTube videos, and like sometimes I'll just delete them, right, because I know, depending on what the video is, it's like, nah, I know it's, you know, I don't want to deal with that. But yeah, he's just got to, that's the thing, dude. Like, he gets thousands of views on his videos. I don't know why he tanked all that shit. Like, he's just, like, unless he wants to start fresh, and that's fine, I understand that. But he gets thousands upon thousands of views. That dude is not, he's not starving, like, in terms of, like, coverage, you know, and he should forge his own path. Fuck him. Like, fuck the rest. Like, you're doing your thing, I'm doing my thing. But everyone's like, that's the thing though, but we're all heading in the same direction, you know. And yeah, it's a beautiful menage a trois.
Yeah, but well, they use that language. But... no, I agree with you. Tom's got a very important voice. Whether people agree with him or not, it shouldn't come down to, if you don't agree with Tom, you don't want him there, because disagreeing with somebody is fine. Like, we're all opinion-based channels. They shouldn't hate on him because he has a difference of opinions, and they should recognize that Tom just wants what's best for Mortal Kombat. But he has the perspective of all three on a casual and high level, on a high level basis. Where, like, I have the perspective on all three, but I don't have the perspective of the arcade era, and I guess like some of the 3D era at a high level. And that's important for Tom to have that perspective. People shouldn't shit on him and constantly bring up Sub-Zero or like the situation that happened 6 years ago. I don't think it's fair to boil his accomplishments down to that.
Yeah.
But I think he should just push through. You push through, people will they'll end up listening, because he's not lying.
Yeah.
One thing I've never heard someone say, "Oh, Tom's lying in his videos."
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's
I think
true.
he should push through.
Yeah, I mean, and if I can help in some way, I know I'm small, but if I can help in some way, I'll do it. I'll back him. You know, like, he just, this is the way, like, I approach my channel. It's like, you know, it's cool to collaborate and stuff like that. I was about to say and listen, like Vanilla Ice, but that's probably, some people won't even get that fucking reference, but you know, you do. Right? But anyway, but like, you know, the thing is though, that like, it's like, and I know I've heard you say it too. It's like, this is my channel. This is the way I'm running business over here. And he needs to do that. He needs to put out his content and just like, because some people get into reading the comments. Some people want to start, because I know you like interacting with people. To be honest, I don't know how you do it in the capacity that you do, because, you know, some people can just drive you kind of nuts, right? They literally, you know, fishing for shit. But I think in his case, his weakness is the people. In like the negative people. He's got to shut it out and just put his content out. And then if he's got other creators out there, like yourself, myself, others, that are going, yeah, this is great, you know, then eventually you'll push through the shit, you know, and push everyone out. And then eventually they might want to be a part of it, because they might wake up and realize, you know, that hey, this is the better way to do things. So I don't know.
Also, one thing I wanted to bring up before I forget, I meant to mention it earlier, but I need to say this now, because you're still streaming, right?
Yeah. I got my folks over here, so yeah.
All right, I need to say this now whilst your folks are all watching.
Okay.
Guys, for any of you that are watching right now that believe that I am in charge of an FGC mafia, I can promise you that is not true. Okay, I am not in charge of an FGC mafia. I know a lot of content creators and people in the FGC, but I am not running a cabal. I do not have secret meetings with people in the FGC to conspire against people. Apart from this most recent situation where me and Tom we did get together and say, right, this is it. Like,
Yep.
let's just put these videos out.
Yep.
But outside of that, I know that Mrs. Play Stuff's name has been thrown around. True Underdogs. We got King J. Some Sikander, some other people. So I am not in charge of. I'm not running a cabal of fighting game players to attack people. I just want to let everyone know that.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I actually never thought that. Right. To be fair, I was just like, oh yeah, there's a bit like mafia over here. And then obviously people must be running with their wild conspiracy theories, but did you want me to? You mentioned Mrs. Play Stuff. Who was the other person? You mentioned this.
True Underdog.
Yeah, did you want me to address any of that, or like, you know, because I don't have any personal beef with them, but I can, if you want me to address my thought process.
Yeah, I mean, with Lisa, like, I think Lisa's personality, she reminds me a lot of Ellie, where she sort of just like laughs things off. So I don't think she ever got bothered by any of it.
Okay.
But I do think that with True Underdog, if I could speak honestly, to me it felt a little bit unfair because you know, I had that video of you saying I want to apologize and extend an olive branch.
Yep.
And then you two spoke on my podcast, and you know, you said good conversation, mate, and you went about your business.
Yep.
And True Underdog's content never changed. You know, he never changed. He's been the same guy since that day. So for me, when I said sorry to him, I was like, yeah, I've said sorry. He does the kind of content that he does, but the man behind the camera he seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah.
So I was like, no more True Underdog content. If I have a point of contention, I will speak to him privately. But when I saw your most recent video, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, I obviously I don't mean this in a disrespectful way.
No, that's perfectly fine. Yeah.
To me, it felt more like, because you know me and True Underdog are friends now, or like we're friendly with each other, it felt more like that's why he was being attacked rather than you having an actual problem with him. Yeah. So if you could clear that up for True Underdog.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like I'd actually love to be able to talk to him. But I am small. I don't know if it's something he'd want to do. But it wasn't actually because of you. It actually just popped up. I think it popped up on my Discord that somebody shared it, and somebody was like going, man, this fucking clickbait shit again, you know. And like I was like doing, like, I've been doing React videos lately. I've been having a lot of fun with that, just seeing the different perspectives of creators. And then I saw that on my Discord. I'm like, man, like, he doesn't know fucking shit. He doesn't know anything about Injustice 3, right? And I got real in my feels with that, you know. And I'm like, that's it, fucking Crusade time. And I just did the video, but I promise it wasn't because of you. I guess I don't know if you've ever asked him. Maybe you can help me with this. And again, if he's listening or watching it, I would love to get him on the show if he so chooses. But did you ever ask him, like, again, this comes from my point of view as like honesty, you know what I mean? Because I know obviously we've had conversations about what you've seen about my content. If some of it is you know, a little bit aggravating, clickbaity, that sort of thing. I came up with a new term the other day. I'm calling it tingle bait. So if a thumbnail gives you a tingle, then guilty as charged, right? But that's just kind of, I kind of have a little bit of fun with what I do. Like, you know what it's like, man. You got to sell yourself a little bit. But I agree with you about things like clickbait and stuff like that, where you're eliciting a reaction or a response, and behind the camera you're like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. You know, this is all business. I don't care. Whereas to me, I think, well, as a customer or a fan of something, it's like, well, you kind of want to at least have a little bit of, you know, a little bit of honesty. You know, a simple question mark, for example, on his video solves the issue, right? Injustice 3, what was it? Injustice 3 roster, question mark, right? Not an absolute. So have you ever asked him about his content and said, hey, why do you do and phrase it in particular ways that do give the appearance of, you know, like being that sort of thing? If you feel comfortable answering.
Yeah, he said it on my podcast. I'm paraphrasing slightly, but he basically said that a lot, like, his YouTube channel is like business for him. It's something that he sees as like I guess a big money maker, and it's something that is working for him. And I think he also said that although he frames his titles and his thumbnails in a certain way,
Yeah.
he's noticed that his retention rates on his video are very high. So people are clicking on his videos and they're listening to what he's saying, and they're not clicking off saying, "Oh, he baited me." They seem to be enjoying them. So
Yeah.
he, in his eyes, he's making those videos for his core audience
Yeah.
that enjoy that kind of thumbnail and um that kind of title. Because I remember when I was younger,
Yeah.
there was some YouTube channels that I used to watch for like they would like leak stuff for like Dragon Ball Z Budokai 2 or whatever, or Budokai
Yeah.
3, and they would phrase it in a way where it would make it sound like they knew exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing those videos and seeing like a PNG of Vegeta in Super Saiyan 4 and being like, "Oh shit,
Yeah.
I want to watch that."
Yeah.
And I would do it over and over and over again. And every single time I'd click on them, it wasn't disappointment that I felt, but it was always like, man, there was no
Yeah.
substance in it. But
Yeah.
I think in True Underdog's like defense, there is substance in his videos. He sort of deviates from the original title and starts talking about other things.
Yeah.
But I remember there is an audience for people that do like that stuff, because if you look at his videos, despite what everyone said and all the things that I mentioned as well, he's growing as a YouTuber. He's gained 3,000 subs since I last spoke with him on the podcast.
Yep.
And he or when you spoke with him, sorry, on the podcast. And when I look at his videos, he's still getting 20 to 40 to 60,000 views. So
Yeah.
it's working. You know, I can't knock the man. You know, he's making his money. People if people didn't like his content, they wouldn't watch it. That's how YouTube works, right? If you fuck around with the public, they will let you know, and they seem to like what he's doing.
Yeah, I think I know. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. So he's got a pulse on the people. They want that. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying. Yeah, shit, man, you make me feel bad. Fucking hell, dude. Like I kind of didn't see it like that. So he's realizing that his audience kind of wants this sensationalist, like, correct me if I'm wrong, sensationalist like headline. Like, bam, you know, like, new character in Injustice 3. It's like, man, the fucking game isn't out yet. What are you talking about, right? But that core audience is like, here we go, right? Like, this is another true video. So, but obviously from my point of view, I come from outside the space. I haven't spoken to the guy. I'd love to, you know, and you know, and know more. Because then that way I don't do the initial reaction that other people have too, which is like, well, you know, why does it feel dishonest? Like, and there's a guy in the space, I can't remember his name. I keep wanting to say Future Boy Who, but I think it's somebody else. But the videos on my channel, I'll try and find it for you, man, and show you. This guy openly admitted that he was lying about sources. Like, he actually would say, "Oh yeah, this inside source I've got would tell me that this character was coming in that," and he'd make
is this the Mortal Kombat guy?
Yeah, it's it was an MK guy.
I know exactly who you're talking about. I can't remember what his name is exactly, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, and I'm like, listen, I think I praised the guy for coming clean. It's like, okay, great, you know, like, but you know, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, listen, you know, even if it's a 4chan post, I'll share it, you know, because then that way people can make up their own, you know, determination about legitimacy or not. But again, that's part of my thing. It's like, I just, you know, I kind of look at it like, you know, being honest, but the way you explained it, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. Cause obviously he's figured out what his audience likes and now he's feeding them, you know, and yeah, you're right. Like, there are the creators, I won't say, there are creators in the space, right, that probably get like 2 crumbs of chicken feed, you know, and they're way bigger, right? And yeah, they're definitely not, they definitely have no idea what their audience wants, you know, or anything, you know. But thank you for explaining that. Yeah. So
yeah, I think with True Underdog, like, I get the sense that he's just a very kind individual. Like, that's the impression that he gives me.
yeah,
So even if now, because I spoke to him, and obviously I don't know him in person. He could be the guy from Wolf Creek for all I know. But what I see on the internet is he puts himself across like he's very like nice, just wants to get along with everyone. Even when I spoke to him earlier today and I told him this was happening, and he was like, "Oh, that's good. I just want everyone to be friends."
yeah,
He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that, because with the amount of people that have made videos on him and the amount of tweets that go up about him, He could make loads of money just fighting with the community, but he stays very zeroed in on what his core audience wants. And I
Mm.
never thought about that before. I respect it. Like, he's doing his thing. He's not hurting anyone.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you know, I agree with that because I kind of, you know, it kind of makes me a hypocrite to be honest because you know, if you look at Uncaged Games or Super, right, you know, they're very self-aware as well. You know, that's how I view them. You know, they know exactly what they're doing. They put out the content that they know is gonna, you know, get the traction, and that's fine for them. But I never sort of held any sort of animosity. But for whatever reason, I don't know, like true sort of, you know, some people they just, as you said before, you might see the guy on the playground like, yeah, you fucking piss me off. Your existence just bothers me, right? You know, like, and it doesn't make any sense, you know. But that's one of the things. Like when I stepped away, you know, like for the family stuff, you know, I you know, on my downtime, I started like going into the streams of Foxy and paying better attention to what's going on and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, you know, I need to, for my, because you said, you know, I'm not responsible. I'm responsible. I want to be responsible for the fact that my audience now, like if somebody comes in and starts slagging you off, I'm like, don't do that. I saw you do that with me. I saw you do that in the video the other day. Somebody said something about, you know, maybe Fate's busy because it's kind of funny. His wife's making him go work, you know, and it's kind of funny saying it, but like, you're like, nah, cut that shit out. And you know, I respect that. So, you know, I want to make sure that, you know, I'm simmering down my side, you know, and realizing that, you know, we're just two dudes who have very strong, passionate stuff, but we're all heading in the same direction. And yeah, absolutely. Like this is, I want to make sure I'm doing my absolute best and part for that, you know, because you've been the villain, you've been the villain on my side. I've been the villain on your side, you know, and to be perfectly honest, we wouldn't be sitting here if it really was that, you know, if there really was, you know, true issues, you know, so.
No, 100%. I think that content creators are always gonna fight. Like I was watching Realm of Rage and Foxy go at it, and that shit is hilarious. Hopefully there's like peaceful resolution as well, but that shit was hilarious. So there's always gonna be people that fight. I just think, you know, obviously it's good. I think it's good for guys to get everything off their chest because sometimes people see content creators fight and they're like, are they really fighting over a game? But the people in the fight know it's not about the game anymore. It started with the game. It could have started with a voucher. It could have started because you stepped on my sneakers, and it escalates and escalates and escalates. And now you've even forgotten why you're fighting. But it's gotten to the point now where someone wants to strangle someone else. So I hope that him and Realm and Rage can squash their beef. Because that was an interesting like back and forth. I will say. Roman Rage came with the receipts. I do respect that because he checked me as well. Like he didn't say anything to me, but I saw Foxy's video and I was like, yeah, that does kind of look suspicious. I'm not gonna lie, but I didn't want to like make any assertions. And then I forgot because I don't do shorts. I was like, oh yeah, of course you can get thousands of views from shorts and subscribers. You know, it completely went over my head.
No, I love Rage. He's great. He's you know, he's just on the level. He's just a straight up dude, and I was fucking great. I mean, you know, like Foxy's great, but when he started calling him Foxy Grandma, I'm just laughing. I'm just fucking hell, man. You know, like, and they're just a back and forth, and I'm just going, yeah, you know. But yeah, I mean, the thing is though, like, I had people on my side come to me and go, you're like, why? Like, you and Mike should be getting along. Like, there's no reason, for any of this. And some of them were disappointed. You know, the fact that there was always that beef. I know we spoke about. I won't mention his name, but I'm making this declaration now. Nobody out there go out and fabricate shit or fucking try and get us to get back onto like some sort of beef shit. I won't tolerate it, right? Because there was somebody that tried doing that to us just recently, you know, and they only care about the fight. And maybe it's entertaining for them, but to be perfectly honest, dude, I fucking hate this shit. I hate it. Like, it's a waste of time, energy. It does nothing, as you've said many times, nothing is being moved forward, you know, with the conversation. And this certainly didn't do anything. Like, and I fucking hate agitators like that. You know, don't go out there and try and do shit like that. You know, you, at least on my, you know, and I'm assuming you too, but on my side, it's not going to be tolerated. So,
Yeah, I mean, I do have to apologize to Dragoon because I was sent a message saying that people in your Discord were conspiring against me to forge some messages to make me look like a pedophile. And I saw that and I was like, that's actually slander. Like
yeah, oh yeah,
I wouldn't recommend doing that. And when I was told that, it was told to me, and like I believed it because of the way it was told to me,
yeah,
which is my mistake for not fact checking that. But when you read stuff like that, and given the fact that people on the internet have done crazier things,
yeah,
I put out a message to on my YouTube channel saying I don't know for certain, but this is what I'm being told, which I
yeah,
shouldn't have done because I should have just gone to Dragoon first and been like, "Yo, why are you lot typing this shit about me? This is mad."
yeah.
And the reason that I jumped to the conclusion is because I was sent a screenshot of some people saying that, oh, they're calling for my ban or like they're gonna like flag videos or whatever, and I was like, man,
I
does it have to go down this road?
Yeah, I had people like I've had people just actually in the last 24 hours in because I got a chat to Fate section, right? And they're sitting there going flagging shit. I'm like, nah, and I just deleted everything. I just nuked the conversation because flagging does nothing. You know, it's you know we don't have unless the platform is actually acting in bad faith. There's no reason whatsoever to remove a content creator, even if you don't agree with them or like them. You know, they have every right to be here, especially to, you know, like if you know, if they're making something from it, then they have every single right. Like that's a little bit of income in their house, you know, and nobody has the right to take that away from anyone. Nobody, unless they were doing something, as you've spoken about, criminal. You know, something that's actually like, you know, criminal or, for example, slander, you know, stuff like that. You know, you just, you know, people shouldn't be doing that. You know, it does. I know people get inflamed, but yeah, I'll be making sure on my side that people, you know, are not even entertaining the idea, because you don't have to like someone, but you don't have to try and ruin something that they put work into. And Mike has. He's put work into his channel. He bought all his subscribers. He bought all his views. No, I'm just listen. I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding, man. Right? You know.
Did you? Let me ask you. Did you ever actually believe that I did that? Did you ever truly believe it?
Well, I think, I guess because, you know, when we blew up, right, you went up, but I kind of stayed, you know, and I'm thinking, where the fuck are all these people coming from? Like, I just, you know, and that's like people brought it up to me, and I'm like, I don't know. I mean, you know, I don't want it to be true, obviously, you know, but you know, when you're warring with somebody, you know, perspectives are warped, and that's on me, 100%. You know, it's absolutely warped. You know, but you know, I don't want that to be. I don't want any, like. I mean, the thing is though that, like, I don't even think. I mean, you can actually. The funny part is you can actually do it in YouTube, right? So people that out there that don't know this, when you can actually get monetized, you can actually promote your shit. You know, and you can pay a certain amount for a certain video to either garner in a certain percentage of views or subscribers. And I'm actually wondering if they did that to offset the people that were doing it, you know, like illegally. But yeah, I mean, you know, that's the thing, dude. Like you know, I'll be honest. Like I felt like I was backed in. I felt like I was backed in a corner. You know, I was trying to defend against this, that, or whatever. I'm thinking, man, I just, you know, it sort of didn't really matter what I was saying. You know, like I kind of felt like I was knocking on the door, but nobody was listening. You know, and I kept thinking, man, this shit shouldn't be happening. You know, and that's again all perspectives. I didn't know you. You didn't know me. I didn't know how you dealt with things. And that's part of this whole process, I guess, is making sure that like this never happens again, or if it's happening to other people, you know, because I had people at my camp that were like, nah, fuck Mike, we just war. You're like, we just want war. And it's like, no, I need this over, man. I need this. This is a good thing. This is a great thing that we're moving together forward, you know, because as I'm not your size, right? But like, you're right. At any set of level, there is a certain responsibility that you have to take, and you know what you put forward and the messaging and stuff like that. I agree with that 100%. And I was not, I'm not condescending when I'm saying this, dude, but I'm actually really proud of someone of your generation to say that, you know, because you don't see a lot of people standing up and going, no, this is the right thing to do. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hope that you know now going forward that, because I know because we were warring for so long, you had the idea that I would only do things to appease certain people, or like I would do it when it was safe to do it.
Yeah.
But I hope you know now, like seeing this whole situation, the amount of people that are like, no, continue the war, man, we love it.
Yeah.
Like, I'll be honest with you, like, if I was doing this for monetary gain, there would be zero reason to make amends with you, you know. So I kind of just I do things that I think is right in the moment, and it felt like this was the right way to go.
Yeah.
I also, the one thing I do want to apologize for, I want to apologize for this last thing, and then I want to read out some super chats. Now I know some people want to jump on the call to speak. I don't know if there's people from your side that want to as well. I can send them the link, but
yeah, if they want to jump in, yeah, just jump over to Mike's channel. I think it's message you on what is it? On Twitter or something, and I'll send you the link.
I'll put the banner up here so you can see it at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
If you're on Fate's channel, you might not be able to see it, but on my one, you'll be able to see it. You just message me on Twitter or on Discord.
Yeah.
But the one thing I do want to apologize for, also, hello, Kyako. You can't fight my moderators. You don't, unless I make you a mod. But the one thing I do want to apologize for is this was very childish of me, and I was being extremely childish, and we were giggling about it on stream when you mentioned it. But obviously, I turned you into an emote on my channel for the members, and you mentioned it, and I knew you were going to bring it up. And before you brought it up, I had removed it and replaced it with my face or something. And when you mentioned it, I was like, I don't know what he's talking about, guys. And I had the members spamming all of the emotes, going, "Can you guys see the emote?" So I apologize for acting like a child.
No, it's fine.
And I also want to ask you,
that's fine.
Who made that hilarious picture of me?
I didn't. No, okay. I take no responsibility for that. That was okay. So you know how you got into it with Smash JT and Hypnotic, right?
Yeah.
That showed up. I think it showed up on like a Twitter feed or something, right?
Oh, okay.
And I'm just like, right click, save. Okay, you know,
like, you know. Okay, I'll be messaging Smash JT off this, being like, "Hey, bro, we were friends."
Yeah.
No, honestly, that picture was hilarious. I turned it into an emote, so it replaced your one. So now it's my face on there.
Yeah. Listen, I'll be honest, man. Like, I was being a shit the other day, because I didn't care like that you had it, but I was in that, you know what it's like, man. You're just like, yeah, I'm gonna be an asshole, you know. And then people are going, Mike's streaming your stream. He's watching you right now, all right? And then, oh, by the way, my apologies for this, because like, when I went on my break, like my big montage that I do for MK, all the classic stuff, you know, all the gameplay and everything that I did, like that song was AI, and me and the boys really got into creating tons and tons of songs. I've got some fucking roasting diss tracks made about me, you know, like my son's ashamed of me, my wife left, you know, it's fucking hilarious shit, right? You know, because I asked one of my friends, it's like, just roast me, and he's like, okay, and he did, and but I made diss tracks about some of my favorites. Obviously, I played it a little bit the other day, but they're all gone now. You know, out of respect. You know.
No, and bring them back. That diss track you made of me, we were having a ball watching that, especially the gay Andrew Tate in the background. I thought that was funny. I take it all. I thought it was all in like good. Initially I was like, oh, this is all in good fun. That's why we were watching the stream and like laughing at it.
Yeah.
I didn't take like serious offense to it, and there was no lyrics in it that were like, they weren't like something I go, oh wow, that was really personal. It was just, you know.
Oh no. The funny part is actually like full disclosure. So say for example, like, so I did the 2 songs tonight, Deadly Alliance and what was it? I can't remember the other name. Anyway, I only literally did it before the stream, and so I'll just type in like you know, like, write song lyrics about, you know, Mike Hollow and Fate, you know, putting their beef aside and coming together, right? And that's it. And then it'll literally spit out like, I don't know if it just like crawls the internet or whatever, but it spits out this song, and then I'll just copy and paste that into the AI like song generator, and I'll choose like the different themes. I'm a big synthwave guy, so I usually have synthwave as like the main tone, and like I've got over 300 songs that we've made, you know, over the course of this time, and it's been like really cool because now on the channel, like all the music that everyone hears is all AI, which means that I can't ever get copyright struck. You know, they can't flag it. Oh, we played this clip, we played that clip. You know, I was gonna actually, if you wouldn't mind, I can give you a small bit of advice with that. You know, the Steve Austin one, the fucking cool thing. Because my son comes to me, he's like, have you seen the what Mike, like this the wrestling meme that like Mike's posted? I'm like, no. So I checked it out, and you said that it got flagged. So I've made songs about He-Man. Like I've got one's called like Power of Grayskull, and I wanted to use the intro for the original 80s He-Man. But if you put it on YouTube, so this is a bit of a test actually. If you ever want to test the bed with something, take the clip, upload it, unlisted, monetize it, and wait. Right? See if it'll get picked up. If it doesn't, great. But mine did. So what I did, I edited it so I would shrink the video so it would run really fast, and then I would change the color. You could mirror it, maybe even add in some quick cuts so like that you'll segment it and then overlap and then do like a quick zoom. And essentially what you're doing is you're confusing the fuck out of the scanning process, and that way you can still get it out there. So that's just what I've been doing with some of my shit. So.
Okay, that's good. I mean, I've actually had someone. So there's a really, really talented musician that I got in contact with because I really wanted my own like custom song for the channel. Because right now the one that I use is from Naruto. Trying to find his name so I can give him a quick shout out because honestly, the song that he made me is incredible. He put it on Spotify. It's part of his album now.
Oh, nice.
And it's called The Storm. Where is he? His name's David, but let me search him in here. I'll give him a quick shout out for any. Oh, here it is. His name is David Bartolomeo. He does like heavy metal.
Yeah,
cool. He does heavy metal and stuff, and he created a song for me called The Storm. And I've just been trying to find an animator to actually make something that matches the song. Because have you ever heard CM Punk the wrestler? His original thing, this original theme, the fire still burns, or this fire burns. It's an Avenged Sevenfold song. It sounds very similar to that. So yeah, that's probably the only custom thing that I'll use on the website. I mean, WWE blocks everything. Like it's so hard getting around their bullshit. So yeah, I kind of just do certain things on stream for the people that are here in the moment, and once it goes to a VOD, I just cut it out because I'm like, it's just gone now.
Don't forget to I mean, I'm not, I don't know if they've changed it, but after a certain amount of hours you can't edit the VOD. So just double check, because if you got a massive stream, like I remember trying to edit one, and it's like, no, this VOD's over 4 hours, you can't edit it. So so just double check. So if you do put stuff in it and the VOD's like, because I know you do some long streams and you're like, it's 7 hours, it's like, nah, you can't edit this out. Just double check, man, because otherwise, you know, the shit thing with copyright is that they take like 3 seconds of something and they're like, right, we're gonna monetize the whole fucking video, you know, and if you can't edit it and it's been a banger stream, then you miss out. Like, it's just shit. So
100%. Also, why are people in the chat saying this fires by Kill Switch Engage? Didn't I say that? Did I misspeak? Oh, maybe I said something else. No, it's by Kill Switch Engage. I don't know if I said a different band's name. All right, is it okay with you if I just read a few more super chats and then get the first caller in here?
Yeah, go for it, man.
So I've got I like cigarettes. I'm cranking my. No, you can. How do I donate it back to you?
I've seen this happen to you, bro. Listen, man. You are. Can I listen? If I refer to you now as my chocolate biscuit, will that upset you? Was that racist? Can I? No,
it's not racist. It sounds slightly uncomfortable though.
All right, that's fine. That's great. That's the achievement that I want. Yeah, I'm gonna throw to everyone a chocolate biscuit. Right. So.
Then we've got Mr. Mars. Thank you for the $2, Mike. Have you seen M. Bison's new low taper fade? Yes, M. Bison's new costume. I don't know who designed that, but credit to Capcom, man. All the new costumes look absolutely amazing.
I haven't even seen. I think I've seen like Mai's and Elena's, but I haven't seen anyone else. So they're good.
They're all good. They're like, I was looking at the trailer and I was like, wow. Apart from Terry's got a jersey on which looks cool, and I think it's a throwback to one of the old.
The sports jersey?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I might have seen
Yeah,
that.
it's like a throwback to the old SNK comics, I think,
Yeah.
or Fatal Fury comics. But he's also got like a gilet on top of it, and I'm like, the gilet is kind of overdoing it. So hopefully there's an option to remove it.
Yeah.
OJ, thank you for the $5. Slightly off topic, which community is the worst, Mike? The IWC or the FGC? And tell me why it's the IWC. Yeah, it's not even close. The IWC is the internet wrestling community for anyone that doesn't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And when they don't like something, they make the FGC look like Teletubbies. Like the IWC go absolutely ape shit about things. Like it's very, very unhealthy. A good example of this is they've just released R-Truth, which I think was a terrible idea, and I don't support it. I think it's really, really dumb. But some of the messages that I've seen them sending Triple H, I'm just like, you need to relax. It's not that. I mean, it's deep for R-Truth, who lost his job, but you can't be sending people that stuff on Twitter. Well, you can, but if your employer sees it, then you kind of fucked. All right, there's just 3 more. Kenjamin, thank you for the $2. Fate's gonna scrap next Shambolic Showdown. Yeah, Fate, you'll have to come by to one of the Shambolic Showdowns that we do. The next one I do is gonna be Tekken 8 when Fakuram comes out. So if you want to jump in and play with everyone, you're more than welcome.
I was actually I like I said, I watched your whole stream, like the 5-hour one you did, man. And you like the conversation came up about Fakuram. And I didn't know that actually about his backstory, and I thought that was really cool. So yeah, I thought that was awesome. Yeah.
100%. Like Fakuram is a really cool character. I think they're doing him a disservice by not expanding, like not letting people know everything about him.
Yeah,
because I think I'm happier that there's a Thai person representing Muay Thai. That makes more sense to me.
Yeah,
I like Bruce. I don't mind if Bruce comes back, but I would like him to maybe like do a different variation of it, or do like more conventional kickboxing or street fighting or whatever.
Yep.
So I'm happy at Fakuram. I think they did a great job with him, and also I'm a Baki fan, so it was like a win-win for me.
Yep.
Cable J Flames, thank you for the $1 donation, bro, and Chicken Senpai, thank you for the $2. Did you have any super chats that you wanted to read out?
I do. Yeah, we've I'm just trying to see. So hang on, here we go. Oh yeah, wow, we're going all the way back. Yeah, so unknown subject with the $4.99. Thank you so much, brother. He says, ever heard of Blue Gender, which I believe is an anime film from memory. I think I have. Yeah, I think I have. I'd have to double check because I'm really good with like covers. So if I recognize the cover, like, yep. Ringy with the €5. Thank you so much, brother. He says, glad to see all this is finally being squashed. Now everyone can focus on doing what we all want, and that's to try and get great MK games again. 100%. And we got Loso Tension with the $4.99. Thank you, bro. He says, Fate and Mike, is NRS doomed if they come out with Injustice 3 and Cable Flame with the $1? Do you want to answer that one, man?
Yeah, I don't think they're doomed. I think the budget on an Injustice game will probably be lower. So even if the intake is lower, I don't think it'll be as bad as if it was like Mortal Kombat. Yeah, that's just an assumption, though. I think that there's a bit of Mortal Kombat fatigue. We've had 2 Mortal Kombat games. Although MK11 was, it did really well. Towards the end of the game's lifespan, people got really sick of it.
Yep.
And then we went into MK1, which obviously most people were sick of MK1 off the get-go.
Yep.
So I feel like, on one hand, I'm like, yeah, I want the Mortal Kombat team to make Mortal Kombat games. But if you have another IP there that you can kind of mess around with and see what works and let people miss Mortal Kombat again, I think that the long game might be better. So I would be in the camp of doing Justice 3 because James Gunn is launching the new DC universe. The Batman Robert Pattinson was well received. Superman trailers seem to be pretty well received. It might be a good time to bring DC back to the forefront and let Mortal Kombat rest. And if the Mortal Kombat game, if Injustice 3 does really well, that will help boost morale around NRS for the next Mortal Kombat game. because right now morale is so low for MK that if they announce another one, although because I'm an MK fan, I'm gonna be excited. There's also gonna be that lingering feeling of, well, they fucked up twice now. Whereas if you do Injustice 3, maybe you win me over again. I'm like, oh well, Injustice 3 was sick. Let's see what the new MK is like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping, like, you know, for MK stuff, if they announce anything MK wise, announce a collection, some sort of retro collection. You know, kind of build it from that ground up, because, you know, like, I play on FightCade, so, you know, they can, if people with free time can get these games working around the world, then $1 billion company sure as shit can do it. I mean, I buy an Injustice 3. I like fighting games. I like, you know, I bought, like I told you the other day, I bought Bleach. You know, I thought it was really cool, really clean looking. You know, it feels great, but I didn't know, like, I don't know the rest of it. So I'm very sort of, you know, I'm very reactive like that. I just go, yeah, that was cool. I had a lot of fun with it, but I don't sort of look beyond that and go, you know, what's the community support, you know, or anything like that, which is what you pointed out, that some, you know, it looks like that's kind of tanked for them. But yeah, I'd buy it, like, if it was solid. But I'm just again, because it's NRS and Warner Brothers, I wonder if the MK fatigue is not so much if it's MK fatigue, but it's NRS fatigue, you know, and or maybe more accurately, maybe even microtransaction fatigue, because they have got to be, they have got to handle with care. Whatever they put out, they've got to handle with care with that stuff. Yeah,
definitely. Also, I saw some people in my chat saying that they would love Tom Brady to do like a history of arcade era or a history of 3D Mortal Kombat. We actually did that already on my channel. Not the arcade era, but we did a history of 3D. So Tom Brady went from Deadly Alliance to Deception to Armageddon to MK vs DC. So if you go on my channel and have a look around, you'll find it on there.
Yeah.
But was there any other super chats before we
no,
go the first person?
No, I think that's it, bro. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right, so first person is C4.
What is going on?
How you doing, man? You got your wish.
I was going to say I want to join in with these apologies, and I was going to say I'm sorry my legs are tired because this victory lap is so good. I knew this was going to happen. I am manifesting destiny. But I actually did have a genuine question for Fate. I don't know if you saw Mike's last video.
Yes.
And I asked him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I asked Mike about the way that you kind of not target but talk about problems with the community.
Yes.
And the whole issue with Mike not bringing up or not talking about his friends.
Yeah.
I feel I got him to understand your point of view. Do you like understand his point of view when it comes to people like?
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, you know, like, and I sort of, I feel bad in a way, like, even thinking like, oh, if it was like, for example, because you've mentioned about Total MK, what if Total MK did something like that? And yeah, like, you know, I would definitely like be running, even the dogs are happy. I would be, you know, going to him privately to do it. I think it's just because so much of the era that I was doing YouTube, especially back in the day, everything was kind of laid bare. You know, like we did have standards though. When no one was ever doxxed. If somebody doxxed someone, was racist, everyone came together and said, no, get the fuck out. You know, we don't want to deal with that. And because of like my own, obviously, like, you know, we're two different people. We've got our own different lives, our own personal histories with things and the way that we deal with stuff. Obviously for me, I'm like, yeah, I 100% listen to what you said about the whole carpet bombing thing. You know, I'm just like, no, there's no discrimination. It's all bad. You know, it's all going to get hit, you know, regardless of who it is, connections, stuff like that. But as also Mike has said too, you know, these are people behind cameras, you know, like, and, you know, that's something on me that, yeah, we're going to remember that. You know, there's a duty of care, I think, too, because you never really know, like, what people are going through. If I can share a small story, I know Mike's following loves my Fate tangents and stuff like that, but I always remember this one story I remember reading about. There's a guy on a train and there's a there's a father down with his kids down the carriage, and the kids are mucking up, right? They've been yelling, screaming, and this guy gets up after a while because he's annoyed, and he's like, "Look, can you stop your kids yelling?" And the dad turns around and goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We just came back from the hospital. Their mum just passed away," right? And it always stuck with me because you'd never really know, you never really know with stuff. And I've made the mistake of jumping the gun. I did it with Mike, and that's on me, and I should have done a better job. So yeah, hopefully
that is yeah, no, that was cool. You probably don't know my origin story with Mike.
I don't actually, no.
My origin story is like used to on my dad's in a really weird way, because the first time I properly interacted with Mike was I sent him a voice note about your conversation with Sikandar.
Oh, okay, yep.
That's so yeah, it's kind of surreal.
Yeah,
that it's come to this, and as I've already manifested destiny with this Deadly Alliance, I think the next step, if you two are down with it.
No, I'm not marrying. No, I'm not marrying him. No. Okay, no. I'm not marrying him. That's no.
Baby steps first. Before the marriage, I think what should happen, and I've got a good track record with getting Mike to do things he doesn't really want to do, but it should be a debate. You two, Fate and Mike versus me and True Underdog about assists in MK1 is actually a good thing. I think you two can bond over your joint hatred with cameos.
Do you have a compelling argument for that?
All I do is play tag games. I have a very compelling argument.
Do you play
I've got an argument that can't be defeated.
But you play anime tag games. Like you play Guilty Gear and Dragon Ball Fighters. Like Mortal Kombat is very different.
I mean, you can try it. I mean, I think me and True Underdog, he has the MK side, I have the tag side. It's undefeatable.
But what I'm saying is that yeah, you do have the tag side, but I don't have an issue with tag fighting games. I have an issue with Mortal Kombat doing it.
Why? Actually, no, don't answer that. I think you should holler at your boy, True Underdog, tell him he has one friend, one compadre in this sea of haters of assists and cameos, and tell him we can join forces. I haven't got any clout, but I have the talking points.
I think that you will find that True Underdog will switch sides in that conversation very quickly, and you might be on your own.
I'm very compelling. I don't think he's... well, actually, no. I think he has his head screwed on, so he's already right. I can't see him choosing the wrong side. So...
Wrong side? Wrong side? What the...
Interesting.
Whoa. Oh.
I can go incorrect, but not liking cameos is crazy. That is a crazy thing to say.
Not liking cameos is crazy?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to definitely put this together because I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah. Yeah, how'd that work out for NetherRealm? Just while we're here? How'd that work out? Yeah, definitive edition? Yeah, definitively fucked. Yeah. Right? You know what I'm saying?
No comment. No comment. On the money side, no comment. I want to talk about the fun side.
Okay. All right, that's fine. I'll speak to True Underdog after this. I spoke to him just before I came on stream, so I'll chat to him and we'll see if he's up for that. I don't be surprised if he says I'm not defending that. I would not be surprised if he said, "Yeah, I'm not getting on stream and doing that."
Yeah,
I believe with the whole clickbait thing, it's just prime content for all three of you. I don't know why he would say no.
All right, I'll ask him. But you're kind of giving us a slam dunk here. It's really hard to win this conversation.
Well, have I been wrong so far? Was I wrong about the Deadly Alliance?
You were pretty wrong about Tekken when we had you on. We had to correct you about a bunch of things.
Did you correct me, or was I asking for information and you gave it to me?
You were making assertions about Tekken, and then we were saying, "No, this is how it actually is," and then you said, "Oh, okay."
I think I said, "Oh, legacy." That's what I said, which is not a good argument for anything.
In 5 hours, no, bro. He's misrepresented the situation.
Hang on. Are you the guy that was asking about the tank tops?
No. I am not the tank top guy.
Oh, because there was somebody asking about why we wear like tank tops or something in Australia, and it's like, because it's fucking hot.
Not me. Actually, you know what? I can apologize for something. I was the guy that indirectly called you a retard. I'm sorry about that. I said I was the retard whisperer, and I can convey what Fate is saying.
Listen, to be fair, I have my moments, so you know, you don't have to apologize, man. Right?
Fair enough. But I did watch your content, and I was like, no, you know what? I actually get what you're saying, and I was it was hard being a Fate fan in Mike's chat sometimes. I did try.
I appreciate.
Hold
appreciate.
on a second. My chat are very, very welcoming. Okay, we don't dog pile over here, apart from my lovely mods, but they are all what do we call what do they call the Royal Guard in Black Panther? I've completely forgotten.
The fucking no, I can't think of it either.
Like the Dora Milaje or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, actually, the Dora Milaje.
Yeah, that I think like 90% of my mods are female, so they Alexis has like radicalized everyone. So now when someone says something, it's like they all pull out spears. As a matter of fact, let me just mod someone else right now.
Recruiting live on stream.
Oh, live on stream. She didn't even ask for it, but I've got her in there now.
He's
But yeah, that's fine. No, most of the time, like the thing is, me and Fate have crossover. Like, there's a lot of people that I know watches Fate's content as well, and like most of the time, like when people come over there, they'll be like, "Oh, can you make up with Fate?" And I'll just say to them, "Oh, can you just shut up? Like, you just stop talking about it or something." Like, it doesn't really go beyond that.
Yeah.
I did actually get annoyed at Martin the other day because I kept on saying to him, "It's not about a game, Martin. It's not about a game." It was like, "I'll offer you $100." I was like, "Martin, shove it. I don't want to hear it." Like, it's starting to annoy me now.
Yeah.
But Martin's a nice guy.
He's great. I love Martin. Yeah, he's cool.
Did you have any other questions, C4?
No, I think that was about it.
C4.
Yes.
Are you a chocolate biscuit as well? Are you a beautiful black? Are you? I love it.
C4's black.
Yeah.
All right. So we got so hang on, let me get this straight. So I'm like the little white chick right now on the couch.
Oh my god. You're not being blacked. No, that's not what's happening. that is not the case. I don't want to demonetize Mike anymore. So yeah, no black sessions.
Hang on, whoa. Wait, hang on. Any more? You mean this has happened before?
I think I swore the last time I was on Mike's thing, and I was worried that he wouldn't get paid.
Actually, essentially, swearing doesn't demonetize you. It depends on your settings. So I can swear like and show like gore and stuff, and I never get demonetized. But then I also flag my stuff as like made for adults. So I don't know if you're doing that, Mike, but like my stuff is like I always tick the button, made for adults, So that's probably why. Yeah, I never get demonetized for that shit. Yeah, you can come over to my house and swear your fucking head off all you like. Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, I mean swearing is normally fine. The only time I got my video got demonetized. Actually, no, they would get demonetized randomly before. Now it's not so much, but the one stream that got demonetized was when me and King J were talking about that whole situation that was affecting him. There were so many things said on that stream that I already knew. I didn't even bother to protest it with YouTube. I was like, "There's no way I can't make this video monetized. There's no way." So I just said to King J, "Let's just talk openly because they're gonna remove monetization on it."
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy stream. Not good.
Yeah. That was the longest. That was the second longest stream I've ever done. That was 9 hours.
Well, wait a minute. All right, this is the last thing. Just really quick question for Faye.
Yes,
Do you know who Toby is, my darling?
Toby from my Discord, Shin Toby?
No, from Mike's stream.
Tope.
Oh, Tope.
Tope? Is that his name?
Oh, Tope.
Yeah, Tope.
Yeah, I recently got in contact with him because I was trying to recruit people against the evil Mike army. I'm just I'd shared something on Twitter and he messaged me and he's like, "Holy shit," and then we just had we've only had the one conversation, so yeah.
Yeah,
That
Tope hates me with a passion.
Oh, okay.
Like his hate is boundless for me. Like I'll be having a fight with somebody on Twitter, and I just know I'm moments away from getting a message from Tope, and it always starts off with "You stupid ape, you don't know what you're talking about," blah blah blah. I'm just like, Tope,
Wow.
why are you here? Like, why are you fighting again? But I
Um,
don't with Tope. Like, I don't hate Tope. I don't take anything he says personally.
yeah.
I know he really dislikes me, but I don't dislike him. I
Mhm.
just sort of like, I don't want to say that I nothing him, but I don't take what he says like too seriously. He seems like I've done something to really piss him off.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll make up. I can't see it with Tope though, because he seems like he actually hates me. So I don't know. But that was a good person to go to if you're gonna recruit against me, because he would Tope, I think out of everybody, would curb stop me
Oh,
without even a hesitation if he had the chance.
I
I'm so
I swear I didn't look for him, but like, yeah, when I shared it, like he kind of, he's like, oh shit, like you were going through this, is like he felt like there was that connection there, and so we chatted and stuff and whatever. But like he seems fine, like he seems like an okay person, but obviously, from your perspective, you're battling, right? So, there's that tension as well. But yeah,
I'm not even battling him. I don't think Tope is a bad person. I think that we have a difference of opinions, and he's very passionate about his. And because I don't tend to get that passionate, like it's like you said, you gave me that nickname Eeyore, right? Because I don't react to things. I have like a monotone look on my face, and I think that winds him up as well. So
oh
I don't think Tope is a bad person at all. I just think
yeah,
he can't stand the type of person that I am. Maybe because I'm not giving him the rise that he wants. Like he was talking to me once, and he was saying all these things to get a rise out of me, and then he called my sister a bitch, and I was just like, well, she would laugh at this, so I'm not gonna get angry. And
yeah,
he got more and more angry and more and more angry, and I was kind of talking to him like the way the grasshopper spoke to the ants in Bug's Life,
oh yeah,
and it made him really angry, which I was doing on purpose at that point, but. I don't hate him at all. I don't think he's a bad person either. I just think he's one of those people where when you disagree with him on something like what we did, he gets overly passionate about it.
yeah, yeah,
I want to say shout out to Tope because I think I agree with Mike. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he gets put into the corner with his opinions and he gets dogpiled, and it's just how he defends himself. He like has to up the tempo because
yeah.
if I was on a stream and people laughed at me for saying the N-word while being black, I would feel a type of way as well. I would feel very, 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 very pressed and annoyed. So, but yeah, he held it down and he didn't run away. So I kind of respect that about him.
Yeah.
But you know what? To be fair, in that stream, I didn't feel like we were bullying him. Like everyone was laughing. We were kind of just like not being too serious. But then he went on Medusa's stream, and like the vibe changed completely. And I was listening to Medusa's stream, and I was like, I thought we were all laughing together though. Like I know we disagreed, but it
I would
seemed
say we was laughing at him though. Let's be real. We was definitely laughing at him, not with him.
that okay, fair enough. It didn't seem too malicious though. I don't know. Maybe being in Tope's shoes, you might feel different.
I don't think it was like really like brutal. Like I think it was the length. It was a long time. He was like on his own for a long time in that chat. Like 4 hours of like slight roasting. You got slow cooked. You just got slow cooked.
Yeah,
Slow.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't have any ill will towards Tope. He'll probably cuss me out and call me an ape again at some point, but doesn't bother me.
But yeah, I'll jump off. I'm kind of upset that this happened now. This like alliance happened now because the pairing of Fate and Tope against Mike would have been such a sick arc. But I guess we'll never get that now.
Listen, man,
Yeah,
I don't.
maybe I'll do a deception opening where Fate betrays me and we got a battle out.
Yeah, that is definitely not happening. When I get cool with people, I'm cool for life. Like there's no backsies with that. I can't have another chocolate biscuit now. This is my chocolate biscuit, right? I finally found the nickname for Mike Hollow. He is my chocolate biscuit because let's see the face he's pulling. That's how you know how I know this shit? Because I got kids, right? because I antagonize my children. I'll come up with something funny, and they'll give me that "stop being my dad" look. That's the look, right? So just calling me a chocolate biscuit, and see, look at he's smiling, man. See,
You're making it feel super uncomfortable. I can tell.
I know.
Yeah, well, I think the best way for me to dispel my being uncomfortable is probably maybe make a chocolate biscuit emote on my chat and let them spam it. And over time, I'll feel comfortable with it.
Yeah, lean into it.
Yeah,
Lean into
exactly.
it.
Lean into it.
But yeah, in all seriousness, good stuff. Like making amends and stuff. Hopefully, the content will be a bit more positive and shit. So yeah, good shit.
Yeah, cool, man. I appreciate you jumping on.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
No problem, man. In a bit. Peace.
Do you know who I really want to get on here? Because I've got your chat up on my other screen.
Oh, okay. Yep.
I can see my boy TW Booty Hunter in the chat, and he's saying, "I have nothing to apologize for." I would like to speak to TW Booty Hunter if he would grace us with his presence, because I can't even remember now what his issue was with me, why he made his original video, and I'm just curious to understand his mindset. I don't know, because he's one of your mods, like you know him.
Yep.
I can't remember. I genuinely can't remember. What was the issue that Booty Hunter had with me again?
It could have been like so my side of the camp, obviously we're like the very heavily MK fans. Like your side is definitely like leans heavily more FGC competitive, you know, the intricacies of that, right? And so obviously, you know, like on our side, you know, we're looking across the pond and seeing like, you know, what I coined the only pros, you know, that sort of thing. It might have been that. I'd have to go back and check. I know Booty Hunter's been away from doing content. I think he's coming back soon. But I love his energy. I love Booty Hunter's cool and he's my boy. So, you know, but it'd be good. I mean, it's like, listen, if you and I can come together and talk and make me feel uncomfortable, then anything's possible, man. Anything's possible.
Yeah, they're saying that the reason he didn't like me is because of the way I came at you. Oh, yeah. Is that why he made his first video?
It could be. It more than likely, possibly, yeah. You know, and you know what that's like. You know, people are gonna stick up for other people in the community and things like that. Oh, he doesn't have a mic. Hopefully next week. Okay, cool. Yeah.
He doesn't need a mic. If you got a mobile phone, you just click on the link and it'll bring you in.
Oh, okay.
As long as you got a mic on your mobile phone, then we'll be able to hear you.
Yeah. I know he gets pretty busy, but anyway, regardless, like, yeah, it could be that. I mean, that's that again, you know, you got your friend circle, family, you know, you stick up for each other, and that's been the same too, you know, as well. I'd have to go back and check, but yeah, I mean, you know, shit, you know, if people can talk and figure things out and stuff like that, I think that's always a win, because all of this it's just so much energy, man. You know, it's wasted energy. You know, I could have been calling you a chocolate biscuit 2 years ago, and it's just, you know, it's sad, man. It's really sad, you know.
Can we try for a better name? Because I'm gonna end up on some edit of Brokeback Mountain or some shit.
Can people edit us on a Brokeback Mountain poster? Just
no. Can we not do that?
No, listen, man. I got no shame. It's okay.
Because Fate's already married, so he doesn't care. I am still on the search for wifey, and that will definitely compromise my chances. Especially if I meet a nice like Catholic or Christian girl and she sees that, she's gonna be like, "The fuck is that?"
Yeah, true. Yeah. Oh shit.
But then that's cool. If Booty Hunter doesn't want to jump in right now, that's fine. Where is Dragoon actually?
He's asleep. I'd almost guarantee he's asleep. Yeah, he goes to bed, because I think it's probably like, actually, I don't know. I know he said he was going to be in moderation for the chat, but like he's got like stuff that he takes care of in the real. So yeah, you know, I that's probably for him to say to you if he ever does, but I won't say it. But yeah, it's it definitely would be, you know, taking his attention if he's definitely not around. What time's it in America for the American brethren out there? Because he usually goes to bed about 10:30 anyway. So, but yeah.
I think it's like maybe like 10 o'clock now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then it's probably. Yeah, it's probably that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 9:30. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we pretty much covered like the whole our issues and everything.
Yeah.
Making apologies. I guess like the one thing we haven't done is we haven't actually played a fighting game together yet.
No. No, you know, it's funny. Like, I've played with people in the community, but I've never sort of. Actually, you know what? That's a lie. I actually played against Diddle once, but it was in Tekken 8 in the very beginning. And I was on Warang, and I think he chose Panda. And he beat me. Like, I think I got a round or two, but he ended up beating me anyway. But outside of that, the first sort of real fight I've had, you know, against somebody of that caliber was Foxy. And that was a hell of an eye-opener, man. Like, you know, like I played the other night against people in the chat and casual and stuff, you know, whatever, but to feel like you can't even move, like that, like they're reading every thing that you do, I've never experienced that, you know, and I needed to, you know, I needed to find out what that was like, so then I would have that experience and go, yep, no, I understand, like, these guys, you know, they put in the work. For clarity's sake, because I know some people take the Only Pro thing and go, oh, he thinks that anyone likes MK or competes, is that? It was just a mindset. It was the thing that Tom was talking about, you know, where some people go, well, because I'm happy with this singular thing, then, you know, I'm going to talk down to you for that, which is why, shout out to Mrs. Play Stuff. My apologies. It was just, it was the, you know how you mentioned the condescending part? That's how I interpreted it. I don't think I used the word, but that's how I interpreted that, was that sort of like that looking down, right? I can't, dude, I fucking hate that. I really hate that. And when I see it or smell it, I'm like, ooh, yeah, that's, you know, because I grew up with that, you know. And so yeah, when I noticed that, which could have been a reason why you probably aggravated me too, maybe without realizing it, was, you know, the way that we talk to each other, and then you see me over here ranting and raving and, you know, saying the wild shit that I do, you know, and but yeah, that was the thing with her. Nothing, you know, nothing personal. I don't think I said anything personal with her, but it was just kind of that tone. And that's usually when the Only Pro moniker comes out, because it's like, you know, I apply that because there's a whole product here that we've got to deal with. It's great that you can take it and utilize it for what you want to do in life. We're doing it, man. Shit. We're kind of doing it too, right? Like, we're making content about fighting games and other stuff. But you know, it was just that, you know. But yeah, anyway, sorry, that was a rant.
Yeah, no, I think like with Lisa, like, I've known her for a bit now, and she's just genuinely like a nice person. I think she likes to. I always find her videos where she's doing that stuff where she's like sort of laughing or everything to be like really lighthearted, like she's just making fun of the situation.
Yep.
I think obviously like I do side with her when it's like, if I've played a game for 10,000 hours and you've played it for 10 hours, I can speak on it with more validity than someone that's only played a game as complex as Tekken for that short amount of time.
Yep.
I don't really see it as a put down. I just see it as like if I've watched 1,000 episodes of One Piece and you've watched 10,
yeah,
you can't tell me it's a shit anime, but
yeah,
I can tell you it's good.
Yeah.
You know, it's not to say your opinion won't matter. It's just that you don't really have the the perspective or the clarity or whatever. So it's less of a put down and more of just a like Mrs. Play Stuff is like, she's quite strong at Tekken.
Yeah.
So I think when she's online being told by red ranks, and also to her, to be fair to her, she is also a woman. And I've seen some of the comments that she gets just because she's a girl playing a fighting game, like her opinion's invalid.
Yep.
So I think that also contributes to her being like, yeah, I'm just gonna troll you now because you can't beat me at the game, and now you're trying to make out like you would be able to beat me just because I'm a woman. So
yeah, I don't agree with that sort of like sexist stuff. I mean, I know I've like sort of talked about like how characters are portrayed like in the games and stuff, but I don't agree with that. Like my daughter, like, so she's well, she's gonna be 17 this year. But I think it was, when did Tekken come out? How long's Tekken been out? It wasn't long after its launch, and like she got online and played for the first time. You know, because Tekken's, there's no blood or anything, so it's, you know, it's a pretty safe visual game. And she would have been like 15, 16, give or take. And so she won like a first online match and something. And she used, I think it's Lily, right? The one with the cat. You know, and, you know, it's her fault we got cats in the house now, because when she got diagnosed with type 1, she's like, I need a cat. And I'm like, okay. You know, like, it's just, as a dad, you're like, okay, all right, whatever you need, right? You know, and then we ended up with 3. But so she beat someone, and I can't remember what I said, but I tweeted to Harada about it, and I said that she won a first match online or something, and he replied, I can't remember what it was. I'm pretty sure it's on my Twitter, but that was kind of cool, you know. And I said, oh, you know, the person from Tekken, you know, that made this, like, you know, replied to my tweet about, you know, me talking about you. But yeah, that was pretty cool. She's really good at fighting games, actually. And I've always been an advocate for, you know, I know some guys with women playing fighting games, but I've known quite a few women they're really good. You know, they find that one character and they zone in, and they're really good. You know, and I think it's great. I don't think there's an issue with it. I don't think there's an issue with it at all. So.
Yeah, well, no, 100%. That's great that there's girls in the scene now that are doing it. If there's another caller in here, is it okay if I bring
go
him
for
in?
it. Yeah, go for it, man. Yeah.
I'll just read out these 2 super chats. OJ, thank you for the $2. You and Tope been beefing since you had him on. I'm not beefing with Tope. Tope doesn't like me, and he blocks me. He said that I'm a fence sitter and a coward, and he got upset about some of the stuff that I said to Arturo Sanchez, I think. And also he won't come back on here because he thinks I'm using him for clout or views, which I was like, I said no offense, Tope, but like I only want to talk to you. It's not a thing where I'm not putting him down, but I don't like it when people say stuff like that, because I clearly don't need Tope for clout.
Yeah.
I'm not beefing with him. I ain't got a problem with him. He just doesn't like the way I talk, which is fine. If he doesn't want to come back on to talk about anything, that's up to him.
Is your sister still watching?
No, she's going out to dinner, to breakfast, so she's probably gone to bed.
Oh, I was just gonna say maybe one of your family members can buy you a little Eeyore toy for your birthday.
I've got enough toys in here, I think.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no, don't give her any ideas. Loso Tension, thank you for the $2. Shaolin Monk playthrough with Micah Fate. That's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. We can get it working on. My PC is a pile of shit. I know you said that your PC is pretty powerful, but I haven't upgraded mine in about 15 years, so surprised it's even working.
Dude, how are you even
every
making...
day
how are you making
every day
videos?
I find on and I'm like, it just about like with editing it's fine. With gaming, I have to play like really shitty indie horror games and it's fine. But I tried to play Tekken 6 on here the other day at Finn T, and it was struggling. It was having a hard time. So if it's having a hard time with Tekken 6, I can only imagine what would happen if I tried to play that Tekken 8. I'd probably die.
I just so full disclosure, I fought your ghost in Tekken 8.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
How did you do?
I closed my eyes, used one hand, beat easy. It was great. Like, no, I'm just kidding. No, it was good. Yeah. No, it was good, man. Yeah, because Feng player, right? Yeah. So that was good. Yeah. I don't think it's going to be like, if we ever fought in Tekken, you're going to wobble up the floor with me, all right? But because I don't think it gets it 1-to-1. You know, because I fought other high level players. I think King Jay's in there, I think, and a couple of others. And I beat him. It's like, there's no way they play like this. Obviously,
No, the ghosts are okay. I think you have to train your ghost. I haven't trained. We were meant to do a whole stream where we all trained our ghosts like Pokemon and then had them fight each other.
Okay.
But we didn't get around to it because I just lost interest in the ghost thing. I was like, this is so dumb. And it's not. I tried to train it to do stuff, and it started doing random shit. And I was like, I do random shit sometimes, but not to the level that the ghost was doing it. So
maybe the ghost was trolling you. It's like, look at this.
Probably. Like, I mean, my ghost beat Alexis's ghost, which she's my one of my moderators, and she was
Yeah.
very upset about it. So I'll take that W. I
Okay.
don't know if she's still in the chat, but I'm gonna bring in Kenjamin if that's okay.
Yeah.
Kenjamin, can you
y'all
hear?
hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Hello.
Yeah, how y'all doing? Hope it's good night. Glad to see the piece. Been watching the whole arc. Good to see it kind of end here. But this led to the last follow-up question. Glad it's the last one. Y'all both made content criticizing and looking at people's opinions in other videos, whether it be really negative or really positive. Do you think that now that y'all have had beef with certain people, squashed it, and then even right now where y'all have had beef for quite some time, and then now you're coming to a place of peace, that moving forward, y'all are going to adjust the way that y'all view or make videos in response to other people's content?
I've changed who I'm targeting now, so probably not. But in terms of like these sort of things, yeah, I've moved away from doing that completely now, and that started with True Underdog, I think. So if you look through the channel, after I had that conversation with True Underdog, which was what was it 4 months ago now?
Yeah, it's been about that, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't released videos like that. So I'd already pivoted away from doing that. I guess Fate was like the last person I was really fighting with. But there's 100% people in the fighting game community that I think deserve to be called out in a more like visceral manner. Especially of like the melee stuff and what's happening in Strive.
Yep.
So yeah, I already moved away from it, to answer your question, but I moved away from it to go towards other people that are like doing borderline criminal things.
Yeah. For it, do you want me to answer, or were you still going, man?
No, go for it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So like, something recently, like something came up, and I was just reacting to it, right? And I found that when I was doing the react content to these videos, I noticed I was feeling different about it. You know, like when I did the True Underdog one the other day, that I know it sounds a little weird now, but it kind of felt a little alien, you know, because like at the end of the day, like, you know, for what's happening today with us is what I want. I love, like I said, I love to talk to True. I don't care if it's private. I don't need to do a public thing if that's the case. Like, it's just, I think it's at that point now where it's like, look, you know, my strength is in the game. Like really focusing on the product, you know, being a fan of MK or being a fan of fighting games, you know, that's where I feel my strength is. Mike's strength, I've noticed, like, and I think he's my beautiful chocolate biscuit. He's blossoming. I'm so proud of him. Right? Listen, man, come on. You know you love it, right? Anyway, let's not bring up what cream is in the middle. Let's just leave that, right? But anyway, moving on, is that come on, you know I'm a shit. Come on, man. You know this is to be expected, right? Come on. Anyway, right. But what Mike's been doing, I think, is actually a huge strength of yours, right? So you know what it's like when you got a channel and you're kind of finding your footing and seeing what's starting to work. For you, I've noticed that like targeting that kind of thing, it's really hit home, you know, and that's really important for me. Like, because you obviously, I won't say the word, like, let's call it PDF file, right? I had, you know, I had that sort of shit happen to me as a kid, so I actually kind of have to step back from seeing stuff about things like that. I even unfollowed, like when I went on my break, dude, I unfollowed James MK and some other people because a lot of their timeline was like, you know, Smash community, you know, PDF files, that sort of thing. And I'm just like, you know, I'm fully against it naturally, but like I just, after a while, it's like, nah, it's a little bit too close to home. So so that's where Mike excels. You know, he excels in that area. Not saying everything else is bad, but I've just noticed that I think, you know, you start to find your groove, you know, and like, yeah, that's definitely working for you. For me, when I was doing the React stuff, I'm like, yeah, I'm really enjoying this, you know. So I'm not going to stop railing on NRS or Warner Brothers. I know in Mike's stream the other day, people are going, oh, Mike's going to go PG. No, that's not going to happen. That's not happening with us. We've still got the energy and the fierceness there. It's just that, you know, there's no point. Like, it's better to try and talk to people, these correct like creators and stuff like that, rather than like constantly have this bickering back and forward. That's my perspective anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that there's much bigger problems in the fighting game community to speak about, especially like
Yeah.
when I watch the franchise or technicals or Kazai, I think I'm saying his name right, and they're covering serious things that involve like death and messing with kids and whatever, and they're being attacked and their videos are being flagged from people that want to protect these individuals.
Yeah.
And knowing that my voice gets out there, I look at that and like obviously I've spoken to technicals before. You know, I've got like I wouldn't say that we're friends, but he's someone that I respect, and I think the respect is mutual.
Yeah.
And I've told him before that if he needs something from me, or if he wants me to get involved in something, I will actively like put my neck out there to support him because he's dealing with people that are like messing with kids or like
Yeah.
pushing people into corners, and obviously like Hacks end up losing his life. So those sort of things, I like talking about it because I don't care about the Twitter mob disliking it or Reddit or whatever. It doesn't bother me because I've said 100 times, you know, I've got the support of my family, and you know, I've got a good relationship with my mum, and I've got great friends. I've been friends with the same people since I was like 4 years old. So
Yeah.
their nonsense responses to me, supporting those kinds of people doesn't deter me. It just tells me that more people in the fighting game community need to speak about it because there are kids that go to those tournaments, and there are people being bullied, and those things should be mentioned. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Well,
do you have
hell,
any other
sounds good to me,
questions?
honestly. No, that's mainly it, man. Was just curious, you know. It's funny to see the beef get squashed and all that. Figured I might as well throw it out there while it was the opportunity. I hope y'all
Yeah,
both have a good night, and thank y'all for the stream.
You too, man.
no
Thanks, bro.
worries, man. Have a good one. Um, yeah, I think there's so many things that you can speak about in the fighting game community, and I like to not box my channel in. So
Mm.
one day I'll be speaking about issues in Tekken. Next day I'll be speaking about issue in the community.
Mm.
Then we'll be doing a random live stream. I don't know if you saw the live stream with me, Shinblade, G6 Pro, and King J.
Yeah, only a
But
little bit. Yeah, a little bit of that. Yeah.
that was supposed to be like a debate live stream. We ended up just laughing for like 4 hours. So I don't know. I just like I don't really have a plan for the channel and the content. I kind of just wake up and whatever like catches my eye or I think
Mm.
needs to be spoken about, I'll finish work and I'll do a videos. And I don't really I like reading through the comments, but because the content on my channel is so all over the place, I never know if the algorithm is going to push it out to people so they can
Mm.
see it. Luckily, it seems to work. Like I feel like my channel has become more like a variety fighting game channel now, rather
Yeah.
than just it used to be just Mortal Kombat,
Yeah.
and then it became just Tekken, and now it's
Mm.
sort of like mixed up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, you're doing great with that sort of stuff, man. Like I said, like I can only limit myself with that because it's too much, but it's good that it's been called out. And that's good. Yeah, you know, just obviously because it is such a like such an inflamed type of situation. Just just be careful because you know you've obviously seen things with like the Alyssa Mercante with Smash JT and other creators and shit getting flagged. You know, just be careful. You know, that
Yeah,
that they can't take
no,
your shit
100%.
away. You know.
Alyssa Mercante, I think she's got a bit of sway when it comes to those sort of things. Because obviously she's like the second coming of Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah.
But to be fair to her, I do think she is actually being harassed. I believe her when she says that. And I'm not saying that Smash JT's doing it
Yeah.
or that Atreus is doing it because I like those guys. You know, I went on their podcast recently. I was on Leon's podcast. I think they're all great, but I know somebody like her in the gaming community over here in the UK, and I've told her straight up, your opinions are trash. Like your opinions are going to annoy people. But having said that, I don't think you should be getting harassed. And
Yeah.
she's opened her inbox in front of me, and I've seen the messages she gets.
Yeah.
And she's not as big as Alyssa McCante, and so I can only imagine what she is receiving. Now, I'm not saying that Alyssa McCante has not done things to elicit anger out of people. She 100% has.
Yep.
But it's the same thing with what's her name? The girl that plays Snow White, Rachel Zegler or something.
Rachel
like that.
Zegler, yeah.
She 100% acted like an idiot.
Yeah.
The internet let her know. But there's a part of me, there's obviously she's still a human being, and she said dumb things, but she is very, very young. I think she's in her early 20s. And she can no longer post a picture about someone saying you're ugly, you're trash, end yourself. And I'm like, all right, she ruined Snow White, yes. She's condescending, yes. She posted trash things on Twitter, yes. She's been dogpiled, and you could argue maybe she deserved some of that. But at some point, like where me and you have squashed this now, at some point it's like, all right, man, the girl made a mistake. Can you let her breathe? Like it's too much. I don't want to hear like she's killed herself or something.
Yeah.
With the amount of people attacking her, that must be overwhelming. I think, like you said, as a Christian, there should be a road to forgiveness. I feel like she has been dogpiled enough now, where it's like, okay, let's try to have a conversation and try to find some middle ground here.
Yeah.
And it would be nice for that to happen with Alyssa McCante as well, because even though she has dug a hole for herself, she is a human being, and I know girls like her. And I actually have a friend, a very, very good friend, who appeared on my YouTube channel accidentally. I was in a hotel when I went to Versus Fight, and she came into my room, and we were talking about it was the first time we got to see Sector and Cyrax, and I was telling her, like we made jokes about Wakanda, and she's half black as well, and she was like, yeah, this does look like some Wakanda shit. And she has very similar views to Alyssa McCante.
Yeah.
But she's genuinely a lovely person away from all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So when I hang around her, I'm like, there's still a person behind all of this nonsense going on the internet. So I hope that one day they can just talk it out, and the lawsuits and getting people demonetized, all that stuff goes away, because it does take away from the fact that if they all met in person to like grab some food and try to iron things out, I think maybe they'd be able to make some headway, because it's much easier to just fight on the internet.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, that's a big takeaway I think from all of this too, man. Is like you've said it a few times about there's a person there. You can fuck up and make mistakes. Say it the wrong way. But should you pay for it forever? Like Tom, that's why I said, I'm sorry for my part. I'm not excusing my action. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that like I was right in doing it. I was just saying that this was where my headspace was. But yeah, no, people deserve second chances. People deserve that path to redemption. 100%. Yeah. 100%.
I've got another person in here that wants to jump in, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it, man. Yeah, your show, bro.
Also, shout out to Jahuti. I hope you're doing okay, Jahuti. It's good to have you in here. She's one of the OGs.
Oh.
So hope life is treating you well. But let's get Conrad in here. Conrad, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Wait, hold on a second before you speak. I just read your name. Can't understand why grown men watch WWE. Now I've got to understand, why don't you watch WWE, bro?
Mike, grown men play fighting.
They're not play fighting. Okay.
They're play fighting. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. All right, let's move on. Because
can I ask you one question before you move on? Have you ever been in a wrestling ring before, and have you taken a bump?
No.
Okay, do that for me first, and then we'll have this conversation.
All right, I'll get on it right away, sir.
Thank you.
Now, look, guys, I just wanted to have a little discussion of, like, you were mentioning people getting hate for their very controversial and contentious views. Do you think, however, it sways a bit too much the other side? For example, people that, I mean, it was in the chat, in your stream, Mike. Uh, People were calling The Witcher 4 woke. We've only had a fucking teaser trailer. We don't know anything about it. But people call it woke because instead of Geralt, the male Witcher, we have Ciri.
Mm.
Do you think that people are a bit too quick to, throw the term woke everywhere? What's your guys' opinions on it?
Who do you want to answer it first?
We'll go with you first, Mike.
Well, I mean, in the Witcher's case, it made perfect sense for the story to go in that direction. So the people that were saying that didn't play Witcher 3, yeah, we're way too quick to jump to woke. I mean, look, I've been called woke for having mostly female moderators. I've been called woke by people that I simply like have a small disagreement with, and they automatically assume that, I'm out here dyeing my hair pink, and I've got some sort of like, I'm out there doing marches or whatever. Like, people throw it around as a way to sort of invalidate what you're saying, and it makes the people that also have that mindset listening just parrot what they're saying. So it turns into this whole like mob mentality thing. I was paying attention to when Witcher 4 was announced, and I was like, I know exactly what's going to happen now. A bunch of people that don't know anything about Witcher are going to think that this is a DEI thing, and it has nothing to do with it whatsoever. Obviously, there are situations where you can look at and you could be like, okay, this looks like the kinds of people that made this game have injected their own politics into it. Prime example of it is Saints Row, and how Saints Row went down like a really ugly road. You could kind of make out the kinds of people that made that game and why it changed so much. But there's other situations
what did happen in Saints Row?
They basically just gutted all of the mainstay cast, like all of the dudes that you'd consider chads and like the conventional beautiful women were all replaced with people that have like I don't know, there's not a nice way to say it, like very just what you would see at like a college campus, like in I don't know, like when someone's doing a talk, like it was just not the theme of Saints Row. Like everyone's talking about their sexuality and people are talking about race and that, and I'm like, well, like that's like how they're putting it across. And you even have like Tekken, where people see loads of different nationalities represented in Tekken, and they don't know anything about the history of Tekken and know that Tekken has always been the most diverse game. They represent everyone. People speak their own languages, and you have all of this DEI stuff going on now, and it's exploded on the internet. And then you have some idiot going, Tekken's DEI. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, have we not been playing the same game for like ages now? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So yeah, we're definitely quick to jump to it.
Yeah,
What's
I mean,
your opinion?
so my son actually is like, oh, have you seen the tech demo for Witcher, right? So I had a look at it. It looked great. It is a tech demo though, so we got to be trepidatious when it comes to like they did this with Cyberpunk. Where they showed like the tech demo and then it wasn't like that in game. My only concern is just I want to make sure that the lore is accurate, right? So I'm not fully vested in the Witcher lore. I just thought that I believed, like, and again, I could be wrong, that women couldn't be witches simply because of the actual impact on them. Like it had to be men because they could fully like withstand it. It's kind of like in Warhammer, 40K, where the Space Marines, the men, they can handle like the addition, like all their essentially the bodywork, the additional organs that are added in, everything about the like the Space Marine is because the man can physically obtain it. Whereas you got the Sisters of Battle, who don't have that as far as I know, but they call on essentially like holy light, like almost like they can literally tap into like God, and that what makes them so fucking cool and powerful. But they don't go through the physical change or the physical upgrades that the males do with the Space Marines, right? So I wonder, that's my only question, is that, is this lore accurate? And if it is, I don't care, right? I've been playing, this sounds terrible when I say that, I was going to say I've been playing with chicks since the 90s. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but anyway, right? But they, ever since Tomb Raider, right? Like, we had female protagonists. Like, nobody gave a shit as long as it made sense and the game was great. Like, that's all that should matter. You got to be careful with the woke stuff, because now that the pendulum's swinging back heavy in the other direction, right? Because it was so in one direction for so long, the other side is now starting to make mistakes. Like Melanie Mack, when she said that the thing in the first Descendant was this, it was basically like gooning, yet she defends, what was it, Stellar Blade and Tomb Raider and stuff. And that's because, because one of the actual characters in the game utilizes, I believe, music as part of their kit for doing their abilities. And therefore, they do certain dances, but it kind of like, that was, I remember I did a video on it. That was an L for her. Like, that was a huge L, because it's like, look, you literally can't defend stuff in the same space, and then say stuff in the same space is also doing that, just because you may not like a certain butt wiggle or something like that. So, it looks great. Siri looks great. I just hope that as far as the story, it's accurate, because I'm very particular making sure that like things are kept lore accurate, which is why Henry Cavill had issues on the set. They didn't. I think the director took issues with Henry Cavill because of that.
But it had nothing to do with the game. It was with the directors of the show. Yeah, but when it comes to The Witcher, lore accurate or not, Ciri was still considered a Witcher in The Witcher 3, and nobody gave a shit.
Well, there you go.
Exactly, but these days, there's so much, people are quick to scan everything to see if there's any wokeness in it, just to call it out. And I think you just need to find the balance. Some people cannot find the balance. People who are anti-woke go too much in the other direction, and it's just a fucking mess, and it just pollutes our games with politics, whether it's one side or the other. And I'm just sick of it, if I'm honest. I just want to kill monsters with a fucking silver sword.
Listen, it'll normalize to what it used to be. Like, it'll normalize back again, and then people will realize that never to let it happen again. That's why games like Stellar Blade and stuff like that get such a big, a big focus. Yeah, it's a fun game. I played the demo on PC. It looks great. It runs great. Well optimized, great graphics, and big hoo-hoos. But at the end of the day, the reason why it's a focal point is because non-Western developers are continually making awesome games, and Western developers are dropping the ball. So eventually Western developers will start coming back to that. Like World of Warcraft is a great example of just this awesome MMO that at certain point it started to just become like a fucking soap opera. And it's like, listen, man, I just want to fucking kill some orcs, man. I don't give a shit about fucking feelings and blah blah blah. Can I just kill some horde, please? Thank you. That's it.
In the correct context of certain games, then something like that, feelings and all that.
Of course.
In a very narrative, introspective narrative in a video game, fine. But the way a lot of developers want to implement it in everything, if you fucking buy a gun in Call of Duty, the gun's gonna have a fucking backstory and gender and everything these days. It's annoying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's also good to point out the fact that people didn't get like this for no reason, though. And this rewriting of popular stories that have existed for a long time and inserting new characters or gender bending or race swapping, it was happening for a long time. And a lot of us were like, hey, can you stop doing that? And then it got to the point where they wouldn't stop doing it. So when the game did come out, when a game did come out where it wasn't actually doing it, and the woman was justified in being there, or the person of color was justified in being there, and it wasn't some race swap, they automatically assumed that it was woke. And it's the whole situation is muddy now, because there was a time where you could go to Africa as a white man and shoot black zombies, and we'd just be like, yeah, well, they're zombies, Like, no one's really thinking that Chris Redfield is out there attacking black people. He's just shooting zombies like he was in Raccoon City. But now, you do that now, it's going to be like a shitstorm. Like, this is racist. Why is he a white dude? Have Sheva as the main character. And Sheva's another one where, like, no one complained that
No,
you were
not at
playing
all.
as a black female character, it was fine. But if you do that now, on one hand, you've got people complaining, saying this is racist, they're shooting black zombies. And on the other hand, you'll have people going, this is woke. Why are we using a black female? So you can't win. Both sides have been radicalized because of the
It's
mess
a
that was
mess,
caused.
man. It's a mess.
Yeah.
Absolute
So
mess.
that's why, like, I know that, like, some of those guys like Tope and that, they'll call me a fence sitter. But I do think these are situations that you need to be a little bit more nuanced about and not just be like, this is woke or this is racist or whatever, because that's all the shit that comes out of people's mouths these days.
Mate, any opinion, with whatever side of the fence it is, and no matter the intentions, if it's said so many times, it becomes obnoxious regardless. You have to find a middle ground.
At the end of the
Mr.
day, it's your money. You know, like I say this to people. You know, at the end of the day, it's your money, it's your time. If you're having fun with it, right? Fuck the rest. That's as simple as I can make it. You know, like
yes, that's true. But however, certain games will unjustifiably get a reputation that it does not deserve.
Yeah.
Like, let's say The Witcher 4. I mean, I have no doubt that this whole woke thing, and we've only seen, apart from the tech demo today, a fucking teaser trailer, people calling it woke and having the general idea that it's woke. I'm sure that it will affect sales. And, you know, people will not want to play it because they think it's woke. And even if it comes out and turns out to be the most not woke game of all time, it's still going to have a reputation. So, yeah, I mean, you're right, Faith. I mean, it is your money at the end of the day, but, you know, it does have a bit of a detrimental effect.
I guess
in society.
I guess it, just to add, I guess it depends because then when they start showing, like, for example, our favorite combat cast, right? You know, and you're looking at it and it's like there's no energy. You know, there's no excitement. It's all shit. You get developers coming out for certain games and they literally look like they fell out of a fucking insane asylum, you know, and you kind of get vibes, not saying it is, but it depends on what they talk about. If you're wanting to know about the game, the combat, the systems, the RPG elements, the upgrades, the world, you know, interactions, everything like that, and they talk about it, you can look like a beach whale for all I care. But if they come out and go, well, today, you know, what's really important is that we recognize that Siri is a non-binary they, them. And it's like, listen, just shut the fuck up. I don't care, right? Is Siri going to kick ass, you know, take names and be an awesome world to play in? That's all I care about. And so developers too have a responsibility after shit is being shown to then pave the way and go, you know, just talk about the game, what do gamers want, you know.
Exactly. That's why teaser trailers, like CGI teaser trailers, when the game is first announced, they piss me off.
Yeah.
Just, mate, I don't care. I want to see gameplay. If it's not in the game, what's the point of all this shit?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess time will tell. I do feel like the culture is shifting a little bit. You know, people are a little bit less sensitive than what they were a few years ago. So I think with The Witcher's got such a popular game. I do think it will come out on the other side looking for the better.
Well, and
the
CD
game that
Projekt are goated.
Yeah,
I mean,
the game that I'm worried about is Ghost of Yotai or Yotai, because that even I looked at that and I was like, that seems like a stupid decision, especially because of the person that you got to play it as well. She's very, very political. She's very, very like open with her like left-leaning views, which is fine. You know, if you're left-leaning, it's okay. But I think when you're doing it in an abrasive way, and then you're now the new main character of a super popular game, it's a bit like, it seems like you're playing with fire a little bit doing that. Maybe the game will be good, but it did seem a bit weird to move away from Jin.
I agree. I mean, it's fine to have preconceived notions of what, and maybe be a bit worried, like you are, Mike. But at the end of the day, you can only judge something until you've seen it, and you know. But yeah, I understand that's exactly that 100 word for word my opinion on Ghost of Yote. Fate, I wanted to give you a bit of lore between me and Mr. Hollow. One time when we were in a chat with True Underdog, I brought up the subject of anti-Western bias, right? And the conversation, you know where this is going, Mike. And the conversation
I don't remember this conversation at all.
Well, the whole Devil May Cry 2 thing, mate. That's where it started.
Oh my god.
No.
Go on.
All right. And you said, what do you mean anti-Western bias? And then I said, well, for example, the difference between the Devil. I don't know if you've ever played the Devil May Cry series.
Yes.
Fate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Fantastic. So, for example, the reception that the reboot got compared to the previous games.
Yep.
And look, I mean, I can understand. I thought the game was great, to be honest. By far, not the best one.
Mm.
But I preferred the narrative. I preferred the characterization in those games.
Yep.
Than in the original Devil May Cry. Gameplay not even close to 3 and 5 and 4.
Mm.
But if anything, I thought it was a nice fresh twist.
Yeah.
People were so fucking quick to hate on the game because they compared it to its Eastern counterparts, its Eastern predecessors, right? From
memory, the only controversy I remember was the fact that the developer looked like a little bit of a self-insert. Like, that's the only thing I remember back from then. Like, otherwise, like...
Oh, yeah, because he had that dodgy haircut.
Yeah, yeah. But otherwise, like, the game... Yeah, I mean, it's a slick game. It's great. Like, it's fun, you know? Like, you know, it's not hurting anyone. It's, you know, it's a fun game. So, yeah.
Yeah, well...
Are we talking about the DMC reboot?
Yeah, DMC Devil May Cry. Yeah.
That game is an insult to the Devil May Cry franchise.
You see what I mean? He prefers Devil May Cry 2.
Listen, that's not liking. So this is the thing, right? This is like, you can like something and still prefer the originals. Like something can not be that egregious. Whereas like you go, yeah, I can accept this, you know, but it depends also. Like Mike could be a very big fan, like a huge fan, right? So yeah, for example, Mortal Kombat 1 for me is like just an absolute just insult to me for the MK franchise, right? So I can understand Mike's point of view on that, but also at the same time, like, you know, you can enjoy it and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, obviously they never repeated it though, so it's not like they did a sequel to it. You know, it was kind of like a one and done, which kind of probably speaks to itself, you know. So I don't know.
Well, yes, but preferring Devil May Cry 2, behave.
Oh my god. All right, I gave you reasons literally yesterday about why, and you didn't push back on any of them.
You said you like the overpowered guns, so the helicopter boss, where you just literally hold square for about 5 minutes.
No. I gave you like 10 different reasons why the reboot sucks, and you didn't push back on any of them.
You gave me subjective opinions. The objectivity, such as gameplay. Come on, man.
Objectively speaking, the reboot got one game. It got absolutely trashed. The community hated it. Devil May Cry went on a hiatus because of that game. And then we got Devil May Cry 5, which brought the series back to its glory. That's what actually happened.
Mm.
Yeah, but that's not relevant to our discussion.
It kind of is though, because like you're saying that I'm posing all these opinions. Fair enough.
You could say the same thing about Devil May Cry 2. It almost destroyed the franchise.
Yeah, okay. One almost destroyed the franchise. The other one literally got canned, and they had to go back to the original franchise.
Well, yeah, but Devil May Cry couldn't do that because it didn't have an original franchise to go back to. It was the original franchise.
Let's just fact check this real quick.
So, if anything, you could excuse the reboot just for trying something new because they knew they could just go back to your originals if it didn't work out.
Wait, hold on. Let's fact check this for just to make sure that you're not okay. So the original Devil May Cry sold 6 million copies. The follow-up sold just under 6 million. It sold 5.7. Devil May Cry 3 sold. It didn't almost tank the franchise. It might not have been well received, but it made the money.
Mm.
It made the money, yeah, but fucking MK1 made the money, innit? That's not the point.
No, but you said it almost killed the franchise. Like MK1 underperformed significantly compared to its predecessor. The Devil May Cry in its original form in 2001 sold 2.1 million copies. Devil May Cry 2 sold 1.7. So it wasn't as bad as MK where it went from 15 million to 5.
Mm.
Well, yeah, but you know, sales aren't the be all and end all, in my opinion. Look, I know what you mean, but just give me something, Mike. Say something. Say one thing that you like about the reboot. That's
Give,
better than two, at least.
listen, he's starving, bro. Give him give him a
I told
crumb.
you yesterday, though.
Give him a crumb.
No, but I know now I know Conrad wasn't listening because I actually gave him 2 reasons why I like something that I like from the reboot.
All right.
You don't remember what I said, do you?
Well, no, it's not. I want something more concrete and more, descriptive. Like I prefer this type of game mechanic or something like that.
I did. Okay, I'll repeat it. I like the level design in the reboot. I like the fact that the stages transform. I like
Oh,
how
you mean
that
in
whole
limbo? When it goes to then they go in limbo, right?
Yeah, I like how that sequence plays out. I also really like how creative that boss fight was with the news report because it was kind of a play on Fox News. I thought that was really, really good. But outside of that, I gave you reasons why it doesn't touch any other Devil May Cry game. The music is not as good. The atmosphere in general is not as good. The character work is lame. The character designs are lame. The conclusion to the game is lame. Virgil's introduction is lame. The weapon customization and routes to getting better weapons or upgrading things was lame. The Devil Trigger sucked.
As opposed to Devil May Cry 2 that had just one weapon, the fucking sword.
The Devil May Cry 2 demon, devil, was basically a Dragon Ball character. You go into the air and you start shooting blasts. That works for me. What else was I saying? The supporting cast in DMC Reboot sucks. And I don't know if I mentioned this, but the music is a big deal in Devil May Cry. It's a massive, massive deal. And the music in the reboot is unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
Is it though? Because Devil May Cry in general.
100%.
Devil May Cry in general is just a blur of just guitar riffs for me. Doesn't make a
my
difference.
God, this is blasphemy now, bro. This is absolute blasphemy. Look, I'll put it to you like this. I'll put it to you like this. Devil May Cry 2 came out in 2003. And on the PS2 alone, it sold 1.7 million copies. That's the only platform it was released on. The reboot came out on Steam, PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, originally in 2013, and then was re-released. And it did 3.1 on combined on PS3 and Xbox, right? And only 900,000 on Steam. And then they returned to their roots, and it does 9.1 million initially, and then another million, so 10 million in total on Devil May Cry 5. So Devil May Cry 2 did not tank the franchise. It wasn't well received, but it didn't tank the franchise. And like I told you, Conrad, I went back and played it after our discussion. I still like it, so my opinion doesn't change.
Look, I mean, for me, it was just I thought you were exaggerating with Devil May Cry 2, not liking the reboot. That's absolutely fair enough. I have no problem with that. And even to me, 1, 3, and 5 are better than the reboots. I just wanted to explore, this whole Devil May Cry 2 thing because it was a bit weird to me. That's all.
Yeah, man, I'm a Devil May Cry 2 stan. I will stand against the world on that one. The same with Sonic 06. I love Sonic 06, even though it's a buggy mess. I love that game. I love the story. I love the fact that Silver is like Trunks and his future is sort of like the one with Cell. I liked, I think Iblis and Mephiles. I didn't like the romance between Sonic and the girl. That was weird. But other than that, yeah, Sonic 06 is a great game, man. And I will stand on that. I don't care how many people come at me. I will stand on that until the day I die.
Oh yeah, I mean, fair enough. As long as you accept the fact that you might get some backlash for it because it's a very contentious opinion, then you're free to have that opinion. That's fair enough.
It's gonna ping off my chest.
I just not to I just got to add this. So listening to this conversation, right? This is kind of how I felt. What you're feeling right now, Mike, is kind of how I felt when we would talk to the beginning. Like I'd be like giving answers, and you'd be like, "Yeah, but you got to give me more. Give me more." Like, I'm just like, "This is man. That's all I got, right? That's all I got, dude."
Well, yeah, that was the whole point of this conversation. Fate. That was the whole point of this conversation, so that Mr. Hollow here can get a taste of his own medicine.
Oh,
It's not a
okay.
taste of no medicine though, because you're not pushing back. You are presenting
I'm
the question to
joking.
me.
I'm joking. I'm
Okay.
joking.
Okay.
Okay, just one thing before I go. Faith, I asked Mike yesterday what his obsession with sleeveless tank tops was, and he told me.
Oh,
Now I'd
you're
like
the
to hear-
fellow.
know-
Okay,
know
all
your-
right. Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so you asked? He asked you.
No. I was watching the stream the other day, and I remembered. I thought it was
okay.
Was it C4 or something? Somebody. I thought it was him, but no, it's you. It's you wanting
Yeah,
to know
yeah, it's me.
about the tank tops. Well, I tell you what, mate. Where do you live in the world?
I live in Malta.
In where? Moscow.
Very similar. Malta.
Oh, okay, all right. So take that,
It's
dial it
an
up.
island.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's an island in the Mediterranean.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I live on an island too. So I want you to take that heat and I want you to crank it up to 1,000, right? And then that's basically what Australia is. I mean, this place. Look, you can see like, well, you can't see right here, but like it gets so hot that we had to buy like portable air conditioners just so I could sit at the computer. Right. Like the heat it's usually a dry heat, but sometimes on the rare occasion we'll get that muggy heat, which is what I hate the most. So usually if the muggy heat kicks in, I'll turn on the actual aircon, otherwise I'll leave it on fan. But that's the reason why I wear them, because it's fucking comfortable. Like, I don't want to, like, you know, when it gets warmer and stuff, like, you'll notice, like, through my content, for certain videos, I'll start, like, getting long sleeves on and shit, because it's starting to get cooler, but otherwise, it's just comfy. It's easy, just throw it on. Like, you know, I'm not trying to, like, you know, pick up anyone or look, you know, handsome or nothing. I'm just, it's fucking hot,
No,
man.
I was just wondering if
It's
it was
hot.
a stylistic.
So,
I was just wondering if it was a stylistic thing because,
no,
then,
well,
for example,
the chocolate biscuit over here, obviously, it looks better on him than me, right? Because he goes to the gym. I'm over here, like, lifting, like, shit. I don't know. I'm not lifting anything. But, like, you know, it looks better on him than it does me. Right? There we go. Right?
no, that's fine because sometimes it's like stylistic, sometimes it's cultural. For example, in England, in Newcastle, they're known for wearing t-shirts in sub-zero temperatures, and you know that you could say that is to a certain extent cultural. I was just wondering what the deal was.
Oh, okay.
But I appreciate you answering. Thank you, Mr. Fate.
Oh, thank you, dear. I appreciate that.
All right, lads, I've wasted enough of your time. Thanks for talking to me, and you guys have enjoyed the rest of the stream. And Mike,
no worries,
Thank you, bro.
this isn't ending here. This will continue
man.
forever.
But I've given you your answer, fam. I've told you. You're not giving me anything. You know, like you asked for an answer. I gave you 10 answers, but you're not giving me anything.
You're gonna have to you're gonna have to do a side by side, bro. You're gonna have to record footage of D2, Devil May Cry 2, sorry, and then side by side with DMC. That's
Look,
yeah, that's the end game.
I'll prepare a list. I'll prepare a list of my most contentious opinions for your next stream, Mike. And you read through them, and then you can challenge me and rip on me.
Can you
make it fair?
Can you stream Devil May Cry 2, Mike? Can you stream it? Is that possible?
Yeah, I can stream it.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. Easily, you just load it up and bombs away. So
Yeah, but he's not even gonna. He's gonna have me play the game. I've completed it 100 times, not even show up to watch, and then come into the stream and say, "I asked you a question. I answered like 1,000 times."
yeah, you got to be.
No,
Well,
no.
if he does that, Conrad, you got to be there, man. You got to be there. Be square.
I'll be.
Simple.
I'll be. Anyway, guys, again, thanks for having me, and thanks for talking to me. Take
No
care.
worries, man. Have a good one.
Catch you, dude.
Bye, guys.
Let's see. I'm just gonna read out these super chats if that's all right, bro.
Oh yeah, you're cool, man.
Nene FGC, thank you for the $5. People don't remember Mike Collar was whooping Problem X's ass in MK9 back in the tournament days. And Fate, can you do the funny smirk you do saying random crap? What does that mean?
What fucking funny smirk? Hey,
I have no idea what he's referring to.
Oh, hey, yeah, I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean-
I'm going to confess something to Mike. Here we go. Right? Because being an Australian and a Gen Xer, it's kind of a double whammy of being a fucking shit stirrer. So remember one of our conversations, Mike, right? And like the last beef we had, right? And we're sitting there talking. And this is what I'm doing. We're talking. I'm like, right, you know, and you're going, who's there? Fate, turn the camera. Who's over here? I need to see. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
There's no one there.
That's what I was saying.
Right? You know where I picked that up from? Is because there used to be a big PS3 YouTuber called El Presador, right? He had a big channel. And part of his shtick, like his gig when he was doing videos and stuff, was that he'd look off to the side like he had some sort of assistant or somebody he was like conversing with to kind of add like sort of like some comedy relief or things like that to that. So I was being a shit. My apologies, man. I was being a shit.
No, it's fine. Like we all thought you got it from The Rock because he used to do that all the time as well.
Oh no, I had no idea. No, I didn't know The Rock did that.
Yeah, and I know Dr. Disrespect used to do it.
Oh really?
I haven't watched it in a long time after all that like controversial stuff happened. But when I used to watch him, he would just start screaming at some guy that wasn't there, like his assistant, which it was hilarious. But yeah, I thought that you got it from those guys.
No, this is all the way back. Yeah, shit. Yeah.
And as for Problem X, yeah, no, I remember Problem X on that. So there's still a tournament. I think there's one match of me and Problem X playing. We played a few times.
Can you I don't know any backstory about your competitive side actually. I've only seen the MK11 picture, but I don't know anything else about what you.
So I've been playing fighting games for ages. I used to go to the arcades with my friends.
Yep.
We would play Tekken 4 and Tekken 5 and Tekken 6 and whatever. But the first time that like I made a name for myself was on MK9.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mortal Kombat had just come back and it exploded, and I was the first person to win a big tournament in the UK.
Oh yeah.
It was a massive tournament. Ketchup and Mustard were in it. Problem X was in it, and I won that tournament, and I sort of got my name out there. And then I won some other tournaments, like they weren't as big, but then that same tournament, it was called Ultimate Clash, was coming up again.
Yep.
And this was the first time that we ever saw Foxy. I think that was his first tournament he ever entered.
Okay. Yep.
So I ran through the whole tournament with relative ease, didn't lose to anyone. And then it was me and Foxy in the grand finals, and he absolutely battered me. Like I was shocked because I had run through. I was hungover as well during that tournament, and I was just beating people with my eyes closed. So in my mind, I was like, yeah, no one's gonna touch me again. Like I've got this.
Who were you maining? Who were you maining?
Funnily enough, I was using like very low tier characters. I was using Scorpion and Noob Saibot, and Foxy was using Kung Lao, which we all like got introduced to around that time. It was disgusting. Like he was taking me from pillar to post, just destroying me.
Yep.
And so he kind of like took over the MK9 scene, like winning everything. I was like getting like second and third after that. I couldn't beat him. And then it got to MKX. I've still got the video on his somewhere where I ran into Foxy online, and I managed to beat him in a set. And I was like, damn, I got Foxy, cool. I'm back on track. And then I took that motivation and got to the top of the leaderboards on MKX.
Yep.
And I stayed top of the leaderboard in MKX on the global leaderboard for like, I want to say 6 months to a year. I can't remember exactly now. That got me noticed by WB for Injustice 2. Also, in Injustice 1, I won quite a few tournaments here as well. So I got invited by WB to go play Injustice 2 with Foxy, and that was a cool experience. And then I got sick of NRS games.
Yeah.
And I moved over to playing Soul Calibur competitively. And I was top of the leaderboard in Soul Calibur. I basically stayed top of the leaderboard in Soul Calibur from when I got there up until when I decided to stop playing, which was like years down the line. I managed to like maintain it.
Yep.
And I won tournament.
Was that 6? Soul Calibur 6?
No, that was Soul Calibur 5. Soul Calibur
shit.
6, I never got to the top of the leaderboard, but I did win the first big UK tournament for it, which was held at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere.
Yep.
And that had all like the heavy hitters, like King of Hyrule was there, Silent Joel was there, Talon was there. Lone Wolf was there. Like all the guys that you would expect to get first place in big tournaments had shown up. A lot of the French players didn't get to make it, but yeah. So Soul Calibur became like my thing for a while.
Yep.
And then that Soul Calibur 6 kind of like rubbed me the wrong way. So came back to Mortal Kombat, did really well in MK11. Like I was beating top players. There's a set on my channel between me and Foxy where he beat me 15-7, but I was like, I still got 7 games off of Foxy, so I was pretty happy about that. And then yeah, I don't know, like I won a national in MK11 with Video Games Yo. Me and him were in the same team, and we won the UK national.
Yeah.
And then I think I got busy, and I just sort of like stopped playing competitively. And that's kind of where like my competitive like run sort of ended. I just thought that I became a bedroom champion, like playing people online. I maintained my level for a long time on MK11. Like, unless you were like a top player, I wouldn't really lose.
Yeah.
But MK1 came around. Obviously, it pissed me off within a month, and I dropped it.
Yep.
So yeah, my time with competing on MK kind of died when MK11 died.
Do you still feel the fire to compete? Do you still feel like in something? Do you feel that, or?
Yeah, I think on Tekken 8 I could compete because I think I'm good on Tekken 8. Like I'm not the best, but like I've played high level players and like tournament players and people that have like won big tournaments in their countries, and I've beaten them. So my thing with Tekken 8 is that I haven't practiced yet, and I've been able to take my knowledge from with Feng Wei from 5, 6, 7 tag 2, and then now 8. I still do relatively well, and now Fakurama is coming out, who's somebody that I actually want to use and I actually want to explore. So now in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, if I could do that with Feng Wei when I wasn't trying, I should, in theory, be able to be twice as good if I actually like give a fuck when Fakurama comes out. So I don't know if I'm gonna compete because it's very time consuming with YouTube, and then I work 2 jobs, and then trying to stay on top of the gym. I don't know, but I'll definitely be going for like God of Destruction, and maybe I'll attend like a few local tournaments and see how I do.
Yeah, I had no idea, man. Yeah, this is the first time I heard about it. That's cool. Yeah, I listen.
Yeah, there's some stuff on YouTube like sprinkled around if you type my name in.
I'll say the same thing to Foxy. As long as I can hit you, I'm happy. You know, if I can prevent as little as amount of flawlesses, I'm good to go. You know,
Foxy's hard to hit. Foxy's very, very hard to hit. I'm not as hard to hit, but I'm pretty good at coming back. So
I like fighting. Like I really don't care whether I win or lose. But I was really glad to have that experience with Foxy because, man, that was like fighting a Terminator. I just couldn't move. Like it was just he just read everything. You know, absolutely everything. And I've never experienced that. So when I remember when we had that big blow up, he said, you know, Combat League is fucking nothing like in comparison to like what they do. And I just thought that was ego. But now after like the comparisons, because I went back to playing a little bit of MK Online casually and playing with some of the people from the channel, and I'm like, yeah, no, there is a difference. There's a massive difference, and I needed to learn that, man. You know, so you know, like respect to people that take that to that next level, you included. You know, especially Soul Calibur, dude. I love Soul Calibur. Like I'm not obviously the greatest at it, but I love the fighting game. My love of fighting games comes from like, you know, the characters and the lore and just the setting and stuff like that. That's where I look at this whole thing and I go, man, I want to muck around in that world. You know, but MK's been the only one I've kind of pushed harder at. You know, when I get online. I noticed, I just remembered because you tweeted out a picture or something about me being at the top of the leaderboard in Virtual Fighter 5, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I swear to God, I swear to God, I have no idea how that happened because I pre-ordered like the big Kahuna version because I wanted everything. I wanted all the music, costumes. You know, it's VF coming to PC for the first time since I think VF2, and I'm like, damn, what the fuck am I at the top of the leaderboard for? I've only had like 2 fights, you know, like, you know, but I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was because like I bought it and that every customer got like some like online rank points, you know, allotted to them. And then after like a week or so, people were just like eclipsing me, you know, on the board. But I honestly, man, I have no idea how that happened. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, no, I saw it. And I was like, no way, this guy's the best player in the
No
world.
way, absolutely
We were
not.
cracking
No,
up.
no way, no. It's a great game. It's a lot of fun. It's just great to have it on PC, but nah,
Yeah.
nah, I'm not. No way.
Yeah, I mean, even like I competed in loads of anime games. Like I joined Gloku's tournament for Bleach Rebirth of Souls, and I managed to get third place, and that was really stacked. I had like 400 people in it,
Oh shit.
and I've just seen Booty Hunter say competitive gaming seems kind of stupid to me. That seems like a bit of a reductive mindset. Like I think if you enjoy playing something, like I would play Budokai with one of my close friends. His name's Fraser, and we would just sit and play Budokai for hours and hours. And I realized that even though Fraser wasn't really into competing, I realized we're really good at this. If there's a tournament, I could go and going to tournaments is not really about like the prize money. It's that you you get to meet people and you compete and it's fun. Like it's part of like it's like when you watch an anime and sorry, I can see you guys in the queue waiting. I'll bring the next person in. My apologies, but it's like when you're watching an anime and you're watching Dragon Ball Z and they're doing the World Martial Arts Tournament.
Yep.
You just get to meet new people and
Yeah.
test your metal against them, and that's a lot of fun. Like I loved going to Soul Calibur 5 tournaments because the Soul Calibur scene are much older. All the friends that I made in Soul Calibur are like 10 years older than me. And when I showed up, I was the kid.
Yeah.
And the first tournament I entered, I got third place, and like King of Hyrule was playing, and Talon and all those guys, and I eliminated so many people. And it's a good feeling. Like it's cool to compete against people. The same way it'd be cool to compete when you learn to fight in real life and you go to do a competition and you fight and you break bread off. You know, it's no different.
Yeah, I mean, I get that aspect. Yeah, like when I used to train and stuff, and you know, sometimes we'd hold like tournaments. You know, so we'd do the Olympic style of type because the normal taekwondo that we taught, you know, was the one that they were updating from South Korea. You know, so they would like, you know, tell all the head instructors and whatnot, you know, okay, right, now modify these stances when you're training. But like, so the standard stance is like this, but obviously Olympic Taekwondo is like this, right? You know, and you're swapping, you know, to protect your body as best you can from all the strikes on the pads, you know, to get the points. And sometimes we'd have those tournaments. And yeah, I mean, you know, it's not going to lie. I remember this one guy, he just like, as soon as it was like, you know, to begin, he just did this massive fucking shout and he just ran at me. It was this big guy, right? And I just jumped up and I did this backspinning, you know, kick into him. But my kick was too low and I got him in the nuts. And it was all over, man. That was it. He was out. But yeah, I can understand from the martial arts side of it. Yes, I can understand. Yeah. So taking, I can see what you're saying and you're taking that, but like putting it into the video game world. And for me in the video game world, I don't really care for it myself, but I can understand what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So,
like I remember I faced some guy, his name, it was something like Prince of the Saints or some shit like that, like Prince of the Saints 214 or some shit.
Yeah.
And he was so good at Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3.
Yeah.
And at that point I hadn't met somebody that could beat me.
Yeah.
And I hadn't met somebody that was as good at doing, like, I guess you'd call them like Roman canceling or whatever in the game. And he used Goku and I used Vegeta, like naturally, like Vegeta was my main.
Yeah.
And it was so much fun to fight somebody that is basically dead even with you, because it's no, to me, it's no the competing on a game is no different to competing at anything when you're closely in skill. So it's just there's a thrill behind it.
Yeah.
If people are not really into like learning the game and like getting better at the game, then I can understand maybe in like Booty Hunter's case, he just wants to pick up the game, mash some buttons, and go about his business.
Yeah.
But I don't have fun doing that. I don't have fun picking up a fighting game, mashing a few buttons, and putting it down.
Yeah.
If I play a fighting game, I want to know exactly what I'm doing, and I get enjoyment from beating my opponents. You know, I feel like I've done something worthwhile.
Yeah.
So it really depends on what you find fun, but I find competing fun in anything. If you give me a game and you're like, it's a lighthearted game, my mind will immediately go to, I want to compete though.
If there's time, if it's okay, man, like after people have come on and stuff, I would like to take that energy that you just described and talk about Grand Blue. Because I already talked about it. If it's possible, right? Don't disappoint me, Chocolate Biscuit. I need to talk about it because I must admit what you just described then is actually how I approach Grand Blue. For some reason, the whole game itself just sucked me in, And I have literally cost like 4 people or 5 people in the Discord now to go out and buy it, just by rabbiting on about it. It's kind of cool. Yeah, and they've been having a lot of fun because there's a free-to-play version, so that way people at least can try it out, which is good. But yeah, anyway, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, all right, we'll do a Grand Blue part before we close off the stream. I'll get these 2 guys in here first before we do that. So we've got Crafty.
What is happening, Mike? How are you? Fate, how you doing?
There you go, man.
Yeah, not bad, man.
Yeah. So it's kind of funny that you actually are talking about competing and competitive play and all of that, because that is the world that I come from. I competed in first-person shooters, Quake 3, Unreal Tournament with the Weekend Warriors back in 99 to like 07.
Man, now you're talking my language, bro. Fate, That's it, dude.
See, Fate, I knew you knew what I was going to talk about.
Fucking arena shooters, bro. Arena shooters.
Who's older than Gen X, right?
Yep.
I was part of the Team Sportscast Network, and we used to do shoutcasting for the CPL, the Cal Leagues. We did WSVG, we did WCG, all of that, right?
Yep.
So that's my competitive world. On the side, though, being in Southern California, I was there when Moment 37 happened. I was in the room. I was also there when Viscant popped off against Low Tier God. So just again, being part of Southern California and being part of the competitive in SoCal, right? That's just the way that it is, right? Going to Super Arcade and all of that kind of stuff, right? The thing is, and I stepped away after 07. MTV actually bought out the Team Sportscast Network, and they fired us all. So that's what happened. And then Twitch happened. I'm sure that you guys know the name DJ Wheat. DJ Wheat went on and all of that. But I did some shoutcasting with DJ Wheat. And what happened was I left all competitive gaming after about 2013 when I competed in Sega Cup, and I did some announcing with Shidosha. So for the last 10 years, I haven't been part of the fighting game community, and here I come back, and I find Mike, who is like me. I grew up in the arcade. If I remember popping off to somebody and then getting a stool in the back because I popped off against somebody.
Damn.
Right? So when you're in the arcade, if you say something wrong, you get fed your teeth. And I think that a lot of people in the FGC forget this, but then a lot of people in the FGC also forget that there is clubs, there is teams, there is things like that you need to be a part of, right? So Fate, you said that you did Taekwondo. I did Taekwondo as well.
Cool.
And there is something that happens in a locker room where when you're on a team, you don't necessarily like everybody that's on your team, but when you hit the mat, you are a cohesive unit. You're a team. You compete, right? And you can talk so much shit to one another. You can talk so much shit to the person across from you. But when you're on the mat and you're competing in the game, there's something sacred about that. And I think, and it doesn't matter if you're fighting for real. It doesn't matter if you're playing chess. It doesn't matter if you're playing fighting games, right? There is something sacred about being on the mat. So when you step up to your controller, that's like being on the mat, right? And all the shit talk goes away until after the game is over. And then you can pop off, right? And like Viscant and LTG, they probably still don't like each other, but they settled it on the mat. And all of this nonsense that I see from the FGC these days and happening in other communities as well just proves to me that people have never been in a locker room or never been on a team.
Mm.
And I just want to hear your guys' thought on that.
Who did you want to answer it first?
Let's start with Fate, only because he's a Gen X like me. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah. Well, so somebody suggested, Mike, that if you're the chocolate biscuit, I'm the vanilla cracker. So, yes, the vanilla cracker. I'll go first. All right. So,
really stuck on this biscuit stuff. Eh?
I am, man, and it's never hard. Listen, you want to get along? You want to get along, right? This the compromise. No, I'm just kidding. Right. Yeah, you're 100% right. Like, you know, you as a Gen Xer, you would have remembered seeing the movie Best of the Best then, right?
Yes.
With Eric Roberts, Chris Penn, and that really awesome Korean Taekwondo guy that's been in almost every martial art movie from the 90s, I think. So for anyone that doesn't know, Best of the Best is a team where the American Karate tournament goes over to South Korea and fights the Taekwondo team over there. And there are major like rifts in that team. You know, like one of the guys is basically a racist, you know, calling shit out and stuff like that. But by the end of it, they've got to work together. They have to work as a team. They have to respect each other, you know, as the team getting out there and doing the job. And there's a lot of lessons to that. And yeah, you're right. Like people, I think I'm wondering, dude, if it's actually because of the internet. You know, I'm wondering if that's the reason, because of people can really isolate themselves, you know, and become just live in their own bubble, and they don't have to either rely on other people or form relationships, because we're not meant to be independent. We're meant to be interdependent. You know, we need people for a variety of different reasons. Yeah, I don't know.
It's interesting you say that. Again, you know, when you're on the internet, you can tell people to unalive themselves, and you're not going to get a stool in the back.
Yeah,
right? You're not going to. Fight isn't going to break out anything like that.
Yeah.
The other thing though is like, you know, X, Twitter, Twitter, whatever, is pure cancer. It's entirely cancer. Really, what needs to happen is we need to go back to club mentality. We need to go back to locker room mentality, where you form discords, because you can do this online. You form discords, you form teams, you constantly play with one another, and then, you know, you meet up maybe once or twice a year. Right? This is what virtualfighter.com used to do. We used to meet up here in Southern California every single year, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, we had people come out from all over the world. So it's the way of things, right? And if you truly want to be part of this community, then you have to be part of the community, which means you have to be part of a club, which means locker room mentality of understanding that sometimes you're going to call somebody a shitheel. You're going to mean it. But again, when you get to the mat, all of that goes away.
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, I think like when you're in the arcade, like you said, if you were disrespectful, we dealt with it there and then, which is why most people in the arcades weren't disrespectful, because you kind of knew what was going to happen if you were. And some of the scenes in the arcade were a bit more aggressive than others. I'd definitely say the Tekken scene and the Street Fighter scene, they definitely had the guys that you would associate with like being more hood than other scenes. And I remember, because I remember in Trocadero, the Street Fighter arcade was like to your left when you walk in, and Tekken was in the middle. So the Tekken guys were always next to the Street Fighter guys, and Virtua Fighter was on the other side. And then I think Mortal Kombat was somewhere on. The Mortal Kombat in Trocadero was never really popular, because I think they had Mortal Kombat 4 in there for a time, and people didn't want to play it. So it was mainly like Virtua Fighter, Tekken, and Street Fighter. And I remember there was basic respect amongst everybody. And yeah, there were, like I've told people before, and a lot of the guys that went to Trocadero or went to Good Street, they will attest to it. There were times where someone said something and he was dragged outside and shit went down. And that's why, like, I've always, I don't really appreciate how some people behave online, because I'm like, this would not have happened in the arcade. We would have spoken like men. you would have said sorry, and we would have kept it moving. And if you didn't say sorry, someone in the arcade is gonna deal with you. But having
then-
said that, it didn't really happen because it would happen once. Everyone would see it and be like, okay, we don't want that to happen. And also, I need to see this guy next Friday again because we're all gonna come back to the same spot.
Yeah.
And so everyone got along. But now you're behind the monitor. Now you can say any manner of nonsense to somebody, and there's not going to be any repercussions for it.
Right. But to your point, right? You're going to see the guy next Friday, right? For me, it was see somebody every Wednesday because Wednesday night fights. Even if you drug the guy outside and you got into a screaming match, and you had to take somebody to the wash rack, right? That's even if you saw somebody next Wednesday, there was still that respect, right? Because you had that disagreement, and it got settled right there.
Yep.
Right. And we didn't hold on to that until the next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if
And
there
that
was
was that level
genuine
of respect.
animosity, if there was genuine animosity, it was settle it on the game, and
Yeah.
whoever loses, you gotta buy the other. Because there was a steakhouse opposite where we would go to the arcade. There was like, you lose, go buy some steak, shake hands, keep it moving, and or you're getting drinks or whatever. And it was mostly peaceful. Now I was talking to some guy the other day, and he was saying to me that the old FGC is the problem, and the new FGC and the way we do things on Twitter is better. And I was like, first of all, you're too young to even understand what old FGC was like, so I don't know why you're talking about it. And secondly, I don't remember there being this many death threats being thrown around over a video game, so I don't know how you can say it's better. And he was saying to me, oh, well, that back in the old FGC, they weren't very inclusive in terms of like having gay and trans people there. And I was like, how the fuck would you know? You weren't in the arcades. There's a trans player called Izanami, who has been in the Tekken scene for ages, and any of the OGs that are in the chat that know Izanami will know that there was never a situation, or at least that I never observed, and I certainly wasn't a part of, where there was disrespect thrown. It was play the game, shake hands, and keep it moving. And I saw Izanami at EGX last year. Shook hands, said, how are you doing? Good to see you. Glad you're in good health. Keep it moving. But now you have a disagreement. Maybe you don't see the world the way they see it. And suddenly that's, oh, you're trying to erase my existence. And then all these fights break out. And it's like, well, bro, I'm not trying to do anything. We just don't agree. And in the arcades, we didn't agree on a lot of things, but we played the game, and that was it.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, right? So in the old FGC, and not to be like sexist or anything like that, but a lot of girls didn't want to play fighting games. That's just the way it was. But the ones that did, you step up, and if you can do it on the game, guess what? You did it on the game, and that was awesome, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in Virtual Fighter, right? One of the guy's wives, a pie player, man, she's brutal, right? And she's accepted, and all of that. I mean, it's the way it is.
But you also people don't forget that that human interaction is so important, because when I would go to the arcades, you dap up the guys. Like we would dap up, we'd shake hands. Some of the guys would be like, hey man, how you doing? They give each other a hug. When girls start to get involved, we do the same thing. We'd either dap them up or give them a hug, ask them how they're doing. When someone wins a match, someone will pop off and they'll put their arm around you and go, oh, that was sick, bro. And those sort of things don't exist anymore because we're all online. And those little things really help to build a relationship with people in your community. And it's sad that we don't have that anymore. Every now and then you get at some tournaments when guys have known each other for a long time. Like at Versus Fight, there's a lot of old school players that will show up here in the UK. And because we all came from that scene and that time, it's normal for us. But you see a lot of the new players are very antisocial. They kind of keep themselves to themselves. Some of them are not very well socially integrated. So you get situations where there's maybe a pretty girl in the scene dressed as Reina, and everyone's circling around her. It's like, guys, you need to let her breathe, man. This is ridiculous. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a fan of the old FGC. I remember when I was speaking to Mike Watson, even though he's from where you are. what he was describing was what we had in Trocadero. It was none of this shit that goes on now. Certainly no death threats in the situations I've gotten out of hand. So yeah, there is an element of I can't punch you right now, so you're gonna say whatever you want to say. And it's not that I want to punch you; it's that the idea that you could get punched by the guys in the arcade makes you think twice, which is the same thing for all things in life. When you go outside, you don't do certain things, not because I want to hurt you, because I never put my hands on anyone, but it's the idea that I could or someone else could hurt you for acting like a prick. There's consequences to your actions.
On the other side, though, you do have people who are way too sensitive, right? I mean, somebody pops off at somebody else like Chael Sonnen, and all of a sudden the FGC is the worst thing ever because this person happened to say that this other person is trash at the game and shouldn't ever play the game anymore. And it's like they don't understand that there is trash talk, right? And trash talk has always been part of old FGC. And all of that money matches and all of that, but
money matches, man, good times. Good times.
But I mean,
can't let you get close.
Yeah, but this idea. Oh, but I think I remember I went to the forum in LA and I watched Chael Sonnen. Like, he just talked so much smack against Tito Ortiz, and that fight lasted 5 seconds, and Tito just like dropped him. It was amazing. But
yeah,
Chael Sonnen will always be my favorite, dude. I love Chael.
Never lost a match in his life, I believe.
Right. But the thing is, right, is that smack talk, it's that team mentality, it's that locker room mentality, it's what separates the FGC from, say, any other competitive video game, right, where it's a little bit more structured and everything like that, right? FGC has always been grassroots, and I'm afraid that people are trying to turn it like way too professional, and to where there is no more smack talk. I mean, they're trying to get rid of money matches and things like that, right? Money matches is where you find out who is the best. You don't find out who is the best at a tournament. You find out who is the best when money is on the line.
Yeah.
Well, they push themselves to do it. Yeah, to get that money. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about tournament money. I'm talking about people pull money out of their pocket. They go into the hallway of a hotel with a television and everything like that, and they just hammer it out, right? I'm better than you. All right, well, put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a different time, dude. I did a fair amount of money matches in my time as well, and I remember, like, it's not just the money; it's the humiliation that's gonna follow when your boys jump up saying, "Oh, he took your money," blah blah blah.
Yeah,
that really pushes you to be like, I need to play absolutely like frame perfect in this, which is it comes back to that competitive side of gaming that makes it a lot of fun because you're locking into something and trying your best. And the other guy's also trying to do the same thing, and you're like, the best man is going to win here, and it's going to be a whole scene and a whole fiasco, and someone's going to get cussed out, but we're all men about it. Like, I'll just hold my L, shake his hand, I'll probably drop a few F-bombs on him, and I'll go home.
Right. Well, all right, it's been a pleasure, you guys. It is super important that, I mean, everybody in your chat already knows this, but I think that playing competitively, whether, again, it be chess, it be wargaming, it be anything, right? Baseball, doesn't matter. I honestly think that everybody should seek out a club and join a club, because that is where you are going to grow. Iron sharpens iron, and you are not going to reach the next level just by playing randoms online or just going to some random place to play. No, you need to find people. Find your locker room and find your club.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think for all things in life, it's always good to surround yourself with people that are better than you as well. That's one thing that I love about the gym. The gym that I go to, all the guys in there are built like Arnold Schwarzenegger, and even though like I'm not aspiring to be like that, it's very motivating to be around and see all these guys that are like maxing out their bench press and they're going crazy, because I'm like, well, I can't walk in here and do the bare minimum. I might not be training to look like them, but I can't be in the same space as them and train like a little bitch at the same time. So yeah, 100%.
All right, guys. You take care. Thanks
You
much,
too, man.
Mike. It was a pleasure talking to you.
You too, bro.
And Fate, always pleasure talking to you too.
You too,
No
man.
worries,
Thank you,
man.
sir.
Take care. Someone asked him, am I taking roids? No, bro, I'm not taking roids. What the fuck?
Oh shit.
You can tell. You can kind of tell when someone's taking roids. I'm not that
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
Like, there's pictures of me on Instagram. I top up. You can see that I'm not on roids. If I was on roids, I'd be twice the size. All right, let's get the next guy in here. I think this will be the last guy for today.
By the way, I can tell you're looking pretty tired, man. We can do the Grand Blue thing another time. That's perfectly fine, man.
That's fine. Well, we might as well do it today. We'll get the next guy in, and then we'll do the Grand Blue thing, and then we'll wrap up.
All right.
Yeah, when you lot were talking for a bit, I was like, let me close my eyes for 2 seconds.
You put the glasses on, man. It's like, dude, he stole my fucking glasses too. Like, because I wear glasses like that. I love the aviators. So and he's like, yep, he's having a nap. He's having a nap.
These are actually my friends. I was working a job with her, and she does a lot of modeling, and she uses these in her shoots.
Yep.
And she was taking, the photographer was there taking pictures, and she dropped them, and I saw them. And I was like, oh, that's kind of groovy. I just said to Jessica, I'm taking your glasses, and she thought nothing of it. She actually tuned in. I think she tuned into the stream and saw it. And she was like, been looking for those for like a year.
You still got it. Yeah, she can't be that. Yeah, she can't be that keen to
I'm
get them
going
back.
to a house party in like 2 months, so I'll give them back to her. All right, let's get Jafar in here, and then we'll do Grand Blue, and then we'll wrap it up.
All right, man.
All right, Jafar, can you hear us?
Yo, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yep.
Not to be a professional pussy dryer over here, but I think Invasions is probably the best. Because I remember watching a lot of videos where a lot of people compared the MK1 Invasions similar to the Crypt. And would you guys argue that the Crypt from the old games are better than Invasions?
No. That's it, man. That's it. All right. Listen, man. Listen, this is getting serious. Come on, dude. Really?
Are you trolling?
Now the FBI's involved, right? So, go on. It's confession time. Tell us.
Okay.
By all means.
Okay. I have played every single Mortal Kombat game. I am a Raiden stan. I love Kung Lao, Liu Kang, Devora's wifey. Like, she's everything. Every single, like, those, like, especially in like Deadly Alliance, I recall playing them, and I rolled my eyes so hard at like the Crypt, because I would go and I would open one of the tombstones, and it's just going to be some like trash ass Kano cereal picture. I would rather just spend 2 hours, 4 hours in Invasions and get a guaranteed reward than gamble around with the stupid crypt system.
Are you sure you played other Mortal Kombat games?
I can attest to it. Would you like to test my knowledge?
Yeah. Which Mortal Kombat game do you get? Which Mortal Kombat game do you get the cooking with Scorpion in?
I believe it was Deadly Alliance.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, I know my stuff. Like, I'm not as old.
I will say that the original Crypt, I just like, maybe it's not for you. I liked unlocking all the random shit and the things that were inconsequential. I even think it had better jump scares than MK11. The jump scare in the Crypt in Deadly Alliance was genuinely terrifying. And I think that Invasions, my problem with Invasions is, I mean, obviously it's horseshit. It's terrible. It's a big budget game with like low energy ideas, and you have something like Deadly Alliance, which introduced a mode where you're sort of like following a road along with Shujinko, and you're like learning the moves of other characters, which evolved into conquest mode, and then you regress. And so for me, it's like fighting games started off at a certain point. It's the same argument with like balance and games being broken and people being like, oh, we didn't complain back then. Yeah, but we're in 2025. We shouldn't be going backwards. We should only be going forwards. How are you releasing a mode like Conquest and then reverting back to the mode that came before it, just with a few more like extra layers and textures. So it's stupid on that front. It's extremely tedious as well. Like it is mind-numbingly tedious. Whereas the crypt, you kind of go in there. You've got your coins, you've got your jade coins, you've got your gold coins, your ruby, your sapphire, and whatever. You pick up your stuff. You get something cool sometimes. Sometimes you don't, and you keep it moving. But Invasions is a whole game mode that they sunk development time into, and money, which could have gone to something else. Whereas the crypt is not really like that. It's a very basic mode that just has pictures or videos inside it, and that's it.
So I mean, not to line my lips with Vaseline and put my hair up, as Fate eloquently puts it, I would rather spend 4 hours in Invasions turning my brain off and just fighting mindless AI to get a guaranteed reward. And it's not just like the skins. You get a lot of like, I mean, it is just the skins, but you get a lot of the, like the palettes. You get the Invasion boss skin. You get all 7 palettes of those. I personally got every single silver and gold palettes in every single every single Invasion season. I don't know if that makes me unwettable, but Invasions is the only sort of fun I could find playing MK1, and maybe the reason is because I didn't buy MK1. I got it for my birthday from a friend, and I kind of felt bad if I wasn't playing it. But at the same time, I have the mindset, if I want this thing, I'm going to get it. Is that such like a weird thing, I guess?
Can I just ask one question before Fate goes? Are
Tets,
you a
tets.
fan of Destiny 2?
I have never played Destiny, actually.
Because you sound like... Okay, so I want to ask you a couple of questions, and I don't mean this to be rude or condescending or anything, okay? I'm asking respectfully.
Of course.
How old are you?
I am 20 years old.
Right, okay. You're 20 years old.
20, yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to assume that you have a lot of time on your hands right now.
With college and work, but I have more time than most, yes.
Okay. When you're saying that you have no issue sinking 4 to 5 hours into a mode to get some costume, that's why I asked you the questions. There's absolutely no way that a game will demand me to sink that much time into it, that low effort that they put into designing it, for me to unlock some half-baked costume in like a busy day. So I'll ask you a second question. Yeah, again, I don't mean it to sound rude or anything. How old were you when you played Deadly Alliance?
I believe I was 13. 13?
Have you played it recently?
No, I have not.
I would recommend playing it again to get a more fresh perspective, because you were 7 years younger, and I think your ideas might change when you actually go around to play it. There's no way to say this. I'll wrap up my part by saying there's no nice way to say this. Invasions has got to be one of the worst modes that I've ever seen in a fighting game, and that includes like very obscure fighting games that like many people have not even heard of before. It's insulting to the Mortal Kombat franchise that they put that in the game. It's baffling that they thought that it would be acceptable, and they were sitting on that couch excited to talk about it when they know that modes like Conquest existed before it. And it's laughable that they made it such a grind fest, and with the idea that people were going to sink loads of time into it. I know you said that you did, but you're probably a minority.
Oh yeah, totally. I most definitely am a minority, judging by how a lot of the other people talk about Invasions. And I'm not trying to say that Invasions is like God's gift on the earth and it's like not the funnest thing ever. But for what rewards you can get out of it, I would say it is worth just doing. I'm a big fan of like monotonous gameplay. I can sit down and just do the same shit over and over and over again, and that's kind of relaxing for me. Maybe I am the minority there, but like my favorite MK games in order are MK11, MK Gold, and MK Trilogy. That's just me though, I guess.
I've never heard that order of MK
Yeah,
games in terms of favorite.
Yeah, that like you got to put MK Trilogy at the top there, or you're out of the family. Right.
I mean, okay. The reason why I have MK Gold above it is because I played MK Gold with my family. I played it with my mom. I played it with my aunts, my uncles, my grandparents, and we just had like a grand old time just fucking around in the game, and it's just fun. Back then, a lot of the, I mean, I say back then when I'm fucking 20 years old, but with the older games, I could tell the old MK games didn't take themselves too seriously. The gameplay was very easy to pick up. My grandma trashed my ass 7 times in a row with Cyrax. It's just, I just found it more fun than like MK9 and MK1.
Would you say that your sentiments towards MK4 are more centered around sentimental value rather than the game actually being better than Trilogy?
Oh, totally. Yeah, I can totally attest to it being more sentimental than, you know, saying that MK Gold is the better game objectively to Trilogy.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I guess that's a fair enough reason. I guess by Invasions, bro, you need to broaden your perspective a little bit, man. That mode is a pile of garbage, man. Garbage.
Have you ever played Warframe, Mike?
Played what? Sorry.
Warframe.
Once, yeah, a long time ago.
I played Warframe for a bit. Yeah.
That game is the definition of monotonous gameplay. You jump in, you dig your PlayStation controller, you dig circle in, just spamming circle, you get the rewards, and then you fuck off the game. That's just the kind of games I prefer. I tried.
Are you an MMO? Are you an MMO gamer by any chance?
I am not.
Okay, well, so, all right. You would fit right in the MMO crowd because, like, no, I'm not joking. Like, listen, I play MMOs too. I love them to death. I really do. It's like one of my favorite genres. But it's that, like, there are things that they put in there. Like, so apart from Invasions being horribly, like, fuck, like, I can't even, you know, I'd much rather just slam my penis under the fucking toilet lid. It's you know, that's more exciting than Invasions. Right, it doesn't respect your time. It doesn't, like, you said that the crypt, the problem is you go get random shit, right? Well, the thing is, though, that usually, even back then when the 3D era came out, by the time the game was out, it didn't take long for people to start posting online about where shit was. So you could negate the randomness of just choosing a different coffin or whatever game it was in by just getting online and finding out, you know, where the reptile skin is or how to get Liu Kang, you know, that sort of thing. Invasions feels like it was, I know it was being, what's that, Mike, what's that Mario fucking game where it's something, is it Mario something, where it's got a similar type of, is it that, where it's got a similar type of map?
Mario Party.
Is it that, where you go from like node to node to node to node or something like that, right? It feels like a mobile game. I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying. You got a goal, and that's what you want. What they should have done is they should have like shit can Invasions and put every single reward that you can get. Shit can that fucking stupid dragon that spits out shit as well, and put every reward in Towers of Time on every single tower. And because all the towers have different timers, right, you can accurately see, right, I can get this here, this here, this here, this here. You can even have it so that it could tell you what the follow-up reward's going to be. So you could sit there and grind it. The problem is, though, is that on the metric side of it, it looks like a lot of people are playing Mortal Kombat 1. Because every time they recycle Invasions, you know, it doesn't recognize that you've already played through the Scorpion one, like the Season of the Spectre. You've got to then go through the entire fucking maces again. Because the combat cast will sit there, we did this wonderful thing, we made it so that this random thing, who gives a shit about that? Right? Like, you're making us fight all of this crap again, you know, just for a couple of extra palette colors. Don't get me started on that, like, the palette colors, man. Those Ronald McDonald fucking pieces of shit colors. Like, I mean, like, you know, like, Blind Freddy could, like, make better colors than that. It's just, I get the completionist side of it, I do, as an MMO guy. right? And Warframe is kind of MMO light in that respect, where, and I think that's what like Mike was saying about Destiny, is that they've got this like this arbitrary sort of grinding factor, because if you're spending time getting something, or the RNG drops low, or whatever, or it's dragged out, the metrics go, look, everyone loves invasions, everyone plays invasions, see, everyone's spending all this time. But it's not through because it's something that's enjoyable. It's because as a completionist, you're wanting to get, yes, I want this outfit, yes, I want this color, yes, I want that gear piece, but it's just, I think it was just busy work for busy work's sake. They could do far better job, and the Crypt, to be fair, the Crypt and Deadly Alliance was the first iteration of it. They improved upon it, moving forward as well. In fact, if you go back, Mike's right, load up Deadly Alliance, and even just the menu system in Deadly Alliance shits all over MK1. There's as soon as you hear the music, right, the atmosphere, when you click on something or activate it, you'll go down the corridor, and then the thing will like roll back, and then you'll go into the crypt, stuff like that. That's the shit that, even though it's small, it adds to the flavor of the game. And they could do a far better job. But Invasions, oh man, how old are you again? 3 years old? Huh? Like, you're just a baby. Okay. Like, no, you gotta go back and play that whole shit, bro. Right? And we need to have a conversation about this whole MK Gold over trilogy thing, right? Because, like, listen, I'll be your family now, right? That's it, right? MK trilogy is it's better than MK Gold. And that's not to say anything negative about MK Gold. The sentimentality is huge. I get that. I really do. I think Losty Girl, was it Losty Girl that said that she was happy to see Ashura back in the game because I think her and her brother used to play it. I don't know if he's alive anymore, but I get that. I get the sentimentality of it. I'm just pulling your chain because Mike is Mike, and that's it. I'm coming for the throat. That's it, man. Like, I'm Australian. You're just gonna have to deal with it. I love you though, Jeff Hart. That's cool, man. So
yeah, it's fine. I mean, I've been watching Mike ever since you were climbing the ladder in MK11 with Noob Saibot, and I still rewatch a lot of those videos even today. And something I would do during Invasions is I would just put on a lot of Mike's videos and just kind of like do cognitive dissonance and just astral project myself so I forget where I even am, just so I can speed run through Invasions and just finish everything. Because I was going to say good memories, but I have memories coming back from college and seeing that a new Invasion season was out, and I would just sit there and I would finish all of it. And once I've completed the entire season 100%, I wouldn't touch MK1 until the next season. And that's a lot of my mentality with a lot of games where I play Fortnite as well. If I'm already level 100 or level 200, I'm not going to play it anymore. I don't see a point. If I'm not, this is really stupid to say, but if I'm not earning something for like playing it, I don't see the points. And that's probably more so a new generation where I have been just playing battle passes a lot. So
are you an achievement hunter though? Because that can be in on itself a way of like refreshing a game's excitement as well, like achievement trophy hunting.
Sometimes with games I care about, I do love to be a completionist. I remember when I was little, I would play a lot of the Lego Batman games, and I would strive for 100% completionist, and that's just something I would love to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, not to like take up a lot of your time because you guys are gonna go play some Granblue. I did want to ask. I love you both. Y'all are both great. Mike, would it be possible to get the videos back up on Fate because they are very entertaining? Not that like Fate, you're awesome, of course, but that vitriol from Mike is fucking hilarious, I would love to.
This dude is literally asking for the hate content.
Yeah, no, they're not going back up. They're not going back up. They're not going back up because like you said, they're not like my other videos where I'm attacking the point. They're very personal, and they're very obviously like I said, condescending. and I don't see the point in making up and then having the videos up, of which there was quite a few, and live streams, and they're highly viewed. It kind of defeats the purpose, because it's like people will sit here and watch this, but then they'll be like, "Oh, what's this video?" And they'll just watch me putting Fate down, and it's like you can't really move past it if I've been doing that the whole time. And again, they're not like the other put down videos of other people, which are not really put down. It's like me picking their points apart. They're much more personal and name calling or whatever. So no, I'm not gonna put them back up. I feel like the people that were here to watch the beef for 2 years have got their fill. Maybe I'll have somebody else to beef soon, and you can enjoy that. But as for Fate's ones, no, I'm not. This one will stay up, and the one from yesterday, because it was trying to like bury the hatchet, and I think it's good for people to see those. But no, those ain't gonna go back up.
Listen, man, I'll call him a chocolate biscuit for a year. I guarantee in a year's time, it's like, right, that's it. That vanilla fucking crack is done. Right? It'll be all. No, but I respect Mike for that. I did the same on my channel. There would have been people that would have liked going back and seeing all that sort of stuff. But the thing is though that I definitely take responsibility for not doing better in this situation. Because at the end of the day, there is a common enemy, and it's not each other. It's not generally other people, unless they are really bad people. It's where our money's going, and how these companies are treating us as well. And that's what really matters. I know people, like Mike was saying to me yesterday, people like seeing beefs and stuff, but it's short lived, and it's kind of it's a lot of wasted energy, when you can do better things with your time, so yeah, that's just my thoughts on it.
I mean, yeah, definitely. It's more about the message than the actual entertainment, because yeah, it would seem very backhandish to put those videos up after reconciling everything today. So yeah, I can see it on that. That's fair. Well, one final question. Who is your favorite character in Mortal Kombat, Fate?
Mine? Always Scorpion.
Yes.
Always Scorpion. Ever since the beginning. Yep.
Touche. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me on. This was fun. Maybe it's I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but thanks so much, and yeah, goodbye.
All right, man.
No worries, man. Thanks. All right. Well, yeah, no. See, there will be people attempt. I already had messages from people saying, "No, leave the videos up, man. They're funny." And I'm like, well, you're not on the receiving end of it, so you don't get it. But
listen,
sorry guys, the videos are not going back up. It would defeat the purpose of all of this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm a one and done kind of person. So like, I think we're having a good time. I don't see any reason whatsoever, to even have issues with anything you're saying. If we're cool, we're cool. It's just, I don't see any point, and that's the end of it. In fact, I've had a great time, to be honest. Like, this is definitely what I needed. So thanks, man.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good to bury the hatchet and try to build something from that. Now, as promised, I did say I would let you sell Grand Blue to the chat. So
I know you're tired. Listen, if you're tired, man, I know,
it's fine. It's like I ain't got work tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep in. I'm not gonna go gym until the afternoon, so it's fine. I mean, it's the last thing that we're gonna do on here anyway, so
yeah,
might as well say it.
So I can kind of see your I've got your chat over here as well. So for anyone that actually wants a really good fighting game, so even though I'm a big MK guy, for the last year since December 2023, I've been invested in Grand Blue. There is a free-to-play option. It doesn't matter whether you're on PC and I believe PlayStation. If you're on Xbox, I think you might be out of luck. But one of the things that I've really fell in love with Grand Blue, which is ironic actually, because even in that game I think there's a trans character and a gay character, right? Which is kind of funny, and yet the game never makes any sort of major issue of it because it's naturally put into the game. But as far as a product goes, there is so much shit. 4 of the boys in my Discord have already gone out and bought it after me talking about it, and that's because there's tons. I think there's at least now 30 plus characters in the game. The battle passes generally go for about $5-6 depending on the region you're in. There's like 60 levels. You get tons of shit. There's no microtransactions, so if you earn the in-game currency, you're spending the in-game currency in the game. there's a shop in there called the rupee shop. You can actually grind up the currency to buy the characters, right? So if you actually don't want to spend real world money, you can go in and buy the characters. For the MK people that played, you know, in MK1 with the level up process for each character, every character in Grand Blue has a leveling up system just in the same way, but you earn tons of shit in that too. Tons of currency, tons of background things for your profiles, weapon skins, colors, outfit colors. And so there's a lot of stuff for the guy that was just on here, right? Jafar, where are you? Right? This would be your perfect game. Right? This will be your absolutely perfect game. You could sit there and grind your 20-year-old ass off to the end of time, and you probably still wouldn't get everything. But the gameplay is so much fun, right? Because I know I'm not an expert, and it's good that Mike has told me about his history too, because I didn't know about his FGC history. But from my sort of casual fun side of perspective, I find that the combat in it is very fair. It feels like they've thought of a lot of different aspects to it, which makes it so that you have great offensive, great defensive. The tutorials are really well explained. The character guides are really well explained. And for example, right, so when you play Tekken Online, Mike, like there's a certain point where you start getting like demoted and shit like that. Is that correct? Like in the ranking system?
You lose a certain amount, then you'll get demoted.
Yeah. So just on a ranked perspective, and they just introduced it this week too. So originally, for example, you probably start off at like D rank 5, like D5. As you level up, originally you get like diamonds, and once you get like 5 diamonds, you'll go to then D4, D3, D2, and then so on and so on and so on. I'm up to like, I think A5 at the moment. But what I've noticed too is that like if you're stuck in say like a rank like A5, and you get all the way down, like you've lost a whole bunch of matches and you're stuck at like the very bottom, you don't get D ranked, like unless they've changed that, but it wasn't yesterday when I tried it. You don't get D ranked below that. So unlike other fighting games where it will just keep D ranking you and D ranking you and D ranking you, it'll lock you into that particular like level, right? And then once you go past that, you've earned it. So then you don't go back. I kind of like that for a ranked system. But when you play online, whether you win or lose, you get tons of XP. So you do come across a lot of farmers where people will just sit there AFK. They'll literally change their name to like AFK, you know, and they've put a character in there just so that it earns XP while you're killing it. But if you lose, whether in ranked or casual, you get tons and tons of XP regardless. So this is probably the only fighting game I can think of that even if you're not big into getting online, it actually encourages you to get online, because even if you're losing, it's going, don't worry about it, because your character level's going up for whichever character you're using, and that's fine. As far as like the story is fairly simplistic, you know, it's like a storyboard thing, kind of like Fatal Fury. You go to different points, you'll then, you know, do a fight, then move on to a bit more storyboard. But the game modes in it, like it's got mini games. So on my channel, if you've been watching for a while, I've talked about what can a fighting game do to keep you inside the game. If you stop playing Tekken, what do? Right? You generally log out because there's nothing to do in the arcade. In Grand Blue, the lobby is fantastic. Apart from all the arcade machines and everything that you can sit down, they've added in some mini games. They've got a crane game, just like you get the arcade, where you move the claw and you can earn extra colors and things like that. But they've also got a Fall Guys mode in there called Grand Brews, and it's got its own leveling up system. They even just introduced seasonal points, so I think it's about 4 months for you to get up to the 75,000 mark. And this is what you can do on the downtime. You can get in there and you can run around with your mates. You can set up a room, get online, unlock stuff as you're playing, and keep you inside the game. So you're investing, having downtime from fighting online or doing arcade or survival mode or any of the other shit. It's in there. And for people that are fans of football or soccer, they even got like a little football field. So you could all just jump on there and just, you know, bash the ball around and you know, have some fun. And if you're on a free-to-play account, I was doing it with the boys the other day, and people that didn't own the game, you can get into the lobbies, you know, so you can play Grand Brews, I think normal arcade. There's a rotation of 4 characters every week, and you can get into the lobby and still play with people, you know, in that scenario rather than room matches. And it's just, the fighting's intense. They're fast matches, great roster of characters. You know, one day, hopefully, if Mike permits it, I can load it up on stream one day and show you guys everything. But mechanically wise, for the guys that are FGC side related, this is where I've talked about, like, after playing Granblue, I thought, man, like, they've got, so you block like Street Fighter, but you've also got a physical block as well. So what happens is that you can actually dodge out of the way or evade attacks, both physical and projectile, but you can also dash past them. So if you've got a zoner sitting there throwing fireballs at you, instead of, like, you know, evading or blocking, you can then, like, you know, dash past them without taking any damage and start closing the gap. So that way, you know, they can't try and, like, pin you down. The combo system's really good. You know, you got your, like, your standard sort of, like, you know, 3 or 4 hit combos, like, on top of the character. But you've also, there's no 50-50s. As far as I can tell, there's no sort of 50-50 gameplay. So that's really good too. There's no combo breakers, but what they do have is the ability, I don't know, Mike, if there's other games that this sounds like, but if you're blocking and they're comboing on you, you can press, like, medium and heavy and you'll knock them off. Like, it'll give you ability to create a gap, you know, so they're not constantly like pinning you down. Well, they have a bravery point system in the game whereby, you know, you can actually spend these 3 bravery points per round to either get people off you or break their guard. And if you activate your supers, you can also replenish that or take theirs away as well. So again, I could show all of this next time, perhaps, if that's cool with you at some point. I know I've done it on my channel, but it feels like, even though they're only, like, in the consideration of Tekken, Mortal Kombat, and Street Fighter, they're only, like, say, an AA fighter, you know, but anyone paying a close attention to Evo and stuff, you'll notice that Granblue is kind of sitting in the middle, you know, with all the entries. So there are actually people signing up for Granblue over things like MK1. But the combat is amazing. I absolutely love it. Like, even when I'm getting my ass whooped by high level players, it feels like, I think what you were saying before, Mike, going up against people that push you makes you want to get better. And for whatever reason, this game makes it feel like it respects my time and my money. And I bought every battle pass, and the amount of battle passes that I bought, probably haven't equaled the amount of Chaos Reigns expansion. And there's been about 7 now, actually. With the new characters. So, but that can be, you know, that could be for another time, talking in depth with all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I had to pimp it out. I had to pimp it out, man.
I think you sold it. I think you sold it today. They need to give you an endorsement.
So
they need to send you some free shit. You should get in contact with them. And let them know
listen. I don't know if you have better contacts, like a way to do that. I tried. I think I found an email, but because I was thinking, I said, man, I'd love to get some keys to give away. You know, because it's so good. Like, it's so good. You know,
I know some people. Because I get sent free keys for certain games. Like, I've done Final Fantasy and
I heard. I saw that, man. That was amazing. That was so cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they're quite nice. They've always been nice to me. But, like, I think you know, I remember when we were talking about the buying subscribers thing, and you're wondering why my channel blew up quickly. But I think it's also because I already kind of had a presence in the gaming scene. And I've already worked, like, with gaming companies before, so maybe that's where it came from. But I do have a lot of context. I'll see if the person that I usually speak to has Granblue stuff and put you in contact.
That'd be fantastic, man. I'd absolutely love that. Yeah, that'd be fantastic. Yeah,
definitely. Well, Fate, it's almost 5 a.m.
Yeah.
I am steaming here. I am absolutely knackered. So, was there anything that you wanted to close off on before we close the stream?
Thank you. That's all. Just thank you. And again, you know, for anything, if you remember something I said and you're like, oh, I'll ask him about it, just hit me up, man. You know, I'd love to do more of this, to be honest. I think it's been fantastic. I know I've been watching my chat and your chat, and everyone seems to be pretty happy with it. So, you know, thanks, man.
Well, same thing with True Underdog, that I said to him that, like, you know, I apologize for how I've behaved at certain times, and that definitely won't happen again. And if I need to talk to you, I've got your contact information, so I'll just reach out to you.
Yeah,
we'll have you on the stream to, like, play games, or, like, if I'm doing a podcast about MK or something, then I'll invite you on.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, and you too, of course.
Yeah, 100%. And same with your community. They're welcome over to play games with us as well. we'll put all that shit behind us, pretend
Yeah.
it never happened.
Yeah, sounds good, brother.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna get some sleep. I appreciate you jumping on. I'll speak to you soon.
All right, man. Take it easy, bro.
Take care.
Gotcha.
All right, guys. Well, that's the stream. I'm beat.
Oh. All right, hang on. I gotta try and get my camera set up. Hang on, because it's all. I had to turn off my camera here. I'm gonna take my FBI hat off because it's way too hot. Let's see if I can get my camera back now that I'm out of the studio. Is it gonna come back? Is it gonna come back? There we go. Awesome. That was cool. All right, excellent. We're back. Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. Yeah, no, that was good. That was a long time coming. It should have happened a long time ago, to be perfectly honest. So I'm so glad it did. I'm kind of a little bit beat myself, actually. I'm kind of a little bit fried. I'll probably have to I'll go get some food soon. Yeah, because I definitely need it. But I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys thought it was good. Yeah, so I'm knackered. I know HC said something that was going to be in the Discord, but so the way like I was streaming it, right, was that I'm in his StreamYard studio, but I'd already set up, because I'd had it set up for ages ago, because I thought about trying StreamYard. I'd already set up in the window for the podcast, so I couldn't like add people. The only way to be added would be to go to his stream and then get added that way. That was the only way to do it. But yeah, I'll figure out if there's other ways to like ways around that, because I know that like I could have done it through Discord, but it'd only be voice. You wouldn't see sort of anything showing up or anything like that. So, but yeah, that was really good. Yeah, it's good to be wrong. It's definitely good to be wrong. So for sure, absolutely for sure. So I'm kind of knackered actually. Can't believe that dude likes invasions, man. I mean that's fine. Like I'm not gonna rail on the guy for that, but yeah, Invasions is terrible. That's terrible game mode, man. Like that's awful. Woeful. Just a woeful game mode. Right? So but Deadly Alliance. Yeah. Had to be done, man. It had to be done, like, because back in the day, back in the PS3 days, so I was on the PS3 camp versus 360, and man, we used to have some fucking killer beefs. Just killer beefs, man, right? But they didn't last as long, so it never lasted like that long, so. But I am very, very glad that is all behind us. And of course, like I mentioned in the beginning, if there's any videos you come across on my channel and you're like, oh, here's one on Mike or Tom or whatever, then just let me know and I'll get rid of it, because it's just, you have to do it. It's a sign of respect, when everything's sorted out. So, why do I smell dog shit? I smell dog shit. I hope the dogs haven't pooed. Oh shit. Okay, oh shit, man. Mike Hollow with the 20 gift memberships. Shit, man. Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother. Oh, thanks. Oh shit. Fucking make me teary. Shit. Thanks, man. I still can't get over the fact that people like I think I missed a super chat. I think I missed another super chat. Oh, there was Coffee Magic with the $10. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much, man. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, thank you so much for that, man. Thank you so much, Mike. Yeah, God bless, brother. Thank you so much, man. Dang. So, my eyes are red. On to, yep, exactly, bro. All right, get some good rest, dude. That was a long stream, just over 5 hours. So, man, I need a fridge. You know, I could put a fridge. I could put a fridge here, right? I absolutely could. I could put a fridge here, to be honest. So, I just don't. I don't know what I put in it because like I don't drink a whole lot of soft drink. And I don't drink alcohol at all. Like I never have. So I don't know. I don't know what I put in it. I don't know what I put in it. I could put chocolate biscuits in it. There we go. Right. He's probably going to hear that and he's going to rescind all the memberships. So, yeah, I know. Yeah, I should get a mini fridge. Yeah, I should. I actually have like people don't. So, my PC setup, like I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 7 monitors. Like that's no shit, right? I'll have to show off one, like show it off one day because I literally wanted like my fucking, you know, my bat cave, right? And I've got 3 computers in this vicinity. So I've got my main PC. I've got a little like a little box PC over here for the big monitor TV I've got up here, so I can play like movies and anime and shit. And then I've got like 4 monitors like here, and I've got 2 little monitors below the main one, which is connected to another PC. And the reason for that is so that way I could play a game and then have an independent source playing something else or accessing something else at the same time. But yeah, but the other thing too, like, so when you see my FateWave music, what you're seeing in the background is actually a wallpaper engine that you can get on Steam. And so when I'm playing the music, you're actually seeing just a wallpaper, like a desktop wallpaper playing. And when I change the wallpapers, I'm giving away all my secrets. When you change the wallpapers, like there's a slight delay and it will show the desktop below it. So I introduced like my speakers, right? So when you see a speaker pop up and it's bouncing away and stuff, that means I'm changing the wallpaper. So when the speaker turns off, the wallpaper's back, you know. But yeah, that was that was so kind of him to do that. Thank you so much, man. So Toby says we should celebrate. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll kick your ass in Grand Blue. No, I need to go eat, man. I need to go eat very, very soon. But yeah, the war is over. Players Gamer says the war is over. Hang on, that was that was very cool. It was good to have Tom on there. I was glad to be able to apologize. I'll send him another message and see if he wants to talk at some point. So I've never drunk alcohol in my entire life. Never done drugs, never smoked. Just never done it. So I prefer to have fun on my own steam. People could do it, that's fine. It's just like my family, like not my obviously my family, but my family history. There's a lot of that sort of stuff in it. And I just learnt from a young age about that, and I'm like, no, never doing it. So yeah, so. Are you having a midnight drinking a beer and finishing eating a chicken sandwich with chips? Well, the chicken sandwich and chips sounds good. I'll take that, man. I'll take the chicken sandwich and chips. I'll take that. That sounds good. So, but yeah, if anyone sees any content on my channel, like related to Mike or Tom, and I mean, I'm not against it anyway. I'm just not going to do it right now, but it would be good to talk to True Underdog, I think, because also that'd be a good step as well. You know, and the explanation on how he views the way he does his content. I mean, at the end of the day, like I don't know. I have my crusades, man. And sometimes they're justified, and sometimes they're not. And that's on me to do better with that. So. Yeah, grudges are bad. Grudges never do any good. 100%. Doesn't help anyone. So yeah, that was a great stream. That was a really fun stream. And I could tell he was getting real sleepy, so it's like, man, you got to get some rest, so. But the Grand Blue stuff, man, I'm standing. The Grand Blue's the best. I'll say it on record. Grand Blue's the best fighting game of this generation. It's the best. Like, now, to be fair, I haven't spent a whole bunch of time in Guilty Gear Strive. I've got it. I've got all the season, like the battle, like it's not battle pass, the season passes. I've got all the characters. I've tried a little bit. It's not bad. It's a gorgeous looking game, great animation. But yeah, a Grand Blue for me. 100% Grand Blue all the way. I know some people balk at the idea of an anime fighter. And that's understandable. Obviously, that's for everyone's, own taste. That's perfectly fine. But I'm just a fan of fighting games, so it doesn't bother me. And I'm a fan of anime anyway, so it kind of like, it's in my wheelhouse regardless. So, but yeah, I just want to. But yeah, so yeah, if anyone sees any content on my channel about Mike, Tom, please let me know and I'll remove it. All of this should have happened a long time ago, and I should have done a better job. So, but I get to call him a chocolate biscuit. He's my chocolate biscuit. I love chocolate biscuits, actually. I eat Tim Tams. You guys ever heard of Tim Tams? Tim Tams, right? It's one of my favorite biscuits. It's a chocolate biscuit, right? So, Gary says Street Fighter 6 is my favorite game. Yeah, and Street Fighter 6 is a solid game. I just, it hasn't really grabbed me yet. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't really grabbed me yet by the short and curlies. So, I think it's because the roster's small. Because, like, Ultra Street Fighter 4, I think was, like, that's my favorite roster out of 4, 5, and 6. Obviously, it's a bigger roster, so, it's like Street Fighter 6 has got some ways to go. But, and then Street Fighter 5, I really got into it because the roster got bigger and bigger. And, but Street Fighter 6, it's very aesthetically awesome. Handles really good, like it's fun, but I haven't got the hook yet, And normally, the funny part is, like I play Shoto characters, so I'm like a Ryu main, right? But I don't know, man. It hasn't hooked me in yet, and it might just take a little bit of time to do that. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, my bad. So yeah. Australia is England's Florida. Yeah, maybe. That could be true. You gotta try it more? Yeah, I might, yeah. I mean, it's a well done, overall well done package. They've done a really good job with it. I kind of see Tekken 8, as far as I'm concerned, like overall, like just from from a purchasing perspective, right? Great menus, great sound, great roster, like big roster, lots of cool stages, arcade mode. But something's missing in Tekken 8 for me, and I think it's something to do with the arcade. I need that Grand Bruise experience. I need something to get me engaged. So when I'm not fighting online or whatever, I can get into the arcade and maybe load up Tekken 3 or Tekken 5. One of my favorite Tekken games is Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection Online. Right, I missed out on playing Tekken 5. I think when did Tekken 5 come out? It was the PSP first, right? Was it PSP or PS2? Either one. No, it was the PS2, I think, first, then PSP, and then I could be wrong. Maybe someone correct me. But I played a lot of Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection online. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because the Dark Resurrection was the PSP one. Yeah, and then the online one was basically that on the PS3. But it was the PS3, it was downloadable only. At least to here it was. So I played like tons of it. Like, it was so much fun. It was so much fun. You know, loved it. Mr. Din, what do you think of Armor King DLC? I mean, he looks fine. He's got those Prince of Persia shoes. You know, he's got the same fucking shoes that half the roster in Mortal Kombat 1 has. You know, with that... You know, that turned up bit at the end looks... I don't know. I'm hoping he's got his normal boots. You know, his big, stomping boots. But, yeah, he seems fine. You know, like, I'm not an Armor King main or anything. I'm a Wyrang main. But he looks good. But I'll leave it to people that know more about the intricacies of that character to know whether or not he's been authentically translated into Tekken 8. But it kind of just seems like they're selling the DLC from the last game back, you know. Yeah, I'm just kind of... I know there's another character coming out. Some people think it's Marduk or Marduk's successor. I think Mike said that, actually. I don't know. Like, there's two female characters I'd love in Tekken, and two male characters. I'd love actually three male characters. I'd love Kunimitsu back. I'd love what's her name? Unknown and Eliza, right? I've got to have my goth vampire chick, right? The two guys I'd want in there is Bag-Dusan, but I don't think Bag-Dusan's coming back. Based on I think stuff that Harada said. But you could technically maybe have two Taekwondo guys in there. Maybe. And Bruce. But, with Fuckaram being in there, and I'll listen to what Mike said about how they could reintroduce Bruce, maybe that would be the better option. I didn't realize that Fuckaram was the good guy. I didn't realize that at all. So that was news to me. I thought he was just another villain henchman type, And yeah, they should expand more on the story because I love fighting game story. I love knowing about what a character's motivation is to be there. Not every fighting game, obviously a lot of the yesteryear fighting game characters didn't have a lot of backstory or whatever, but in this current day and age, I don't think there's any excuse. I don't think there's any excuse whatsoever not to do that. So, HC says, do you know if someone else can see the Grand Blue mods you're using on their screen? I don't know how that works, actually. I know there's quite a few mods out there on Nexus, but I don't know, actually, if they'll see the mods. It might be like... Because... I can't remember, like... I think... Is it Tekken or... What is it? What's the other one? Oh, fuck, I can't think. Sorry, my bad. I'm just tired because I haven't eaten. What's the... I know... I can't remember. Do people see your Tekken mods online? I don't think they do they? Like, I don't think they do. Do they? So I'm not sure. Mortal Kombat, I don't think Mortal Kombat you can see the mods. I think it's just for you, for your side. So, welcome Matt, welcome to the stream, bro. I know, like Tekken went real funny with the mods. You know, they went after all those websites and creators, like the channels and stuff. And it was because they was going to be selling their classic outfits, right? So these modders had created the classic outfits, you know, for people just download news for themselves. But obviously they decide, nah, we gotta we're gonna stomp them out because they're selling them back. I actually don't mind. Like, I'm actually not against the Tekken 8 shop. I'm not a big fan of the battle pass. I kind of feel like it's a little shit. I like, because it kind of like, from what I understand from last time I checked, you spend the currency to buy the pass, and then it gives you basically the currency back in the equal amount. Is that correct? Right. So whereas Grand Blue, like, you spend like $5-6 and you get tons of like in-game currency, you know, as you're leveling up to level 60, you know, which is pretty cool. But I'm not against the shop, like with the costumes and stuff. I think the costumes are great. I like the fact that there's no FOMO. So once something gets added to the store, it stays in the store. That's really good. But I just feel like Tekken's missing just one small thing. And I think that one small thing would be some form of in-game emulation in the arcade, right? Or off the main menus or something. So that way, you know, if people have had enough of Tekken 8, they can load up Tekken 2. Right, or Tekken 5 Dark Resurrection Online or something like that, you know, and play online. Like, actually play online against people. Unless the Tekken team have some type of, if they're thinking about doing a collection, that'd be fine too, right? But I just feel like the arcade, it looks amazing, but it's empty. Like, it's... Oh, you get 700 back? Okay, so you get an additional 100. Okay. Yeah, it just feels... It needs something. It needs... Like, here's an idea as an example, right? Just pulling from MMO gaming. You could have, like, random events happen in the arcade. Right? You know, so you could have, like a giant Kazuya boss just suddenly spawn in the arcade with a health bar, and everyone, all the little avatars can run over and just start beating the shit out of it, you know, stuff like that. I don't know if those avatars have actually, like, attack animations, but you could add it to the game. And then that way, you know, if you beat the boss, then you might unlock some extra coin or a particular outfit or things like that. It just needs something, and it's a beautiful space, but it needs something. It needs things to happen, you know. And I think this is where I think, like, fighting game, you know, if you're going to create a lobby or not, they should look at MMOs and go, okay, how do we keep people engaged in the game? You know, what can we do that is not part of the main focus of the game, but keeps people logged in, so they're still in the Tekken world, and stuff like that. Like in Grand Blue, the avatars that so for your lobby, your avatar. You can set one for the lobby. You can set one for Grand Brews, and in the Grand Brews mode, you know, you're picking up items. You can smack the shit out of each other. It's fantastic. Like, it's just so cool, and it also gives you rewards for playing it too. So there's all this constant. It's almost like constant validation. It's like, oh, did you play this mode? Here's something. You play this? Oh, here's something. You know, so it feels like it really respects your time as a fighting game. You know, which is great. And there's an anime too. There is actually an anime as well. So that's pretty cool. So So, oh. Oh, hang on. Glad we're in the great age of tech and ultimate gaming, says Power Range. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things, right? Like, even though we might be getting some of these collections, it's great. You know, it's good to see these collections come back, get people excited, which is why I always advocate for the collections for MK. I think that, like, I think it would be really good, a good sign of goodwill, you know, for them to start giving us like stuff that was and made MK great. So like the guy that like Jafar from before. Imagine he was able to load up MK Gold on whatever system he's on and play online. Right? And if his family can own the game as well, that he had the memories with, he could load it up and play with them. Right? Capcom's doing it. Capcom's doing it with their games. Right? So, give us the remasters. Yeah, I mean, look, if they remaster, fine. I don't care if they don't remaster. I'm perfectly happy playing them in this way. My only request has been, in terms of, like, alteration, would be that the classic 2D Mortal Kombat games get an alternate AI that you can access. So you have your standard AI, and then you go into the options, and you turn on, like, whatever they call it. You know, like, whatever AI they want to call it. And what it does, it's like the Mugen games. So if anyone's played Mugen Mortal Kombat, the AI is nowhere near as brutal, you know, and it feels more fair. So you could apply that logic, and that way people that struggle playing the 2D games could play through these 2D games with this new like AI. And if they want to try the old one, they still can, and then enjoy them, you know, with this new AI. So yeah. So Gary says Cooney and Julia should have been there at release. I'm so pleased Armor King is returning. Unknown would be a great way of physically bringing back Jun in story mode. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously Tekken 8's going to get, like, lots of years of support, right? That's a given. Same as Street Fighter 6. But MK1's dipped out. MK1's out of the game, you know. And I know, like, when people have a favorite fighting game, they feel a little bit, you know, like they kind of are trying to find a new home. It's like when an MMO gets cancelled, or if something changes so drastically that you don't want to engage with the game anymore, but you love playing MMOs, so you start looking around for other MMOs to play that give you a similar sense of what you're dealing with. But obviously without the problems of, you know, which is the reason why you left the old one. And fighting games can kind of be the same. So if you get disenfranchised with Mortal Kombat, well, there's a couple of things you can do. You can go back and play the older games, 100%. You know, some of them, like with FightCade, you can go back and play the old 2D games. The 3D era ones, I think through certain emulation stuff you can set up, or Parsec you can do it. But obviously there's a whole host of other fighting games out there, you know. So Power Ranger says Capcom's Arcade Genius. They made it so you can completely beat the arcades in one sitting, and then score attack with its old thing for arcade points, leaderboards. Yeah. Yeah, Capcom are just killing it. I'm hoping Capcom's next collection somehow involves the EX series. Right, because we don't have... my original conception of their next collection was going to be a versus collection and then a 3D type one. So we would have had the Power Stone, Star Gladiator 1 and 2. We would have had the Street Fighter EX, you know, plus Alpha, EX plus Alpha 2, and then EX3. But obviously, they're not doing that. So, and I don't know if there's any sort of legal stuff involved because we've got Fighting X layer on Steam, which is all the non-Capcom fighting game characters in a game, which is a really good fighter too, by the way. You got Garuda in there, Kairi. Fuck, what's that dude's name? I always forget. Is it the Viper? Is it? I think it is. So I don't know. I'm hoping that the next collection will have the EX series in there. So I'm kind of hoping we'll get some sort of announcement of what Capcom plans to do next. But yeah, Mortal Kombat's got to do something. Wouldn't it be cool, actually, at this Summer Games Fest, that they announce a Mortal Kombat collection? That'd be great. Skullomania, oh, fucking Skullomania, dude. Skullomania. I had a friend. So one of my mates, he got really good at the EX series, and fucking him like Skullomania and Garuda, well, like he was just a fiend. Made it in for the first time. That's true. Yeah. Terry's a whore, man. Terry's everywhere, right? He's just like the everyman's fighting game character. He can just go in almost to any fighting game and he'll just fit. So but yeah, yeah, they got to do something. I'm wondering actually, because I know the Sony show's tomorrow. Are you guys interested if I stream it? Obviously, I won't have to have the audio up because then like YouTube will copyright the audio. But I could stream it. You know, I could actually stream it. So, I'm very hopeful that we'll get some fighting game news of some description this Summer Games Fest. We need it, man. I really like, you know, I'd really love to see something, whether it be something about Killer Instinct, you know, or something. I don't know if I want a new Killer Instinct, unless they if they make a new Killer Instinct, put all the characters in, right? Don't section them off. Put all the characters in from the first game, like the reboot, and then just add to it. So, Slit loves Sony. Yeah, I own the game on PC. But because obviously now Microsoft and Sony put their games on PC, then I'm not missing out. So that's, you know, that's good. Yeah, I'm happy that I'm not missing out in that regard. So. But, yeah, I think, what else? Oh, of course, yeah, Virtual. Yeah, I'm so tired. I completely forgot about Virtual Fighter. Yeah, they might show some shit on Virtual Fighter. That'd be kind of cool. Like, I know Mike's stance. Obviously, like he'd be fine with an Injustice game. But from my perspective, this is where I align with like Total MK on this as well. But like, because they're the Mortal Kombat team, I only want them to make Mortal Kombat, right? And the only MK I'll accept right now is like some sort of collection. I don't know if Injustice will. I don't know if Injustice will go great. Like, I think it'd probably be a solid fighter. As long as they don't have, like, really bad microtransactions, I think it will be a solid fighter. I just don't think it's going to take off. You know, I don't know if it's going to take off. I mean, they could surprise us all and bring out, like, a Marvel vs. DC. Something like that. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of cool. You know, make it a tag fighter. Like a proper tag fighter. Or something like that. So, Justice 3 will sell 2-3 million. That's the interesting. I always think, like, yeah, like sales obviously are important, right? Because it goes, well, this was technically a success. But, you know, how many people are actually? Oh, excuse me. Sorry. How many people are actually playing it? Like, how many people are actually playing? You know, like the game after the initial sales bump. So, MK Gold is on FightCade. You know I can check that, right? Let's have a look. So the reason why... So FightCade generally is based around, like, ROMs, right? Like, so the cartridge drops. Now, in, I think one or two of the Dreamcast emulators, right, they actually integrated FightCade into it. So you could actually play those games online. I think, you know what? I think you might actually be right, bro. Yeah, thinking of it now, you might actually be right. Let me just, let me double check. I think you're right, actually. Yes. Yeah, because the reason why I was like, are you sure? Because I only thought they were accessible through, like, the emulator. Like, the actual emulator itself. So, what about MK Trilogy remake at Summerfest? Oh, dude, I fucking... Listen, man. Dude. You want to see a happy fate? You'll see a happy fate. Right, let's have a look. What do we got? Oh yeah, yep. Dreamcast, yep. Okay, so it's listing under Dream. Alright, so here's my question. Why do we not have PlayStation games on FightCade? Right? Like why don't we have PlayStation games on FightCade? If they can do disc games like the Dreamcast, then there is no excuse. Like, there is no excuse whatsoever for them not to do that. Like, at all. I'm gonna just show everyone. I'm just gonna show everyone. Hang on a sec. There we go. And then I'll fix the window. Stretch the thing. Okay, right. Here we go. All right, so under Mortal Kombat. So if you type in Mortal Kombat, these are all the hits currently of what's available. So yeah, we don't even have Saturn on here as well. Right, so, like, my question would be, like, why don't we have PlayStation 1 games, aka any of the disc-based fighting games, like Mortal Kombat Trilogy? Right? And, you know, there's only 3 people playing Gold at the moment. That's pretty good, though. That's pretty good. So just to show, I don't know what, like, so it depends on, like, what we're seeing here. So let's have a look, right? So currently right now, yeah, it's usually bigger than that. Currently right now, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike has 682 people. 682 people on this old-ass game. There might be more people playing this game right now than probably the Third Strike version that came out on the Capcom collection. Maybe. Right? King of Fighters 2002, always a big one. I've seen this channel go up to about 800 people. Good, yeah, of course, of course they're going to bring up Trilogy, man. Right? We respect Trilogy around here. We love that shit. I fucking love Trilogy, man. So my question is, why don't they put PS1 games? They're disc-based games like the Dreamcast. Why don't they put them on FightCade? There has to be an answer. Like, there has to be some fucking answer out there. So then we've got JoJo. They got JoJo's Bizarre Adventure up here on 147. That's pretty good too. Wonder if they got Rainbow Edition. Is anyone playing Rainbow Edition of Street Fighter? That might be it there. That might be it there, maybe. Because Rainbow Edition was based off Champion Edition, right? I have a feeling... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it says it. Rainbow Bootleg Set 4. Yeah, that's the one. Yep, that's the one. Oh yeah, no, it should be fine, man. Yeah. Let me see, because let's see if I can actually get it to load up. I'm gonna have to leave a lobby. Let's just leave the MK1 lobby. So my version of FightCade. So okay, if anyone's interested in FightCade, right? On the Discord, which is in the description, I have a FightCade channel. There's a section for it. In there is a link, right? You click on the link above the box. Okay, just I might have to make sure I fix that because some people click on the box and it tells them that they have to do other shit and they don't. You just click on the top link, you download FightCade. What it is, it's my FightCade, but it's all set up to grab the games automatically, right? So you don't have to worry about putting the stuff in certain areas. Yeah, I must have already got it. I must have already got this, like once before. Yeah, I must have because I didn't have to download it. So I'll see if I can capture the window. There we go. Wow, that's kind of loud. And it's running in like super hype mode. I think. Hang on, let me fix the sound. So, or did it crash? It might have crashed. But I think it might have crashed. So, yeah, there must be some sort of like frame rate thing that's like set up. Let me run it again. Because I'm just doing test game. Settings. Fucking internal resolution. Yeah, that's not happening. Maybe DirectX 11. There we go. I'm just trying to see, because the frame rate was like running at like I think lightning speed or almost lightning speed. Maybe it's in here. Frame skipping. Maybe normal? Maybe? Oh no, here we go. Auto. 60, thanks. Yeah, that should be it. Hopefully. Maybe. Oh no, I think it's still doing it. Oh no. No, it's still doing it. How the fuck do I slow this down? It's so fast. That is like really fast, man. Oh, VSync, maybe? Maybe? Controls. Okay, I think I can go back and do it we'll see. The intro does that? Oh, okay, alright. Okay. Can you guys hear that? So I want... Oh. Scorpion.
Choose your destiny. Round 1. Fight.
Oh, I want to put my block on fucking... He fucking kicked me in the ass! Oh, I keep hitting the uppercut for MK1. Right. There we go.
Scorpion wins. Round 2. Fight.
And that fucking voice too.
Finish him. Scorpion wins.
So yeah, I think I'm running it as a 4K.
Fight.
What's this pull-out weapon again? Hang on. There we go. Fuck off, Jared.
Standing wins. Round 2. Fight.
Oh shit! Oh, I have my leg!
Scorpion wins. Round 1. Fight.
Oh!
Scorpion wins.
I don't like that part. I like throwing the weapon.
Well done.
Love that roundhouse.
Finish him. Scorpion wins. Round 1.
Skull chamber. Whoa!
Scorpion wins.
Oh yeah, yeah. 100%. Yeah, they can easily, like, emulate this, man. What? Nice sidestep.
Wins. Round 3. Fight. Well done. Excellent. Finish him. Scorpion win. Excellent. Round 1. Fight.
No, I was supposed to throw it.
Outstanding. Melina wins.
Wow.
Round 2. Fight. Scorpion wins. Flawless.
Maybe we should nerf the boulder.
Fight. Outstanding.
Oh. Damn.
Scorpion wins.
It's a great Melina design, man. 100%. Hey, Gar.
Well done. Superb. Well done.
I remember that. I remember that back fist he does. Okay. Man, he straight up deleted me. Did I play Dead or Alive 1 to 3? Oh, a long time ago. A long time ago.
Scorpion. Round 1. Fight.
What the fuck?
Round 2. Fight.
Is he a Ninja Turtle? Whoa!
Well done. Outstanding. Excellent. Superb.
Oh!
Win. Round 3. Fight. Well done. Finish him.
What the? Alright.
Scorpion.
That's not happening. That's not happening.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay.
Superb. Well done. Superb. Excellent.
Oh!
Goro wins. Round 2. Fight.
Can I sweep him? I can! Glory should have been the final boss, yeah. I can't remember like what the fuck, he runs stupid. Oh. Fuck it. I was like stuck in that corner. Oh man, it's this dude gonna fucking flawless me. Man, it's like kind of tough. Oh no, I got no more credits. Hang on. Oh shit. That was great. Thanks for letting me know, Machiavelli, man. That was cool. Yeah, man, I gotta brush up my fucking gold game. Damn. Yeah, I didn't play a ton of 4. Right, like I kind of, like after coming off like Trilogy, I'm like, nah. Like, you know, it's alright. Like it feels like MK, but it kind of didn't grab me in the same way the 2D era did. Like the 2D era anyway. Where's fucking MK1 gone? I gotta add that shit back now. There we go. But yeah, alright, so I'm gonna go eat. I need to eat. I am like fried. Absolutely fried. But I want to thank everyone. I want to thank Mike. I apologize I couldn't be there the other day, but thanks for doing this today. So shout out to him. Shout out to the memberships he bought and every single one of you that also sent through some money to my bald ass, the vanilla cracker. And that was awesome. That was great. It was one of really, really awesome, positive stream moving forward. So I might be in the Discord in a bit, maybe an hour or two, maybe. But otherwise, I think that's all I got. I think that's all I got actually. So, but yeah, thanks everyone. It was so much fun. This is like big 6-hour stream. Holy shit. Holy shit. So, but thanks everyone. And yeah, I will catch you guys in the next. What's my next? I don't even know what my next video is. I'll figure it out. All right, I'll figure it out. All right, guys. Catch you next time.